Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. This is a GhanaWeb special on the GhanaWeb Reporter. The GhanaWeb Reporter is the Ghana's first digital media sharing platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. My name is Ismail Akwe, and today we are going to go through the ins and outs of the GhanaWeb Reporter through the eyes of journalists, bloggers, and content creators. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to our GhanaWeb special, and we have here in our studio two gentlemen who are one of the first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. Indeed, they are content creators and they've been using the reporter since January. Let me introduce you to Mr. Michael Jan, who is on my immediate left, and Mr. Michael Ejapong, who is also a GhanaWeb reporter. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Let me start with Mr. Michael Jan. How long have you been using the GhanaWeb reporter?
For the past 6 months now.
6 months. Since when? Is it January? Okay. Five months, I think.
Months, okay.
That's 5 months. And how did you get to know about the reporter?
I got to know about it online in LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn?
Yeah.
And then it was a contest. I remember we put out a contest about the reporter, and then we asked people to send in entries. So you sent in a LinkedIn entry.
Exactly.
Yes. And why did you think you would be selected as one of the winners of the contest?
Actually, I'm a content writer myself. I have a personal blog that I do also publish articles. So when I got that opportunity, quickly I sent in my articles. So I knew that definitely my articles will also go through because I'm a content writer myself.
What's your blog name?
My blog name is FrenchEducationGhana.com.
.com.
Yeah.
It's not .wordpress.
No.
.com.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me come to the other Michael Ejapa. Yeah. Ejapa, how did you know about the reporter?
Yes, I was going through Twitter, and then I saw GhanaWeb Reporter. Actually, first it was a flyer, an artwork, and I read through it and I said, okay, so how do I fill in this? And then I went back to your page on Twitter, and then I see a link there. So I tap on the link, and then I submitted an article I wrote. I submitted that article because I read through the requirements, and then I saw that the article should be impactful, should impact lives. And then I sat down for a while, and then I think, okay, so you just let me submit this article because I know they really need it, and maybe out of that they will have some help. So I submitted that particular article, and then
you are here.
Yes.
So are you a journalist?
Yes, I'm a journalist.
Okay. Where do you work now?
At Radio 1.
Radio 1.
Yes.
Okay. And how does the reporter, come to support the work you're doing as a journalist?
Yes, because with a reporter, with even my own blog, I need to put up, a write-up. But with a reporter, I can even put out just a video and then do a caption so that people knows what actually is happening. Let's say the flood here in Accra. I can take a video and then just caption, this is happening in Accra, this place, and then people will get to know, and then they have access to what is happening, other than just putting in a lot of write-up and all that. So I think it's wonderful. It's have just summarized everything my work.
So let me give you some background. Michael Ejapong and Michael Jan were part of the 10 contestants who were selected and awarded at the Ghana Bloggers Summit after they contested in the GhanaWeb Reporter contest. And all of them submitted stories that were fit to be on the reporter, and then they were given the first-hand account on the GhanaWeb Reporter. So they were the first to have accounts on the reporter. They've been using it since January, and now they are giving us what they've experienced, what they've encountered, and also the rewards they gained out of the GhanaWeb Reporter. Let me go back to Mr. Michael Jan. So from January, when you were given the account, what have you been going through?
Oh, When I had the opportunity to have the accounts, I started immediately publishing my articles, and the articles come from also from social media. When I see it, I try to put my own perspective there, one that I always want to also motivate others. Yes, about life. So depending on the topic of the articles, I also try to bring my own ideas that will also help the audience, especially the youth, how to keep on going. And doing that has really also helped me, and people appreciate it.
What's one significant content that you remember publishing on the Reporter?
I have a lot of them, more than 500 articles, but the one that really went far was about almost 1 million views, was about Eto'o. Yes, I wrote about Eto'o, the way Eto'o became president in Cameroon as Cameroon, the
Fecafoot of Cameroon,
yes,
yes.
president of Fecafoot. And then when he did that for free. So he didn't charge anything like monthly. He was going to charge something like salary, but for free, and also increased the player's salary. So through that, when I took it, I published it, that this is exactly what, yes, this is the type of leaders that we want in Africa for Africa's development. And that content really went for almost 1 million views.
But you are a content creator, and do you create video content as well?
For now, no.
Okay.
No.
But how did you know that the Eto'o story would blow up?
Yes, I knew because of what he did. Yes, actually, Eto'o has money. He's a billionaire. So Eto'o could have still charged them as a president. Yes, take money, the salary. But here's the case, because he wanted to sacrifice. That is the sacrifice spirit that really got me. So for him, he wants to sacrifice himself for the people. As a player, he knew what players go through. So he wanted actually to help them.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the part that really got me, and I also wrote an article about it. That is exactly what, I mean, our leaders also need to be, not always about money, but it should also come from the heart.
Okay. Yeah. Ejapa, what about you? What was your most significant article which you published through the Reporter?
Yes, that was the last meal of Kutua Champon before his execution, and then people really wanted to read about it. What food? And then actually in the headline I said his favorite meal, so people wanted to know about his favorite meal. And then recently I published about the wedding photos of the president, the sitting president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, and then people are really loving it. And then, you know, I think one thing I've also noticed when I was using the Reporter is that I've been on other platforms, because I'm a blogger, I've been on other platforms. They have their terms and conditions. That is, you need to have a certain number of words before you can put up what you want to put up. But with a Reporter, even if it is a picture, just put the picture there. Ask people about the picture. I remember I recently did one. There was this lady who has tattooed all his body, and then I put the picture there and I said, how much are you going to pay for her bride price? And then you see the reactions are massive. So you don't need a certain words to describe it. You just post there, ask the people, and then they can react. Other than, you know, if I want to post something, you limit me to have a certain words before I can put it out there. But a Reporter, if it is a video, just put it up there. If it is a picture, just put it up there. Even if it is your opinion, just put it up there. And then you can also seek people to also share their views. So it's a wonderful place to be.
How do you know people are reading your article?
Yes, you can track them. There is a dashboard. So
okay,
when I put up the story, I can really track the dashboard, how many people are reading the article, my income too is there, and then even among us, the reporters, my rank with my articles. And then Michael here has been a tough opponent since we joined the house. Yes.
Since you've brought up the issue of income, it's very important to talk about that, because I know a lot of people want to earn from YouTube and other platforms, but they don't make any money. They have to hit a certain threshold and all of that. With the reporter, do you make money instantly? Are you guys seeing the money you are making? How do you make money?
Oh.
Let me go to Michael Jan.
Yeah, so the money is being made through the viewership.
Okay.
So when people come in numbers to read your article, other pictures or whatever you put in there, since you have a dashboard, so through that it generates an income for you. So as time goes on, and then you continue. So it has to be something that has to be consistency. Yes, in order to achieve what you also want.
Okay, where can we find your blog?
My blog,
yes.
My personal blog.
On GhanaWeb.
On GhanaWeb. It can be found at GhanaWeb News. Under GhanaWeb News, you will see bloggers. Is it bloggers blog?
Yes,
yeah, bloggers blog. And then my name is French Education.
Okay, so your blog name is French Education on GhanaWeb, on the news section. And what about you?
Yes, on the news section, you see Daily News Ghana.
Okay, so when we go there, everything there is your content.
Yes.
And how do you upload your content?
Yes, I use the dashboard. And then one thing also about the dashboard is that it's very easy, simple to use. You know, you don't even have to be educated. All you need to do, just download the app, and then you go through the process of registering, and then when you are posting, it's just easy. Your title is there, the body of the content, you just upload your pictures, videos, and then it's...
Do you use your phone or your laptop to do
my
it?
phone.
Your phone.
Yes.
What about you?
I use laptop.
You use your laptop.
Yeah.
But why don't you want to use the phone for uploading the content?
Oh, okay. I think the laptop is easy for
me. Easy for
yeah,
you. Okay. But you prefer the phone?
Yes, because with the phone I can take pictures, videos, and then upload anywhere I am. So
and are you getting any supporting, publishers who are using your account, your Daily Mail, to also publish content?
Yes.
Because I understand the reporter also has the feature where others can also help in publishing content.
Yes. I remember I needed to go off for a while, and then I said I needed someone to, and then I got 2 people, so they were publishing on my behalf.
Okay, 2 people.
Yes, 2 people. So they were publishing on my behalf whilst I was away, and then it was like all fun, because I sit back and then I see them publishing in my name, and then sometimes I need to come back and then review the content, and then they were all good. So sometimes I get people to also support it.
Do they also look at the dashboard?
Yes, they do.
They do, and they see the numbers.
Yes. I remember one stopped publishing, and then he said, "No, Charlie, you need to get me an account, because look at your numbers here. I can't really sit back and then for you to also enjoy, because I can create the content as you can. So you just give me how I can go about it." And then I did that, and then there are people also approaching. They want to join because they saw my dashboard. Okay.
And how many content do you publish in a day?
Publish about 3 to 5 contents in a day.
In a day, and yours are mainly articles.
Many articles. I don't do many articles.
Okay. And what about you? What do you post normally?
And you see, one interesting thing also about the reporter is that you don't have any limitations, so you can publish as much as you want. Sometimes I publish 5, I publish 10, depending on what I am posting.
Okay.
And I have shifted my attention from publishing articles to posting social media pictures. What is trending on social media, I bring it back to the app and then see how people are also reacting onto the app. So I'm more like sharing pictures and then videos from social media, and then it's been amazing.
Okay, with the social media shares, I know the reporter gives you the opportunity to share videos from YouTube. Yes. You can share posts from any social media platform directly to the platform. When you were told this, that was in December last year, before you were given the account, what did you make of it? What did you think?
Yes, I for the first time, I went there and then decided to share my post, and then I saw GhanaWeb up there, and I was like, oh, wow. But when I started sharing, when people react to the post on GhanaWeb, they come back and then they give me a follow. So it has really not given me income on the reporters app, but it has also increased my following, because a lot of people also want to follow me because they always see my content on the blog, and then the post is either coming from my Instagram or my Facebook, or sometimes even my YouTube channel. So they they want to follow back there. So when I post, they will be the first to see there before it comes to the app. So it's been amazing for me.
And Michael John, what was your previous impression and what do you think about it now after 5 months?
This has really helped me, especially also to have more views on my blog. So because I normally I'm more into articles and sometimes pictures. So when I do that, I normally write my website under by Michael John, also French education. This has also increased viewers on my blog. Sometimes they want to come and see who is Michael John behind this article, especially when the person finds it good, and also other social media on Instagram and then Twitter. Some people can even message me privately, oh, I read this article about this topic, but it was good. Unfortunately, I couldn't comment on the GhanaWeb, but it was good. And that really also helps me to continue doing what I'm doing.
There's a question everybody is asking concerning your blog. Yeah. Your blog is called French Education on GhanaWeb, GH on GhanaWeb. Exactly. Why are we not seeing French education on your blog?
Exactly. So initially, the idea was to publish about French articles and also to also let people, especially students, also learn French outside the English. So that was the idea. So at times I do, but I also realized that no, I have to add other articles also into it. The article that has to do with the social issues and everything that can also impact people. So I do about the French education articles also. So it's a mix of everything, and not particularly about the French education or French articles alone. Yes.
Well, this is quite an interesting discussion, and we'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the money part. How much money have they made in the 5 months that they've been using the reporter? They'll tell us all of that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is a GhanaWeb TV special, and we are speaking to Mr. Michael John and Mr. Michael Ejapon. They are GhanaWeb reporters, and we are talking about the GhanaWeb reporter. Now, the money part. I mean, a lot of people are very interested in the money aspect. And Michael, I think 2 months ago, a month ago, you made a withdrawal request, and everybody was wondering, why is this guy trying to withdraw 100 cedis or so? I think about 100 or so, 170 something. So why did you make that withdrawal request when you had not even hit 300 cedis on the platform?
The thing is, when I first started, I wasn't too sure if this is really even going to work with the money aspect and all that. But then I did 3 publications, and that 3 publications got me the 100+ Ghana cedis. So after doing the 3 publications, I stopped publishing there, and then I decided to go back to my dashboard and then see how things are going. Then I saw that these 3 publications actually got me 100+ Ghana cedis. And okay, so can I really have this money, or it is just there? So I decided to request and see if truly I will receive the money. And then I was given an option to put in my mobile money and then my bank also account, but I decided to go with the mobile money and then see how fast it will be. So I wanted to see if truly I will receive the money.
And did you receive the money?
Oh yes, I did.
176, I think.
Yes, 76 Ghana cedis.
Okay, by mobile money.
Yes, by mobile money. And then one thing is that when I withdraw the money, I was just there waiting for it to drop, and then we were told that it's this is paid every 15th of the month.
Yes.
So I was waiting for it. The 15th, I didn't receive it, and I was like, okay, so let's wait and see. And then on the 15th, I didn't see anything, so I waited, and then the early morning on 16th, I received an alert that the money has been paid to me, and I was so excited. I was like, oh, okay, wow, so this is real. So, that really motivated me to continue publishing more, and then I was really telling people more about it. I was just showing them. So even though I will spend the money, I took a screenshot of it so that I can tell people that I got paid from the app.
And then you, Michael Jan.
Yes, please.
How was the payments like when Ejapa was expecting 100 CDs? I'm sure you were around 500 CDs already, and you saw it. You knew what you were making.
Exactly.
Did you really believe you would make or get that money?
I couldn't believe it. But contrary to my colleague Michael Japa, mine was I intentionally leave it like that. It was a source of motivation. So anytime when I come and I see 500 or 600 and something, 700. So actually it was a source of motivation. Anytime when I come and I see it, it helps me to continue to publish more articles to get where I want to get and then withdraw the money. So I wanted to be as a source of motivation. Yeah, so that's the reason why I didn't withdraw it right from the beginning.
So you didn't withdraw for 5 months, waiting for it to motivate you.
Exactly.
So which motivation level did it get to before you withdrew?
Exactly. So now when I got to 1,007, getting to 2,000 now, I said, now the money is becoming huge. In Ghana, where would they be able to pay me that money? Okay, if that is the case, now let me withdraw it and see if truly they'll be able to pay. So I also wanted to test the system and see whether the system really works. And I did, and truly.
So you were paid?
I was paid.
Were you also paid on the 15th or the day after?
Oh, the day after.
Okay.
Or the day after. I got it into my bank account.
How much did you withdraw after the 100?
Yes, but you see, one thing is me after the 100, I didn't want to withdraw actually, but I showed it to a few of my friends, and then they were saying, "Are you sure this money is real? Are you sure this money is real?" You know, those kind of vibes. And I said, "Oh yes, I even withdrawed 100 and something Ghana cedis." So I was having 500 plus in my account, waiting for it to grow more. But because I just wanted to show them this is real, I requested for a withdrawal, and then I said, you just wait and see that this money will be paid. And when the money was paid, I showed it to them, and then if you see how these people were rushing to get the account done, and then it was really amazing. But for me, I was pushed to withdraw. I just wanted to be like my brother.
So what's your final words to those who may want to be part of the reporter, who want to be reporters, and what advice would you give them in terms of how to generate content and also how to get a lot of people reading the content?
The point is, as I said earlier, this is just simple, easy. I don't know the brain, because the brain behind this reporter thing is just genius. Because we have other platforms doing the same or similar thing, but they restrict you. They give you limitations. You can publish this a day. You can publish with these words. You can publish using this, that. But with the reporter, he said, no. Do you have a video? Is it on your social media? Do you have a photo, a picture? What do you have? Do you want to show it to people? Do you want to ask them about the opinion? Just do that. You can even go through your social media posts, whether Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Just share your post and then it will be live. People react to it. You don't need any amount, nothing. It's just you and your data. Just publish and then get paid. And then one thing also is that really when I withdrawed my 500 Ghana cedis, that was 3 days ago. So I have about getting to close to 200 Ghana cedis again. Just like that. So you just need to publish. If you really want to, what do you think when I want to make a post? I ask myself, if I see this post online, will I be tempted to click on and then read? If the answer to me is yes, then I'll put it out there. I just want things that people could react to. We see things every day. We see things happening around us. People are not reporting. Even getting journalists to report on these things are hard. But GhanaWeb is that you can be your own reporter, you can be your own journalist. Just put it out there. We have the numbers, and then we will show it to our people. And then they are doing this paid something, I don't know, but then I see my content at other places of GhanaWeb. Sometimes I even open stories on GhanaWeb, and then when I scroll down, I see my content there. They are just promoting for me for free. I'm not paying anything. Just put up the content. We promote for you. You get income, and then you can withdraw your money. I don't know what else we want, and then we can't ask for more. This is just amazing.
What about you, Michael John?
Yes, so I see this reporter as a side hustle business, and then actually it also help you as a person. I'm more into writing articles, short stories. When I have the headline, I always want to write articles about it. So for me, I think it is easy, because the GhanaWeb has already the numbers. Everyone wants to create his or her own blog and also have Google AdSense, so that at the end of the day, the person can be paid. And that one sometimes becomes difficult. But with that one, the numbers, the audience is already there. So it's up to you to work on your headline. The headline is very important. So with all this experience, the headline is very important. We have some of the headlines. When you go, you can just see the introduction and then the body and also conclusion immediately from the headline. Yeah,
so your strategy is the headline?
Mine is the headline.
Okay.
Because I'm to writing the article. Mine is the headline. So the headline has to be catchy. So I want you to come and then click on it, so that at the end of the day, when you read, not because I also want something in return, but it will also benefit you as well. So the headline, when you have a very catchy headline, definitely people will go and read your stories, your articles, what you have to offer. And then at the same time, in return, to also help you.
You've heard the testimonies of Michael Jan and Michael Ejapon. So they are our first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter. They're actually blog reporters. So with the reporter, there are two types. We have the basic reporters and then the professional reporters. The professional reporters earn income out of their work, which is to publish on the blogs that will be created for them. The basic reporters, you have access to the number of people on GhanaWeb, all of the GhanaWeb audience who see your content on the wall. As professional reporters, it could be VIP reporters under the professional. The VIP are for influencers, also for public figures and then celebrities. While the blogger reporters, that's for bloggers and also journalists. They are journalists, also content creators. They are using that platform to put out their content to the entire audience of GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb as well benefits by giving its audience diverse content of different varieties, help people to understand what's happening in the country. You can also be a reporter by downloading the GhanaWeb Reporter app on Play Store and then on the App Store, either on iPhone and on Android devices, and then you register, go through the process, then that's it. You can just apply, upload anything you want to upload. It could be a photo, a video, and even documents. And these will be published on your personalized page, and it would also appear on the wall of GhanaWeb and on other platforms. When you want to be, or if you want to be a professional reporter, you need to apply. After downloading the app and then registering, you apply to be a professional reporter. You would have to show proof that indeed you are a content creator. You are also a citizen journalist or a celebrity or an influencer, and then you'll be given access to the professional reporters dashboard. Then you can measure and see the number of people who visit your page and the number of money you make out of the reporter. The reporter is so easy. There is also the aspect of the advocacy or for the advocacies, like the NGOs. You can also have a reporter page where you put out content surrounding the good works that you do, and also if you need people to contribute to your NGO with the advocacy reporter, you could do same. You just have to register to be an advocacy reporter. All the details are on GhanaWeb. Go to the wall section and you find all the content and all the reports from the reporters. The GhanaWeb Reporter is Ghana's first digital media sharing platform created to democratize journalism and empower content creators. And you've heard from Michael Ejapong. He is a journalist and he has been given the opportunity to put out his content as a journalist. And also you've heard from Michael Jan. He is a content creator. He has been empowered to make money out of his content. You can also be a reporter.
So the situation here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle still remains chaotic and one like a war zone sort of. The police has been able to we thought the police had been able to bring the situation under control, but no. The protesters some few minutes ago gathered some old car tires and set them ablaze. And as you can see in your shots, that is the smoke coming from the tire. The police, as you can see, is also moving in to quench the fire. Some of the station, the drivers at the station are also helping in quenching the fire. Jesus, I nearly got hit with a stone. That's crazy. A stone just landed some few inches away from me. It is crazy. It is very, very crazy here at the Nkrumah Circle. The police are doing their best to bring the situation under control, but the protesters keep coming back. The protesters keep coming back. I can confirm to you that some police officers have been injured as a result of this clash. Series of burning tires have been set up by the protesters, and the police are moving in to ensure that they quench the burning tires. The first one was quenched. They've moved on to the third one as it is now. The water tank used by the police in their crowd control effort is now being used to quench the tires which were set ablaze by the protesters. Some few minutes ago, a stone landed just inches away from me, and it was quite a scene to behold. As you can see, they began hurling the stones at the police. It has begun again. This has been the situation for over an hour and a half now. Stones upon stones coming from the protesters and the police retaliating with tear gas. It has been quite a hectic situation. The police, in their preemptive efforts, brought quite a number of officers to the scene today, and probably that is what has been useful in managing the situation, which is not quite pleasant at all. It has been crazy here.
They are not throwing stone at the media.
Yes, now the stone is being held at the media who are taking the shot. Yes, the stones are flying. Now they are hurling at the media. We have to move.
Hey, calm down!
Mr. Jaus, no. Yes. That's it. A camera, a media person just fell, and the stone keep coming. So now we have to move out. Go. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. You can see he fell, and now his uniform doesn't look good at all. It doesn't look good at all. I've been able to afford a smile, but this is not a funny situation at all. It is very crazy. It is very crazy. It is very crazy. So that is the situation here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. The protesters remain relentless in hurling stones at the police. The police, as you can see, based on their contingency plan, remain prepared to also fight back and maintain peace and order. This has been our coverage of the Arise Ghana demonstration for GhanaWeb TV. My name is George AEC.
The chorus is when we say Arise Ghana, you say Save Ghana Now. Arise Ghana.
Save Ghana now.
Majority leader, you didn't respond. Arise Ghana.
Save Ghana now.
Thank you.
You still didn't respond.
We have a lengthy petition. I have decided that we are not going to read everything. So we'll just highlight the issues. One, that the economic situation we find ourselves is unbearable. Parliament is the representative of the people. And it is only Parliament that can compel government to take action to ameliorate the suffering of all of us, including the police who are here to protect us. Some of the issues are the obnoxious, insensitive taxes that we have imposed on ourselves. We call for the immediate withdrawal of the electronic transfers levy, which imposes a burden on young people who want to do business because it's a siphon of capital. It also steals away from people's savings. It confiscates people's savings. And it has imposed hardship even on the poor, as we have noted that majority of our MPs who used to send us Momo have declined to send us Momo any longer because they don't want to pay charges, thereby impoverishing us even the more. We call on you to urge government to table the immediate withdrawal of the taxes and levies, charges on petroleum products that have escalated the prices of petroleum products. We call on you that you should take steps to exercise your right as the only authority that has right to declassify lands that are of public nature. The disclassification of Achimota Forest by the president does not sit with law, and we urge you to do so. We also urge you to take pragmatic steps to look at the people of Songo and to save them from the kind of difficulties they are going through. We look at the rate of unemployment in our society, and it has reached a crescendo. We cannot live in a country where unemployment is consuming our young people. We also urge you to look at this issue of inflation that is making life unbearable for a majority of our people. As for the CD, it has run away from the IGP, and the CDS cannot even arrest it. You have to take steps to ensure that we are able to stabilize our currency, to bring about economic reprieve for our people. These and many others. And in fact, at this critical time that the people of Ghana are suffering, we cannot understand why Parliament will be making approvals for national catastrophe when we cannot get food to eat. We urge you. These and many others are contained in this petition.
Not long ago, petroleum prices were around 14 Ghana, 15 Ghana. I was on record to have insulted. In fact, I castigated authorities back then. Today, it has crossed the 50 Ghana cedi mark. And yet, we are all sitting pretty and comfortable. Petroleum prices is simply not because of Russia and Ukraine. That is not true. If Russia should stop fighting Ukraine today, petrol will still go up in Ghana simply because our fundamentals are very weak. Petrol price didn't go up because Russia attacked Ukraine or because COVID attacked the global economic space. There are elements on pricing that is disturbing all of us. As we speak, you, our representatives, that charged what you would call the special petroleum tax, at the time crude prices had dropped to $30 and below, are still looking on as crude has gone to 120, whilst the government of the day continues to rip us off with what we call special petroleum tax, 46 pesos every liter. In these crisis moments, when we expect petrol prices to be managed for all of us, we are still collecting something we call baller tax. We find that unfortunate. We would have expected that the price stabilization and recovery levy that we collect from the trotro drivers who are also part of this protest will be used to at least sustain or stabilize petrol prices for all of us in the country. That fund, we do not know where the money has gone to. Per ASEP calculations, over 3 billion has accrued to that fund. Where the money went to, we do not know. And so as we sit, all the safety nets that could protect my colleague drivers here, my colleague civil society actors, the media particularly, the police friends we have, are all down. And we believe that you as our representatives must hold government accountable so that something could be done about petrol. If you don't hold the cedi to account, if you don't draw in the Bank of Ghana to tell you their short to medium to long-term plan for the local currency, I'm afraid July will bring more increases, August more increases, September more increases, November more increases. I am not sure we can afford it. And so we end here praying that this demonstration would see to it that you at least table certain urgent motions to bring the finance minister to at least ease the burden on all of us. But we are quite confident that if in the next 2 weeks we don't hear anything, we'll continue across the country.
Submit this thing to the government. You the crew will, Charlie. The punishment for you.
The leadership of Parliament, supported by members of Parliament and the clerks, but led by the leader of government business and majority leader, to receive this petition on behalf of the Speaker of Parliament, Speaker Alban Sumana Bagbin, who is out of the jurisdiction. So do accept his inability to be here physically. So I'm joined and supporting the majority leader to receive the petition so read by Honorable Bernard Mona. We will take note of its content and provoke debate accordingly for the needed attention. And to borrow the words of the second person who spoke, we need to work together, lessen the burden of the Ghanaian. It's true that cost of living is high, cost of doing business is high, unemployment is growing in our country. We've taken note of you wanting Parliament to exercise some mandate in reviewing the petroleum-related taxes. I know, for instance, the United States, through President Biden, have momentarily suspended petroleum-related taxes. We would consider it within the general context of the challenges of the Ghanaian economy. What's important is for us to preserve the peace of the country, the stability of the country, our democracy, even as we protest. which is legitimately guaranteed for every Ghanaian to manifest such protest when you are not happy. So we should commend the peacefulness of it. I understand that yesterday there were some infractions avoidable if they were. We also work to improve it so that police-civil relations does not suffer, and we work to keep the stability of the country. You've raised very legitimate concerns, and I'm sure it will receive the deserved attention of Parliament and the elected representative.
We've noted the concerns that we've raised, including taxes, the reclassification of lands, matters relating to Songo, unemployment, inflation, chasing of the city, matters relating to National Cathedral, and petroleum prices, and other taxes, including in particular sanitation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in Ghana, and we notice as members of the Ghanaian society the difficulties that we are facing as a nation now. What concerns us all as representatives of the people should also concern us is the matter of addressing that we may differ. Notwithstanding, we all appreciate the concerns raised by you. But as the minority leader has indicated, we must not be oblivious of matters happening around us. The world generally, and in particular, the sub-region. So yes, we have the right to demonstrate. Let's keep it peaceful in order that nobody takes advantage to stabilize the country. That should be a paramount of all of us. The stability and viability of this nation should be the overall objective of all. So we appreciate the point that you have made. We appreciate the point that you have made. We'll take it into the chambers and ponder seriously over them, and consider how best to address them. So thank you for bringing.
Welcome to another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and today we are in the offices of the Ghana Boxing Authority to have an interesting conversation with the president since his appointment or his election as the GBA president. There have been so many progress. Among them is the Ghana Boxing League that returned after several years. So stick and stay. We are taking a short break, and when we return, we'll delve into the conversation. Welcome back from the break. As I said before, our guest today is the GBA president, Mr. Kote Nikwe. Please, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, my name is Kote Nikwe.
Okay. Thanks for having us in your offices. And since your election as president of the GBA, this is my first time of coming into contact with you. First of all, can you kindly tell us the difference between the GBA and the GBF, because a number of people have issues when talking about juvenile boxers. They end up saying GBA and GBF. What are the differences?
Well, with the Ghana Boxing Authority happens to be the mother authority. We have the federation as well. They take care of the amateur. That is their limit. But with authority, we go as far as the juvenile We are a professional body, but you know, without the development, we will never have the professional boxers. So we extend to the amateur as well as the juvenile. So we happens to be the father of the house.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nicely. So since your appointment, one of the issues of boxing is promoting boxing to other regions, because I know people say boxing is only in Accra. How are you doing? What efforts are you putting in place to ensure that we send boxing to other regions?
Well, we started the boxing league. We are having 20 events in a year. Out of the 20 events, I've allocated 7 of them that will travel to the various regions. We are trying to look for more sponsors that will equip us to have some few logistics in addition to what we have, that will enable us go all over the regions. So looking at Volta region like this, we started something there already. The 6 months, there was a fight in Volta region. Wow. We are looking at the northern side and then the Ashanti region. And these regions all we've now have appointed presidents all over those regions. So we are working hand in hand with them. We are looking at how best we can move to the northern part of the region to go and stage the next fight. So within that 20 events for the year, the Ghana Professional Boxing League, 7 of them is going out of Accra to the various regions.
With the Ghana Professional Boxing League, how has the progress been so far? I think we are entering into the 3rd week or...
Yes, it's so far so good. By the grace of God, the IMANS Group and Ghana Boxing Authority, we are doing so much well. Those of us who have the chance to watch the night 1, night 2, it was something else. And we are having the night 3 the next week. Now everybody is talking about boxing. And this is the vision of the current board. We want to put the boxing as the #1 sport. I keep saying that we are the #1 sport in Ghana. With a simple reason is if you look around me here, I have 10 world titles. And none of the disciplines in Ghana can boast of that. 10 world titles. So if I said I'm #1 sport in Ghana, that means I'm one of the people who have taken Ghana sports to the world. If you want to talk about a title and you are looking around, you say Azuma Nelson have the title. Where from Azuma Nelson? From Ghana. You say Agboko have your title. Where from Agboko? Is Ghana. When you talk about Joshua Clottey have a title. Where from Joshua? Ghana. You can see Agbasuga here. You can see Nanaya Okunedu. You can see Alfred Cobra Kote. All these guys that we are talking about, they put them together. The man himself,
but not to cut you short, but yeah. Most people argue that boxing is there, but football is the heartbeat of Ghana. How do you interpret it or explain or give proper explanation to buttress your point that boxing is the #1 sport in Ghana?
Well, with the boxing, I said the boxing is #1 because the football, you guys have passion because you can just take a ball and go to a park. 2 of you do chaskele and gutter to gutter. So because you play football, you believe that it's something you participate in it. You can't do boxing, you understand. But when it comes to the level, when we are talking about people taking Ghana out there, you understand. You talk about DK Poise, you talk about Zuma Nelson, you talk about Agba Sukakmote, Nanaya Okunedu, Alfred Cobra, you talk about Dogbe and Co. Emmanuel Gameboy the Tego. You understand? It's there. You understand? It's clear. You can see, right? We are talking about titles, world titles. We are not talking about you having some football at your backyard that you can play. Yeah. We sell the boxing to the world level. So We will remain the #1 spot, yes.
Well, in the last 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 years, we've not had a world title, and I know people have been asking questions. After Dudley, goodness, are we nurturing other talents, professional boxers, to also take up the mantle from where Dudley is currently? He's also trying to get his titles moving on and.
Well, to come in again, I see Emmanuel Tego is fighting Garcia, and that is an elimination to the world title. And I know Game Boy is going to beat Garcia. So I always say that Emmanuel Tego is the best in the lightweight division.
Why do you say that?
I am telling you he's the best. He's, by the grace of God, now he has the chance and he's going to prove to the world that he's the best. Looking at the caliber of boxers in that lightweight division in the world, none of them can stand Emmanuel Tego.
He faces a boxer who is undefeated in, I think, 21 bouts.
Faces who?
The opponent is undefeated.
Tego will beat him.
Why do you say so?
Tego is the best. I don't know if you have seen Emmanuel Tego fight.
I've seen him several times. I've seen
so
him
you can
with
see,
George Ashi when I was very young.
Yes, you can see that this is a skillful boxer. It's not those type of boxers that you can easily get them. That is why I said in the division is the best. Now that he have the chance, he's going to prove to them. And Game Boy is going to rule the lightweight division. You just watch it.
Are we going to
after the 9th fight? On the 9th fight, you'll see something else.
But are we going to see other boxers aside from this?
Yes, if you look at the boxing league, why do we do the boxing league?
Okay.
Let me tell you, when you go back, it's through the Martin League, we got a lot of champions, you understand? So if you are start the professional boxing league, it tells you that we are getting closer to world champions. Because the boxers are fighting every other 2 weeks. You understand? And that is where you see the talent. And the difference here is, with the Martin, it's only professional body. But this one, we add the amateur and then the juvenile as well. So as we are getting in there, we are also bringing new ones to get into the show. So,
but how has the participation been?
It has been so good. I think if you've been coming to the stadium, you yourself will see with your eyes. You know, it's so much of punches. You understand? So it tells you how serious the boxers are now. Everybody wants to get to the top. This is an opportunity for them, and I am happy that they are taking advantage of the opportunity, and they are all doing well.
Well, then again, the revenue the boxers are making is what people talk about. But I've heard you explain that you take one boxer and the best they can fight in a year is only 2 bouts. Probably, how much money would they make? Is the actual money that's out 600 cedis?
Who told you that we pay 600 cedis?
That was the report I read.
Did you find out? We pay 1,000 cedis per boxer.
Wow.
So as a media man, I will encourage that the appropriate contest to have information is the GBA Secretariat. You understand? When people rumor all over that we give 600, we never, since we started the league, we never paid anybody 600 cedis. We paid 1,000 cedis to each boxer in the gym. You understand? So it's just a rumor going out. We don't know where it's coming from. But we believe that, and the boxers also believe that this is an opportunity for them to get out there and make the big money. No boxer can make a big money in Ghana. No. If we have any boxer here who thinks he can make it in Ghana, he's deceiving himself. Because do people come to watch boxing and pay $1?
No.
No. So people fight big money in US because they go to watch boxing and pay in dollars. Corporate bodies. Thank God now we are getting there. IMAS Group, TCL, Techno, Max Buy. IMAS Group is involved. Renault, they have come in. A lot of companies are coming in, and we know very soon we get to that height where we stage a world title and we pay a huge amount. Because if we are able to get the corporate bodies on board, then we can pay you more. You understand?
Yeah.
We only don't pay the 1,000 cedis. We give a TCL give us 33 inches, 32 inches TV for the best boxer, a technophone, and then Man's Buy give us a standing fan. So you can see that there are a lot of things involved in what we are doing. And we pray that more sponsors will come on board, and you yourself, in the next 2-3 months, you see the kind of improvement that will come to our boxing.
For me personally, I must say I've been impressed with what you've done, because when it started, I was like, how are Ghanaians going to react to this boxing league? How is it going to be? Because we tried one recently before he came into office. I must say it didn't go really well, but seeing the number of people come to the arena to watch the boxing bout, I think it's really given football a competition, because you watch boxing on Friday or Saturday night, the next day is football. And gradually, I think what you say that boxing is number one is, I think, something that is going to happen. And I'm saying it happen because, as I said before, people are coming back. Are you impressed with the patronage?
Yes, we fill the stadium. You look at the first event, we fill the stadium. The second, the night two, we fill the stadium as well. And then the next day, we fill the stadium again. That tells you the interest. You understand? Saturday, we fill the arena. Then the Sunday, we fill the arena. So the interest of boxing is back. And for me, that's it. Yes.
How
the whole arena, 5,000 capacity, we fill it.
How did this idea come up, knowing that someone has tried and the person didn't succeed?
Well, I have a good team. If you look at the new board, but let me tell you one thing. Peter Zwenis started the foundation,
okay,
and I'm building on it. Sometimes I always want to give credit to my former boss, because he left a lot of things for us, and it was easy for us to move quickly. You understand? So for me, I believe that what they started during Peter Zwenis' time, that has made us get to where we are now. And a lot of people think we are performing than the previous administration. But don't forget, I was a second vice president under Peter Zwenis' administration as well.
But your office is very open, I must say.
Well, there's the openness depends on the leadership style.
Okay.
You understand? And that one, I'll leave that one. But for me, I think we are doing, and I'm doing so much well because I have executives who are behind me. We sit down, we judge on issues, and then the next day, the implementation. You see all of us on the grounds working very hard, and that is how far we've gotten here. IMAS group and the Max TV too, they are also helping us with Mr. Fadi Fatah. They've been so helpful to Ghana boxing. Yes.
Okay, we are taking a short break, and when we return, we'll talk more concerning his life as a boxing promoter. No people don't know this, but we'll delve into that as well. Let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll talk more. Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafi. I'm here with the GBA president, and we're continuing with our conversation. So, Presido, how did you start boxing, going to boxing? Were you ever a boxer growing up?
No, I love boxing. I've never been a boxer, but I love boxing. I joined boxing the late Napoleon Tego.
Wow, yeah, I know.
Yeah, he was the one who brought me in the game. I was then his gym manager. Then I grew up to become the amateur president for 4 years, Greater Accra.
Wow.
Then from the amateur level, I moved into professional, and then I managed Game Boy, Emmanuel Tego.
How did that happen? Game Boy Tego.
Yes, I managed Emmanuel Tego. I took him from the down there to national title, to the WBO Africa, WBO Intercontinental. So I managed Game Boy. After then I picked Bukom Banku as well and managed Bukom Banku. Then from Bukom Banku, I contested for the second vice position at the GBA level. I won. I was the second vice president during Lower Peter Zweni's time. Then after the Peter Zweni's, I contested for the presidency position. And by the grace of God, I won Mali Spain. And today I'm the president.
Managing these two boxes, were they easy to manage? Bukom Banku and Game Boy.
Yeah, they are tough, but they are easy. To me, they are easy. When you want to talk about Bukom Banku, it's one of the boxers I would like to manage again. That is, if it's in the game. The two boxers that I manage are with Emmanuel Game Boy Tego. I'm still with him. Game Boy, this guy Bukom Banku, who is not fighting now and is doing entertainment, but any other time Bukom Banku want to work with me, I'll work with him because he's one of the great boxers working with. Yes.
Really? How did you feel when the misconception was out there that because of his eye he couldn't fight international bouts?
No. Bukom Banku don't have any eye problem. You see, that's why I'm saying that issues like this, you come to the authority secretariat and find out.
Yeah.
You don't have any eye problem. He have decided to slow down for whatever reason, I don't know, but he can bounce back at any time. Yes. You know, that guy is gifted, is into music and other aspects, so I'm maybe expecting him to come back.
Everyone is expecting Bukom Banku to come back, especially after going to abroad to win his fight. He told us that he would go back again, but we don't know what happened. But then again, you take Game Boy. Anytime Game Boy fights, people criticize his style of fighting. But he always says that when you look at the likes of boxing legend, that is the late Muhammad Ali, he had that flair to his style of boxing. What is your perception on Game Boy style of fighting?
Well, a lot of people talk about Game Boy, blah, 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 blah. If you believe you can beat him, come and beat him. If you believe you can beat him, come and beat him. That is his style. And that is what is making him Game Boy. I'm saying that he's the best in the division. You understand? So, for me, if you believe you can beat him, somebody says Chinese and he keep beating you with the Chinese. You know, so for me as a boxing manager, I want my boy to win. And if he's winning, that's it.
In the future, do you foresee having more world title holders?
Yes, of course. Yeah, the league is going to. We are looking at before the 4 years, we should have at least maximum of 5 world champions, and it's possible. Yes, it's possible. Isaac Dogbe is seriously training there. A lot of other Ghanaians. Emmanuel Game Boy have just joined Isaac Dogbe there. So we have these two boxers at the leading role now. So I'm expecting the world title from the two of them. And we have other boxers in the world ratings. You know, when you get into the world ratings, anything can happen. Yeah, you can fight the title at any time. Yeah.
I remember Isaac Dogbe was able to bring a world title fight in Ghana for one of his bouts, and since then it's been a long while since we witnessed a world title bout. Does the GBA have any plans of bringing a world title?
With the help of the promoters that we have in Ghana now, I'm sure we are going to have a world title. We have big promoters now in the system, and we also having a TV station partnering GBA. We will get a world title shot in Ghana.
It's good that today I'm here because when people bring issues to us as media. Sometimes you want to question them. What are the benefits people get from having a license as a boxer in Ghana? What are the benefits it has?
A lot of benefits. If you don't have a license, you can't be a boxer. So if you are walking on the street and then somebody pick you, put it in the gym, before you fight in the ring, you need a license. So there is the license that gives you the opportunity to become a boxer. Without license, you are not a boxer. So that is the benefit. The license will make you a boxer.
And can someone without a license go into a fight and it's recorded somewhere else without your permission? Is it?
If you don't have a license, you can't fight.
Okay.
So how do you fight? You see, all over the world, before a boxer fights, you need a release letter from an authority like us. That is even a Ghanaian boxer. It's only in US that you fight and then they, because of whatever reason we don't know, right? And they do it not only to Ghana, to other bodies as well. They want to give you a license to fight. After that's it, they take the money. But in all over the world, wherever you go, you need a license of a release letter from your country to fight.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things I remember reading when you came into office was the issue of fighting, ending or stopping fixed bouts, actual basic bouts, where people travel out of the country to go and fight all these bouts, then we don't see them win the titles. Have you made any improvements?
Well, sometimes you think the people are living here to go and do Achiagbeshi. It's not all the boxers that live here to go and do Achiagbeshi. No, we stop all those things. Now we have good boxers that are fighting. We have the league, people are fighting. So there's nothing like Achiagbeshi anymore. The GBA have put up standards that we will not allow those things to happen. Yes. The fact that it happens, we are not going to allow it to happen again.
Okay, okay. So you're saying that from now onwards, you're not going to be seeing anything like that, because I realize that it has ended. That's the fact, because at first I used to get stories, and you get a boxer going out to fight and you realize that he goes into a bout and he loses and all that.
That is what I'm saying, that it is not everybody. Boxing, somebody can knock you round one. No? Somebody can knock you round two. You can finish the round. It doesn't mean it is Achiagbeshi. We, the GBA, will not give a sanction letter, release letter to a boxer that is. Do you know what is Achiagbeshi? Achiagbeshi is somebody who is not a boxer. He's not a qualifier that they used to do the small shows within the communities. You understand? So those ones, they do it within the communities. But when you want to travel, and we'll give you the letter of introduction and also a release letter. We don't give a release letter to a community boxer. You understand? The authority is serious. No, so that's why I keep telling you people that, you see, the media, when you hear something, come to the
That's why I'm here today. That's why I'm here today. And how has the support been? Are you getting the needed support that you want in terms of getting the support to promote the boxing league and other boxers?
Yes, I just told you we have some sponsors on board. It's first time that we have IMA's group of companies on board. Techno is on board, TCL, Renault, who gave us 2 brand new cars, you know, and I know a lot of sponsors are going to come. So the future is big.
My final question, as we wrap up, this is my final question. How has the licensing going? Have people now accepted, promoters and boxers accepted to be licensing their, getting their license in proper?
Well, if you don't get your license, you can't do promotions.
Okay.
You understand? If you don't have a license, you can't be a boxer.
How much is the rate now?
Well, if you come, we just said it. If you go on the website,
okay,
you understand? A lot of people make a hula baloo about promoter's license. That is 3,000. You're a promoter. You want to promote boxing, and I keep saying that if you can't pay 3,000 to become a promoter, then what do you want to do with boxing? 3,000 Ghana cedis, and some people go and fight $200,000. You take your 22%. Your boxer fight, some of them take 33%. And to have a license to go and make $200,000, $500,000, $1 million to have that license, and you just pay 3,000 Ghana cedis to get that license to go and do promotions. Somebody like a ring announcer who, I know one ring announcer, when he climbs the rings, it takes 4,000 cedis per fight. Yes. And if we ask him to pay 500 cedis for his license, he's shouting. Wow. You see, let us be serious. Boxing is not for a joke, you understand? And they only pay this license once in a year. And you make a lot of money. Look at the monies that you run a show, you take a gate fee, a VIP, 100 cedis, VVIP 50 cedis, or plus than 40 cedis. You fill the stadium, make a lot of money. And to pay a new promoter, the one who is coming, but the old promoter is paying 1,000 cedis. It's 1,000 cedis the old promoters pay. 1,000 cedis. And they want to talk. The boxers, they pay 50 cedis.
Really?
The coaches, they pay 50 cedis.
That shouldn't be a worry.
You get the whole thing.
Maybe the misconception out there, that's why.
I'm saying that the boxers pay 50 cedis to renew their license. The coaches pay 50 cedis to renew their license. The ring announcer pay 500 cedis to renew his license. The promoters pay 1,000 cedis to renew their license. No. Yes, and they are complaining. I have reduced it that they should come and pay 300 cedis.
Okay.
Yes, they should pay 300 cedis.
All right. So that will be it for Sports Check. You just heard from the GBA president. They said the license rates has been reduced. So boxers, promoters, ring announcers, everyone should come and pay their license. Hopefully, when I become a ring announcer, I'll also get my license so that I can operate successfully. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafi, and it's been an interesting conversation full of insight and information. Thanks for watching. I'll come your way another time.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV, This is your most informative socio-political program you can find online. We bring you facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ismail Akwe, and in this edition, we are bringing you a mini-series on religious tolerance in Ghana. And we're going to start with common misconceptions about religions in the country, and would focus on Islam. There are so many Muslims in Ghana, and the recent census figures says Muslims are about 17% in the country, while Christians are about 71%. However, there's been some few issues of religious intolerance, but generally we classify this country as a very or highly religious tolerant nation. However, how do we think about ourselves? How do we relate to each other? What do people feel or know about other people of other religions? We're going to discuss this with a sheikh, an Islamic scholar, who is going to take us through some common misconceptions about Islam in Ghana. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Sheikh Kishk Bashir Yandu, aka Ku Imam. He is also the founder of Al-Islah Center and an Imam. Welcome to the Lowdown.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm very fine.
Good.
Well, looking at you and also your status, everyone would agree that you are a true Muslim, and you were born a Muslim. I must say that. However, people would ask, did you also go through the educational system in Ghana where students go to worship on Wednesday, and on Fridays you find Muslims in there singing? Did you really sing Christian songs? Did you pay money? I mean, the offertory and all of that. Did you do the same?
Amazing grace, how sweet art thou. In the youngsters, you remember back in the youngsters, Wednesdays was for worship and Friday was for singing, and we had singing notes. I think some few years ago, I saw my old singing notes, singing notebook. So, you know, growing up in such, you know, a dominant Christian, you know, society, and you go to Christian schools, definitely you'll go through all that. So there's no Muslim in this country who has gone to, you know, through the normal Ghanaian educational system, and then he doesn't know worship, he doesn't know singing. Fast forward from the youngsters, primary JSS. I went to St. Augustine's College, a Catholic school, and I can, there's Angelus, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you, blessed are you amongst women. So as a Muslim in this country, definitely you will know Christianity. It's so profound that I believe Muslims know Christianity more than Christians know Islam in this country. Because we go to your schools and we sit with you, and it's quite difficult for you to find, you know, a Christian, you know, coming to the mosque and stuff like that. But because we've gone to school together, and most of the schools are Christian schools, you find out that Muslims, you know Christianity a lot.
But how was the feeling like? Because you already started preparing to be an Islamic scholar from early in your life, but you were going for the worship services, which are compulsory, and we went to St. Augustine's. We are going for all the, the activities, the Catholic, is it Catholic?
Yes.
Catholic activities. What was the feeling like? Did you feel you didn't belong? Did you feel it was too much for you as a Muslim, or you just accepted it?
No, you see, in the youngsters, we're young children, we're kids, so we're just following authority. You go, and even sometimes you find some of the Christian kids not even interested in worship, not even interested in singing, they complain. So if as a Muslim you realize a Christian is complaining about Christian activities, you get some respite for thinking that you don't belong. But in actual sense, you don't belong there. That's a fact. But because it's school rules, you just follow it. For example, in St. Augustine's College, Mass was compulsory. You have to go to Mass, and there was weekday Mass where I think my house, Glen House, you go to Mass every Monday around 6 a.m. before you go to class. And I've never been to even one of them, even though, you know, roll calls will be made and then you receive, you know, some punishment, but we don't go. The issue is you are within that enclave, and the enclave has rules and regulations. You just follow. And because most of the schools also know that we are Muslims, we are not pressured as much. But sometimes too, you know, when there's a whole roll call in a school and then you're absent, you know what was going to face you. So we go to Mass, we sit, sometimes we sit at the back, sometimes we sit in the front. You sit wherever you want to sit to, we sit, but we don't join in the main religious activities. For me, I believe that when someone is having their religious activities, you need to respect it. And you don't believe in that, and you don't join them. You know, give them that respect, give them that distance, give them that reverence. Respect what they are doing. So when I go to Mass back in St. Augustine's College, I don't join in a singing, I don't join in you taking communion. I've never done it before, but I go, I sit there and I listen to the sermon, I pick some lessons from there. Sometimes I disagree with some of the things, and I even speak to the father that no, for us in our religion is different. And the father, I had a very good relationship with him that when he comes to teach us religious and moral education, I'm the one who makes the opening and closing prayer in Islam. So we have that, you know, cordial relationship. And even back home, back at St. Augustine's College, the assistant headmaster was the patron of the Muslim Student Association of St. Augustine's College, Mr. I think Paul Asamoah. He was the assistant headmaster. And when we are going out to, you remember when we come to Agri Memorial, we came with the school bus. And the assistant headmaster comes with us. Every program. We even get exes to come home for Eid celebration. So they understood that there are Muslims there. But the school rules are such that you must go for Mass, you must go for all this. When it's Angelus, you stand and then you say your Angelus. When it's time for dining hall, you go to the dining hall, and then the dining hall prophet, you know, will say the Christian prayer. Me, I'm hungry. I don't care what prayer you're going to say. Just say your prayer. Let me eat my food.
So, Sheikh, if you are asked what's the percentage of religious tolerance in the country, what will you, assign it?
We have a high rate of religious tolerance in Ghana. There are one or two skirmishes there about. Sometimes you hear some pastors make some statements, or you hear some imams make some statements. It's like that. It's normal that we will not agree 100%. We will not see eyeball to eyeball 100%. But Muslims and Christians in general, especially the masses, are okay. For example, when there's Eid, the Christian will want you to give you meat. He wants to come to your house. You know, you have that, you know, relationship. I quite remember when I was in St. Augustine's College, there's a dorm mate. His nickname is Memilo. When my mother visits and she brings tuozafi, he tells Charlie, we cannot chop the tuozafi, me too, I don't chop some. So we have that, you know, that good and cordial relationship. It's such that sometimes, you know, we have some, you know, hot-headed, you know, religious leaders who make some, you know, some remarks that, you know, are not.
So which percentage will you give? 90% or less?
I've not, you know, really measured it, but it could be around that number, not 90%. It could be.
Okay. Could be. So this show is just to look at some common misconceptions about Islam, and we put together a number of them, thanks to the producer as well. Let's start with the first one. Is Hausa the language of Muslims?
Hausa is not the language of Muslims. The reason why people think Hausa is the language of Muslims is that Islam was spread across West Africa by the Hausa people. And they were merchants and then they were traders. So when they come and settle at a place, definitely that's the language. So when the local people accepted Islam, these people are Hausa-speaking people. And the people felt that since they are Muslims and Hausa is their language, then Hausa is the language of Islam. Not even the Arabic language is language of Islam. Not even the Arabic language.
So Arabic is not the language of Islam?
It's not the language of Islam. The reason why I'm saying this is a lot of people who disagree with me on this. You don't need to understand the Arabic language before you become a Muslim. But the Arabic language is the language with which Islam has been revealed. So if you want to be a Muslim scholar, you must understand the Arabic language. But you don't necessarily have to understand the Arabic language for you to be a Muslim. I hope you get the distinction. Because when my people hear me say Arabic language is not the language of Islam, I'll be bashed, and I know that.
But so you have to learn Arabic to be able to read the Quran to pray.
Yes. But you don't necessarily have to understand the language to be a Muslim. Otherwise, 90% of Muslims on the surface of the earth are not Arabs. They don't speak Arabic. So does that disqualify them as Muslims? That is why I explained what I mean by Arabic language is not the language. Let me even qualify it more. The Arabic language is not the language of the Muslim, but the Arabic language is the language of Islam. Okay. Because the difference between Islam and then the Muslim. The Muslim is the one who's supposed to follow these rules of Islam. And the Muslim might fall short. So Arabic language is not his language, because you find a Chinese Muslim, you find a Hausa Muslim, you find a Ga Muslim, you find, an Ewe Muslim, you find a Frafra Muslim, and they might not necessarily even understand anything in the Arabic language.
Well, let me bring another perception. It's said that any Northerner who is seen, they say he's a Muslim. Then a Northerner, like even former President John Mahama, he's been called a Muslim or tagged a Muslim so many times, even though he doesn't respond to it. But he's a Christian, he was born a Catholic. Is that also a misconception?
It's also a misconception. The Speaker of Parliament is a Northerner, but he's not a Muslim. We have all that. Some time ago, I think, the chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Paul Afuku, he's a Northerner, but he's not a Muslim. So you have that. It's there. Being a Northerner in Ghana doesn't necessarily mean that you're a Muslim, even though the North is predominantly Muslim. It's the same way as being a Southerner doesn't necessarily mean you're a Christian, but the South is predominantly Christian.
So can someone be born a Muslim, or the person has to, ascribe to the Islamic religion before they become a Muslim?
No, in Islam, we have a belief that every person born is born a Muslim. Every person born is born a Muslim. And you see, the idea is that when people don't understand when we say Islam, what is Islam? Islam is a set of rules and regulations between you and the Creator, between you and yourself, and between you and your fellow human being. And Islam is a lifelong religion from Adam to Muhammad. Muhammad is just the seal of the prophethood. So in Islam, you find as we have Abraham, we have Moses, we have Noah, we have Joseph, we have Benjamin, we have all those prophets that are found in the Bible. And Islam is just a final continuation of all these other prophets' message. So for us Muslims, the idea is that everybody is born a Muslim. And Muslim is someone who submits his will, his desires to what the Almighty wants. So basically, everybody is born a Muslim. But then the environment and then the society that one might be born in might influence that. So if someone is born in a Buddhist home, definitely he's going to pick that. If someone is born in a Taoist home, in a Confucian, he's going to build that. So if someone is born in a Judaism home, definitely he's going to pick that. If someone is born in a Christian home, he's going to pick that.
Will a non-Muslim die if they touch the Quran or the Buddha?
If I have the Quran and I'll have you don't want to touch the Quran. The Quran is not, some magical book or some strange book that if you touch. I think apart from the Bible, the Quran is the most published book in the world, and that's been translated into many languages. But the Quran itself in the Arabic language is there. We have Arab Christians. There is one Arab Christian who is a debater. He's called Anis Shorosh. If he comes to debate Muslims, he's a Christian. If he comes to debate Muslims, he brings the Arabic Quran and then he reads it in the Arabic language. So there's nothing wrong with, a non-Muslim touching the Quran. You won't vanish, you won't die, you won't be struck down by anything, you won't get lost, you won't fall sick. There's nothing like that.
And the Buddha?
Yes.
I hear if you touch the Buddha, something might happen to you.
That is going to happen to you. I have a lot of Christian friends who have Buddha in their homes because if they go to the toilet, they use it to wash themselves. So there's nothing. The Buddha doesn't have any religious significance. You can just get a tin for you to perform your ablution with. If you have a tap, you just open the tap and perform your ablution. But the Buddha doesn't have any religious significance.
And what about the counters? I don't know whether to call it rosary, but the Christians have one, the Catholics, they call it rosary, and then Muslims also hold some. We see others having it around their necks. Is that a religious symbol?
The rosary is not a religious symbol. It's just a counter that helps you to count when you are saying your incantations or you are saying your prayers. But it in itself is not a religious symbol. I don't use it. And there are a lot of Muslims who do not use it. But the ones who use it, they use it. But then it is not considered as a religious symbol. It's not considered as a sign of piety. That if you hold it, you are more pious than someone who doesn't hold it. It's not a religious symbol.
Okay. There's one other popular one I heard. I'm told that when Muslim children are born, and a ram is slaughtered, the blood is used for a ritual to protect the children from evil.
Blood in itself in Islam, animal blood in Islam is prohibited.
Prohibited?
Yes. The Almighty Allah says in the Quran, قُلْ لَنْ يَنَالَ اللَّهَ لُحُومُهَا وَلَا دِمَاؤُهَا وَلَكِنْ يَنَالُهُ التَّقْوَى مِنْكُمْ. when you slaughter those rams, the Almighty doesn't need the blood nor the meat. He's only looking for your God consciousness. So we slaughter the rams in open space. We don't hide in the kitchen to slaughter the rams for us to collect the blood. We dig pits, and then we bring the animals by the mouth of the pit, and then we slaughter them, and then the blood flows into the pits. We don't collect any blood. And in protection of kids, we in Islam, we believe in the recitation of incantations to protect the kids. That's what we do. We recite verses from the Quran, we recite prayers. Same way as every other religion believe that I'm praying to protect myself, I'm praying to protect my kids. That's what we do. But, you know, some rituals, Muslims, we have our rituals. But then, rituals in the term rituals that people think that we'll let people vanish, and then we'll give people money, and then we'll give people success. We don't believe that. Muslims do not do that. Those people you call malams who do that, malam is an adulterated form of the word muallim in Arabic language, which means teacher. So malam by default is someone who teaches. But those people who have signboards, who send you messages, they are charlatans, they are thieves. They are not Muslims. In Islam, if we're practicing Islamic law, Islam says those people should be killed. For they are spreading, you know, confusion on the surface of the earth. Some few months ago, you remember some kids killed a boy in Kaswa because they were told by one malam to bring the head of a human being so that they will get money. You see, these kind of people, they must be killed because they are spreading what? Confusion on the surface of the earth.
We'll talk more about the malams and also being dealt with by the law. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are discussing common misconceptions about Islam, and our guest is Sheikh Bashir Kishk Yando, and he is the founder of the Al-Islah Center. He is taking us through a lot of important issues and discussions. We just spoke about malams. You are saying they are not Muslims. The malams with the signboards saying come and then they will double your money for you, they will make you rich, they would heal you and all these things. How are they not Muslims? Because we see them sometimes using the Quran, holding, the counting, device and doing all sort of things. Some of them speaking Hausa and reading Arabic. How are they not Muslims?
You see, in Islam, nobody has the power and the might to avert danger or to give you anything except the Almighty Allah. So if any human being says, come, I'll give you money, come, I'll give you success, that person is challenging the authority of the Almighty. That is one. Number two, they are going to be dealing with evil spirits. In Islam, we have the jinns too. Within the jinns, there are good ones and then there are evil ones. Normally, they use the evil ones to perpetrate all these, evil things that they do. And at the end of the day, anybody who goes to them is told either bring the head of someone or bring someone's leg or bring a baby. All these things are evil, and Islam doesn't promote that. And this is what those people do. So in Islam, those people are not Muslims at all. And for the fact that they put on a cap and hold a rosary and hold a Bible, or hold the Quran, sorry, they are not Muslims. Holding the Quran doesn't make you a Muslim. Same way as holding the Bible doesn't make you a Christian. So in Islam, those people must be dealt with within the Islamic law. And I call upon the national security whatsoever to deal with those people. Because the rate at which people are getting lost, the rate at which, crime is going high, the rate at which, babies are getting missing from our hospitals is alarming. And I can put my head on a guillotine that it's those people. They are the ones who are pushing all those people to go into those activities. And if we don't, stem the tide, seriously, we will not be safe in our country. Because if someone is being told that if I bring Ismail's head, I'll get $10 million, will you be safe? You wouldn't be safe.
Now, what about those who patronize them?
No, you see, we have gullible people, definitely. And people are desperate. I've seen someone ride, a Range Rover Evoque, and I also want to ride it, and I don't know what businesses the person has done, how, the person has toiled to get that money to buy that Range Rover, and I also want to get that Range Rover. I also want to go into money rituals. And those boys we made mention of earlier on in Kasua, 16-year-old boy, you want to use Range Rover for what? So he'll be pushed to go and kill his fellow brother to take the head to get those money. So those people, they are not Muslims.
But are Muslims ascribed, or do they pick leaders or sheikhs like yourself? Maybe you have people following you and you tell them to do what to do. Is that something that Muslims are supposed to do from birth? You have people they follow.
Yes, a Muslim should always ask the learned person. You see, Islamic religion is a religion of knowledge. Everything that we do is documented. We don't get up and then think and say we are thinking. In Islam, within the Islamic rituals and forms of worship, you don't think outside the box. You think inside the box, which is Islamic, forms of worship do not accept innovations. Whatever you're going to innovate should be in terms of worldly affairs, innovate electricity, stuff like that. But then the forms of worship, you don't innovate. Everything is documented. So as a Muslim, you ask the big men, the sheikhs who have studied, who have read, who know the religion. Okay, what's the ruling on this? What's the ruling on this? How am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to do that? That is allowed. That is allowed for a Muslim.
But how does one become a sheikh? Because we have these people you call charlatans, the malams on the roadside. Portraying themselves as sheikhs. No. Some use even the title sheikh. No. How does one become a sheikh? And how do you know which sheikh is right?
The sheikh is the Arabic language, is the Arabic word for old man.
Old man.
Sheikh, yes. Okay. Arabic language for old man. But then it has been used metaphorically for someone who has studied. So for example, you go through a schooling system. The makaranta that people hear of, Saturday and Sunday makaranta. Previously, before Muslims started joining secular schools, we attend the makarantas from Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays. We only break on Thursdays and Fridays. But then because we wanted our kids to also join, the Western education system, we had to cut off 3 days out of it. And then the kids go to school Mondays to Friday, and Saturday and Sunday they go to makaranta. In advanced Muslim countries, it's not like that. They go through the education. So for example, you go through Saturday and Sunday. After going through that, after completing St. Augustine's College, there's an institute in Nima, Islamic Research Institute for Islamic Studies. I went there, I spent 5 years.
5 years? Yes. After St. Augustine's College?
St. Augustine's College, okay. I spent 5 years. And I went through JHS there and SS. We have that.
That's Arabic JHS
Arabic JHS and SHS. We have them. They are split across the country. And they don't teach English. It's Arabic language that they teach. We have them in Kumasi. We have them in Accra. We have them in Kaswa. We have them in Tamale. They are there. From there, you go to university. But unfortunately, we don't have an Islamic university in Ghana.
Okay.
We have Islamic University College. But then it is not in the mold of the Islamic universities you have in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and Egypt and stuff like that. So I had to go to Niger here, Islamic University to study. Did my first degree, did my second degree, and as we speak now, I'm doing my PhD in Islamic law.
And it's all in Arabic?
It's all in Arabic. You have to go through that. So when you go through that, you now become a scholar in the Islamic field. Same way someone goes through medical school, same way someone goes through, university and then undergrad, postgrad, and then doctora, you call him Dr. So-and-so, Dr. So-and-so. We have a plethora of them. DDs in Islamic studies in Ghana, we have them. So those are the sheikhs, those who have gone to study.
Yes, more than 20 years of education.
Yes, people go and study. So someone cannot sit in some corner and then do some charms and then he calls himself sheikh, when other people have gone to study the rudiments of the religion, to study what the religion says, and they come and teach.
I bet we should start demanding for certificates. At least they could paste certificates in their offices, and then we'll say, okay, yes, you are really
even those people who are learned do not, do those, what do you call them? Those charms and stuff. Those who are learned don't have time for that. They have time to teach people what the religion is. And you find some of them at the religions department in Legon teaching, some at UCC, some at KNUST. They teach Arabic language and Islamic studies. Those people on the streets, put them in Legon and tell them to teach people Islam and see what is going to happen. That's why we say they are not qualified to even be called even Malams. Actually, they are not even Muslims.
Now let's talk about Makaranta. You brought it up. So Makaranta is a madrasa, the school where I think Islamic religion is taught and also Arabic. People have the misconception that at Makaranta it's just noise because you hear a lot of children screaming and neighbors are complaining and all of that. Is it just noise or what really happens in there?
You know, when you don't understand what someone is doing or saying, you think the person is making noise. It's like that. So because people don't understand the language that is being used there in the Makaranta, people think that these guys are making noise. But if you really understood what they are saying over there, you wouldn't think they are making noise. It's not noise making. For example, you go to schools and then they are day nursery. A, B, C, D, twinkle, twinkle, little stars. Do we say they are making noise? No, because we understand what they are saying. But because we don't understand what the boys are reading or the children are reading in the Makaranta, oh, these people are making noise, they are disturbing my ears. But if we understood what they say, we wouldn't say they are making noise. So it's not a noise-making place. It's an educational center. And the voices that are being raised, you know, educationists will tell us that when someone, you know, reads something aloud continuously, it sticks better than saying it silently. So rote memory and memorization is like that. And that's what was used, you know, for, you know, in the nursery where they are made to mention it out loud for memory. So you find out Muslims have one of the sharpest memories in the world. The Quran is 6,666 verses. And you have more than 1 million Muslims in the world who have memorized this book, 600-page documents from page to page. With all due respect to our Christian communities, how many Christians do you know who have memorized the Bible? Page to page. No, you don't have it. But Muslims, you go to Nima, you find a 10-year-old boy and he's memorized the Quran. And we have Quranic competitions, memorization competitions across the world. Just recently, there is one, you know, sister media house that organized a Quranic memorization competition, and the first person was given $5,000 for memorizing the Quran. So that rote memory and that voice raising, it's not noise making. It's a system of education that even, you know, scientists now have proven that is very, very effective in memory. And Islam is a religion of knowledge, so you need to know everything that the religion comes with. So you need to memorize a lot of things for you to stay, you know, afloat. So that's what happens in.
So reading out loud helps with memorization.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So now the other question: do Muslims pray through the Prophet Muhammad?
We don't pray through anybody in Islam. We don't. The Almighty Allah doesn't have any protocol. He doesn't have any secretary. He doesn't have anybody who, you know, packs his files and sends him to him. No. Muslims go directly to the Almighty Allah. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is just a messenger who was sent with a message. We don't worship him. We don't worship through him. We revere him. We admire him. But then he's a servant of God.
Okay. And is the Prophet the personal savior and Lord of Muslims?
No. In Islam, we don't have a personal savior. We don't have a Lord. The Lord is the Almighty. He's the only savior. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, as we said earlier on, is just the final messenger that the Almighty sends to mankind. We believe that throughout the ages, when there's an issue, the Almighty Allah sends someone to rectify the affairs of the people. So he sent Noah to rectify an affair. He sent Abraham to rectify an affair. He sent Moses to rectify an affair. He sent Jesus to rectify an affair. And then he sent Muhammad to rectify an affair. So all these prophets brought the same message, but then their rulings might differ. So Muhammad is just a final, you know, piece of the jigsaw of the messengers that the Almighty Allah sent. So he's just a messenger. He brought a message, and that's his job. We don't worship him. We don't pray through him. He's not our savior. We don't have to do anything to him. What we even do is we even send prayers upon him. We send blessings upon him. We revere him. We admire him. But we don't worship him in the sense, you know, of the word worship. We rather celebrate him, rather admire him.
So in talking about the prophets and also the men of God, do Muslims believe in Jesus Christ and the Bible?
Islam is the only non-Christian faith that makes it an article of faith to believe in Jesus Christ. The difference between the Muslim and the Christian is that the Christian has taken Jesus to be a divine being, but for us Muslims, he's not a divine being. He had an immaculate birth. We Muslims believe that Jesus Christ's birth was a miracle. A lot of modern day Christians do not believe that. Go to America. A lot of modern day Christians do not believe Jesus Christ was born of a virgin birth. But we Muslims believe. There's a whole chapter in the Quran. Quran chapter 19 is named after the mother of Jesus, Mary. Muhammad doesn't have his mother's name in the Quran. He doesn't have his wife's name in the Quran. He doesn't have his daughter's name in the Quran. But then the mother of Jesus' name is mentioned in the Quran. And she's the only female mentioned by name in the Quran. The third chapter of the Quran is called Surah Al Imran, the chapter of the family of Imran. And Imran, according to Muslim literature, is the father of Mary. So Muslims believe in Jesus Christ, but then we don't believe in his divinity. We don't believe that he died on the cross. We don't believe in the resurrection. We believe that at that time, anyway, we are in the Easter period, at that time, in the Garden of Gethsemane, when he prayed that, oh Lord, it is through your will, not my will. If it is possible, take this cup away from me. We Muslims believe that the Almighty Allah answered that prayer, and that cup was taken away from him. That is, he was saved. It was rather Judas Iscariot who was hung on the cross, according to Islamic literature.
So Jesus was saved right there in the garden.
In the garden
when the Romans came in.
When the Romans came in, because Judas Iscariot came to point who was he. Even in the Bible, they said he came to kiss him, and kissing him is that he is Christ. So take him away. We Muslims believe that when he came in, an angel stood between him and Jesus, and he didn't see Jesus. So the angel just, touched his face, and then he gave him the likeness of Jesus. So when he went to tell the Romans that, no, Jesus is not in there, some of the Roman guards who knew him said, shut up, you are Jesus. You are telling us Jesus is not in there. So they took him away, and then they crucified him. And Jesus was lifted up into the heavens. So we Muslims believe he's still alive. He's in heaven. At the end of time, he will come back. And then he will come at a time whereby there is chaos and destruction and disaster on the surface of the earth. And then he will come with mercy and justice. And then he will reign as a king on the surface of the earth.
So you believe in the second coming?
We believe in the second coming of Christ in Islam. We believe in that.
Okay.
We believe he's the Messiah. We believe he's the Christ. We believe he's the man of God who did miracles when he came. In the Bible, the first miracle that Jesus Christ did was he turned water to wine. For us Muslims, the first miracle he did was that he spoke as a baby. The very first day he was born. His mother, she was a pious woman. They knew her, and then they just saw her with a fresh baby, and it's like, but hey, Mary, sorry, and you're going to get pregnant. And the baby just spoke. No. My mother didn't fornicate to give birth to me. I am a very different child. I was sent by God. I'm here to do this. I'm here to do this. I'm here to do this. So in the Quran, his first miracle was that he spoke as a baby.
Where can we find that part?
It's in the chapter 19 of the Quran, the chapter of Mary.
Okay.
The chapter begins speaking about Zachariah. Zachariah we have in the Bible. Yes, the chapter begins about speaking about him and speaking about the birth of John the Baptist. We have it in the Quran. And then he comes to speak about the birth of Jesus Christ too in the Quran.
So do Muslims believe in the Bible?
We believe in the Bible. We believe in the Bible. But the problem is that this Bible that we have, with all due respect to Christians, there are a lot of things in there that originally God didn't put in there. For example, the Catholics have a Douay Bible, which is about 79 chapters. The Protestants have 66. So who sat down and then took out 7 books out of the Bible, or took out those books and said, those books are apocrypha. They are not supposed to be in there. Who did that? Why will God reveal something and someone will sit somewhere and say, oh, these books do not qualify to be? So that's where we have but we believe that God revealed a book to Jesus, which is called the Gospel. Injil, that's what we mentioned. We never call it Injil. Yes, God revealed a book called Torah to Moses, which is called Pentateuch, the first 5 chapters of the Old Testament. We believe God revealed Zabur, the Psalms, to David. We believe that even Abraham had a book that is called Sohuf Ibrahim, the papers of Ibrahim. So we believe in all these things.
This is quite interesting. And before we go on this break, let me ask this last question. I heard this at a station, a lorry station. Someone was preaching and a person said, well, Muslims don't eat pork because when the Prophet Muhammad died, pork ate his body. How true is that? Why don't Muslims eat pork?
We don't eat pork same way as the Bible says in Exodus and Leviticus that don't eat pork. Don't eat that animal. Don't eat the swine. It's a filthy animal. That's why we eat it. We don't eat it. It's the same way. So I find it quite astonishing that Christians eat pork. I have a lot of Christian friends who they say it's very, very nice. You people are missing something. I said, but it's there in Leviticus. It's there in Exodus that don't eat pork. What I do, they tell me, oh, that is the Old Testament. Jesus Christ came New Testaments to change everything. And I tell him, no. Jesus Christ said, don't think I have come to destroy the law. I've come to fulfill the law. He didn't come and change anything. He just came to fulfill the law. So we Muslims, we don't eat pork because it's stated in the Quran that don't eat that animal. As I said earlier on, you see all these prophets, they came with the same message. So same way that the Almighty Allah told the children of Israel through Moses in Exodus or even in Leviticus that don't eat pork, is the same way in the Quran that the Almighty Allah is also repeating the same message maybe 4,000 years later after Moses or 3,000 years later after Moses, that Muhammad, tell your people same way I told Moses and his people, don't eat pork.
So the swine has no business around the body of Prophet Muhammad?
At all.
Is the body still there?
Yes, the body is still there. It's buried in Medina.
Which Medina? Is it the one after Legon or which?
Not the
Medina?
one after Legon. There's a Medina in Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
And that is where he lived, and that is where he died, and that is where he was buried. And you know, Medina in the early stages used to be a predominantly Muslim community. Okay. So when they moved them there,
which Medina are you talking about now?
The Medina in Legon.
After Legon. Okay.
The one in Legon. Yes. When they moved them there, I don't remember during which, you know, government period at all. They moved them there. That's when they named the place Medina, because they were Muslims. They loved the Medina of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
That's quite interesting. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are discussing common misconceptions about Islam. Our guest is Sheikh Kishk Bashir Yandu. He is the founder of Al-Islah Center. So we're talking about the prophets and we talked about pork. Now let's just talk about Hajj, Mecca. Many Muslims, millions of Muslims go to Mecca every year. And there's this perception that those who go to Mecca and return, they become rich, they become millionaires. You've been to Hajj before?
No.
You've not? Okay. But I don't know if you know someone who has gone to Hajj, but are they millionaires when they return?
The criteria for going to Hajj is that you must be a millionaire before you go.
Millionaire, in Ghana's terms or
yes,
in dollar terms?
In Ghana's terms.
Okay.
You see, Islam, the 5 pillars of Islam, the first one is professing the statement that there's no God worthy of worship except the Almighty God. That one, you do it in public, everybody sees you. The second one is the 5 daily prayers. That one is compulsory, everybody will do it. But the third one is giving of zakat, giving out alms. And now, within, it must, your net worth in a year must be equivalent to or more than 85 grams of gold. And 85 grams of gold now is about 35,000 Ghana cedi. So after the fiscal year, your business fiscal year, you take out whatever, you know, loans that you've taken. The profit that is left, if it is 35,000 Ghana cedi or more, you're supposed to give out 2.5% of it once a year.
2.5%
of it. The Christians have tithing, that is 10% every month. But ours is 2.5% a year. And even that 2.5% is not for everybody. It's not compulsory for everybody. If your net income is 35,000 Ghana cedi and above, it becomes compulsory upon you.
In totality in the year?
In totality in a year.
Okay.
The next one is the fasting. The fasting is the month that we are in now. It is compulsory for everybody, but there are exceptions to the rule. Kids who have not reached the age of puberty are not supposed to fast. Pregnant women are not supposed to fast. Lactating women are not supposed to fast. Old people are not supposed to fast, and then people with chronic illnesses are not supposed to fast. So you see there's an exemption to the rule. And then finally comes the Hajj. It's the last one. It's supposed to be done once in your lifetime. And then the Quran is very, very emphatic and categorical about it. لِمَنِ اسْتَطَاعَ إِلَيْهِ سَبِيلًا, for the person who can afford. So by default, you must afford before you go. But what if you cannot afford, but then you have a rich family member who decides, to get the visa for you, to get the plane ticket for you, to get the hotel reservation for you, to even give you pocket money? No problem, you can go. For now, I think a year or two ago, it was about $3,500. Yes, to go. Within this system, $3,500. It's not easy money. And then you eat, because at least the rituals themselves, take about 5 days to perform. But people might spend a month in there, feeding yourself and stuff like that. But then the perception that when you go, you come back, you become rich is that when we go there, we pray earnestly. We seek for something from the Almighty, because we believe that that is the holiest shrine in Islam. So when you go there, whatever you prayer you say is answered. So when you come back, people see, the glow, and they think that you have money. After some few months or years, everything is finished, and then you go back. We know a lot of people, excuse me to say, who have gone to Mecca and then they come back and then they still go to public toilet. It has not changed anything.
And those who are being financed by politicians?
For me, I don't believe that the politicians must finance anybody to go to Mecca, especially for us Muslims. The reason why I'm saying this is that, not that if the person goes to Mecca, his Hajj is not accepted. No. I believe that Muslims in Ghana have a lot of pertinent issues that must be solved. For example, if the politicians are sending 500 people to Mecca, and each person you are spending about $3,000 on them, $3,000 times 5 is about $50 million. With that $50 million, can't we build a senior high school in Nima for the Nima kids to go to school? That $50 million, can't we build a factory in Abu Kumasi for the young Muslims to go? At the end of the day, we are serving just 500 people with some huge amount of money. They go and then they come back and they are still wallowing in poverty. And they're still running around the politicians for the freebies. But if the politician is smart enough and then really puts the community at heart, okay, I'm not sending 500 people to Mecca. The government says, I'm not sending anybody to Mecca. That amount of money, 50 million cedis.
That's $150,000.
$150,000, even $150,000. We can have serious projects with it. But then, because the politician wants to just be popular, and then I've sent people to Mecca, they go and come back, and they still wallow in poverty. So the idea is, you must be, prepared financially before you go there. But then when we go there, we pray, and then when we come back, yes, we see the effect. But then the problem is, if you go and then you pray, and Almighty gives you enough money, and then you don't have the technical know-how on how to invest that money, within a year or two, you return back to your bankruptcy.
So it means you need to have money before you can go.
Definitely.
And not necessarily you going and when you return, you become rich.
No. That's not the idea.
That's quite interesting.
That's not the idea. That's not it.
Let's come to Ramadan. I hear a lot of people saying, well, Muslims fast from 6 to 6. Is that accurate?
The idea is not 6 to 6. It's dawn to dusk. So it's from sunrise to sunset. And depending on the geographical area you're in, dawn to sunset is different. For example, if it's in winter, I was in the US in winter, and then sunset was 4:30.
4:30?
Yes.
PM?
PM, 4:30. And before that, in the summer, it was 9 p.m. So it's dawn to dusk. That's the idea. You eat at dawn, and then when the moment we say that dawn prayer, you and food and water and sexual intimacy with your wife or your husband. Let me be very clear here. With your wife or your husband. Islam doesn't recognize sexual intimacy between couples who are not married. You call them partners. When you say couples in Islam, it means people who are married. And then it's also between a male and a female. So that's what Islam says. So no eating, no drinking, no sexual intimacy with your spouse. And then there's also some other things, be careful about what you say to people. This tongue is very, very soft, but then it's a very, very sharp knife. It can cut. So you be very careful about that. From dawn to dusk. So the moment it is that, evening prayer, The one you see that the moment darkness starts setting in, you hear us cry, Allahu Akbar. So that's the time for you to break your fast. The moment you break your fast, all those prohibitions are turned back. You can eat now, drink now, have sexual intimacy with your spouse, till dawn again for a period of 30 days.
No water, however, during the fast.
No water.
Because a lot of people say, oh, Muslims are fasting, I'm going to fast with them. And these people may be Christians of other faith, and then they say they want to fast with them. Then they start at 6, end at 6, but drink water in between. So it means if you really want to do it like the Muslims are doing it, you don't have to drink water.
Ours is dry.
You don't have to do anything. It's dry. But you have to eat before you start the fast.
Yes, you have to eat.
Is it compulsory? And isn't
it's
that...
It's not compulsory.
Okay, it's not.
It's not compulsory. It's not compulsory. But then there's a lot of, health benefit in the eating before. And there's also a lot of spiritual benefit in the eating before, We call it the pre-dawn meal, as-sahur. That's what it's called in Arabic.
Trying to make it easier to fast within the day.
Yes, because the idea of fasting is that the Almighty doesn't want us to suffer. That's not the idea. That when the Muslims are fasting, it's just a self-inflicted, hardship. No. Yuridullahu bikumul yusr. The Almighty Allah wants easiness for you. Wala yuridu bikumul usr. He doesn't want you to be in perpetual, adversity. He doesn't want that. So you take the pre-dawn meal, eat as much as you can, no problem. But then the moment the dawn prayer sets in, that's it. You don't eat. So, and you can't remember as young as 7, we were fasting throughout, and there's nothing has happened to us.
And Muslims are allowed to work during their fast?
Yes, you're allowed to.
You can't take a break off?
Maybe if you are your own boss, you take a break off. But if you're working for someone, you see, that's where the importance of, God consciousness comes in. That you give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and then you give to God what belongs to God within the fasting period. But if you go to, most of the Arab countries, the Muslim nations, they work after sunset. So during the day, so they turn it upside the other way around. So during the day, you sleep, you rest. When you break your fast, you come to the office and come and work.
Okay.
That's how they do it, especially in Saudi Arabia.
Now let's go to the mosque. There's this misconception. You are going to tell us if it's a misconception or not. That a lot of men find women in the mosque because they see the woman's figure and everything while praying in the mosque. How is the mosque really sectioned like? How is it like? Do men mingle with women in there?
In the mosque, the men are in front and the women are behind.
So men don't see the women?
Even the entry places are different.
But the women see the men?
The women can see the men because the men are in front of them. Some mosques have barriers between, the spaces of men and women. But then, originally, it was not supposed to have a barrier. During the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his mosque, there was no barrier between male and females. But then, the males are in front and the females are behind.
Doesn't that put women behind in terms of status?
No. You see, let's understand one thing, that it has not got nothing to do with status. Okay? It's just an arrangement. When we segregate our washrooms and say this is for the males and this is for the female, doesn't mean that we've status. No. It's just the way the organization has been put. That's all. That men are in front and women are behind. And that's it.
And can non-Muslims visit the mosque?
We encourage non-Muslims to come to the mosque. During the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there is a city called Najran, and they were Christians. And they visited him for a debate, a dialogue, and they stayed in his mosque for 3 days. And they had the debates in the mosque with him for 3 days. So most Christians and non-Muslims are encouraged to visit the mosque. When you visit the mosque, same way when we visited, go to the schools and then we saw the singing and then we saw the worship, we understood what Christianity is about. So you find out the average Muslim understand Christianity a lot. You can see I'm quoting Bible verses here. It's because we read the Bible, we know the Bible, we know it has 66 books, we know there's Old Testament, there's New Testament, the first 5 books were written by Moses. We know all those things because we got closer to you to understand your religion. So same way we encourage non-Muslims to visit the mosque, to ask questions. In the masjid, there are no knives and guns and clubs whereby if you enter, no, there's nothing like that. It's just mats. It's an open space. There are no chairs there. You take off your shoes or you put on your shoes. You enter the mosque and then you sit down and then you listen to whatever the imam is saying. We have that. When we do that, we get closer. All these myths, all these misconceptions, it wouldn't be an issue in the Ghanaian, society or community.
So no Muslim will not be sacked when they enter the mosque?
At all.
Even the national mosque?
At all. Yes, if you see the national mosque, enter the mosque. If the mosque of the prophets, Christians and non-Muslims were allowed to enter, is the national mosque more, more spiritual, uplifting, or more, better position than the mosque of the prophet? No, it's not. So non-Muslims entered the mosque. They came, and then even when times of famine and disasters happened, the mosque was a place of shelter.
Well, there are some Muslims who do not shake hands with women. They don't hug women or people of the other sex or gender. Is that also one of the criteria for being a Muslim?
In Islam, there are relationships. There are relationships between family members, and there are relationships between people who are not family members. If a woman is not a close family member of yours, she's not your mother, she's not your sister, she's not your wife, she's not your auntie, she's not your grandmother, you're not supposed to touch her.
That's Islam?
Yes, you're not supposed to touch her. Islam is very, very, very careful and mindful about sexual harassment. Some men, by virtue of trying to be friendly with women, hug them in a way that is not right. So Islam is saying, we don't even want you to go to that extent. You are only entitled to touch your mother, because your mother, if you touch your mother, and then you have any sexual intention, then you are a devil. If you touch your own sister, and then you have any sexual intention, you are a devil. But other women, there's a tendency that you, by default, harass her that way. And women will tell you that there is nothing more traumatic than being sexually abused, being used by a man like just a tissue and then thrown away. So Islam is saying, no handshaking between people of the opposite sex. No hugging. We can relate. We can work in the same office. I can sit with you in the same office and discuss ideas. That is why Islam instituted, this dress code. That the Muslim woman must be covered. So that when I sit with a Muslim woman, I'm only having an intercourse with her brain, not her body. Because if I'm sitting with a woman and then she has a cleavage, and I'm a man, my reproductive system and my nervous system is working. And when I see those things, definitely I'll be confused. You can see two well-dressed gentlemen standing by the roadside discussing a serious business issue, and a lady comes passing by, and then she shakes her body, and then they forget what they are doing. That's how men we are, whether we like it or not. And so Islam, in protecting that, says that there must be segregation between the male and the female. No man should touch a woman who is not his family member. Don't touch her. Don't get closer to her. If you're getting closer to her, it must be for a reason. So that, and then her dress code should be covered. Her clothes should not be tight-fitting. It shouldn't reveal 36, 28, 36. It shouldn't reveal anything. So that when you are interacting with her, you are interacting with her based on merit, not because of sexual advances.
So I'm going to ask for the many Muslim men who go around hugging and shaking women. Are they the devils? Are they on the wrong side of God?
No, we wouldn't say they are devils, no.
Okay.
We wouldn't say they are the wrong side of God. What we say is that they are doing something that Islamically they are not supposed to do. Not supposed to do at all. It's not right. A Muslim man, or even a man in general, is not supposed to hold a woman who doesn't be, it's not his. I mean, for example, if I see you holding my wife, I will not be happy. So why would I go and hold someone else's wife? Hold her waist and then play with her waist beads, tickle her. It's not right. Islam says no way. Don't create that atmosphere whereby women will be sexually harassed. Islam says no way. It doesn't give even an inch of that. It says when you're dealing with women, deal with her because of her intellect. Deal with her because of her capacities and her capabilities. Don't deal with her because you want to have some sexual advances towards her.
Now let's talk about the woman. Well, with dress code, you mentioned that there's a dress code. You need to cover up some parts of the body. And there are so many other women who we know are Muslims, but they don't dress like the Muslims we see with the long veils and covering up totally. Is it against, or is it a sin, if I may use that word, to not look like what is prescribed by the religion?
It is a sin. It's a sin because it's very, very categorical in the Quran that the Almighty Allah says women should cover up. Men should also cover up. Sometimes we don't equalize it. Men should cover up. Sometimes you see someone enters the masjid and then when he prostrates, excuse me, you can see he's behind. It is wrong. It's a sin in Islam. In Islam, men do not wear tight-fitting clothes that you come to the office and then his abs and then his biceps and then his thighs are showing and then he's confusing the women in the office. Islam also says no to that. So the dress code is not only for women, it's for men. And then the reason being that Islam wants to protect the society from illicit sexual activities. Because if you observe now, the cheapest thing now is sex, with all due respect. And excuse my language. If you want to be famous now in this country, strip naked on TikTok and that's it. You become a celebrity in our country. That's what we do now. Islam says no way. We don't give fools the chance to control the narrative in our community. We need to have right-thinking people, people who are modest, people who are courteous, people who are chaste. They are not supposed to be our role models. Look at the role models now that the youth are following. With all due respect, I'm not going to mention any names. But then, what impact do they have in our communities that is morally upright? We don't have. Islam says, no way.
So, human rights activists say it's suppression of women, because normally nobody talks about the men. It's always about the women. Women.
I'm here speaking about the men too. The problem is this. We've commodified the body of the woman. We are advertising for a car and then the woman is in bikini standing next to the car. What does it mean? Boxing, even boxing, round 1, a woman in bikini. Round 2, what's the relationship between the boxing and then the woman in bikini? What's the relationship? We've commercialized the woman's body. That is progression. That is civilization. That is advancement. No. We are saying our women are sacred. Our women should be protected from prying eyes. Not just any Tom, Dick, and Harry can look at my sister. No way. Islam says no way. If you want to have that exclusive access to that woman, let her be your wife. Then you have that exclusive access to her. But then a young lady dresses anyhow on the streets, she bends down and then you see everything, and then we have everything free now. That is why people are not getting married, because everything is free. If I want to have any sexual satisfaction, I just come and sit by the roadside and then cross my leg and then the women are passing and then and I'm fine. I go back. That's what happens. Sometimes you sit with women one-on-one, you can't face them because of what they are wearing. They must do this, cross their legs. They can't sit upright because of what they are wearing. Islam says the woman's body is not for commercial purposes. And that's what is going on now in the world. The woman's body has been commercialized. So those of us who are saying, no way, the body of our women should not be commercialized, they see us as people who are suppressing the women. They see us as people who are terrorists. They see us as people who are not advanced. We are living in the Stone Age. My final word.
Before your final word, my producer has a question, which I think is very important to her. I don't know her intentions, but she's asking. She's non-Muslim, and she wants to marry, or the man after her is a Muslim. Now, do Muslims accept or agree to Muslim men marrying non-Muslim women?
In Islam, Muslim men can marry Jewish and Christian women. But then, Jewish or Christian men cannot marry Muslim women. Okay. Let me take it again.
Yeah.
Muslim men, I, for example, I can marry a Christian woman. I can marry a Jewish woman. It's allowed in Islam. But then the Christian man or the Jewish man, when he comes to me to give me his sister or to give him my sister or my daughter, I won't give it to him.
Okay.
The reason being, Islam says that the woman has rights under Islam. And the Muslim man is bound by the religion, to give that woman her rights. But then the Christian man or the Jewish man is not bound by Muslim, law for him to give that Muslim woman her rights. So in safeguarding her from that, and also not accusing him falsely for not giving her her rights, we say we are not giving her to you at all. I hope you understand.
So my producer, who is looking forward to getting married to a Muslim man, it means she can still be a Christian.
She can still be a Christian. Nobody is supposed, no Christian woman marrying a Muslim man is supposed to convert. No. She goes to her church, she goes to her synagogue, and then he goes to his mosque, and then they are a happy couple. It is stated in the Quran chapter 5, verse 3. Yes.
But here you are talking about Jewish and Christian
woman. It means specific.
Any other religion outside of Jewish and Christian, a Muslim man cannot marry that woman.
Yes, there's a difference of opinion between Muslim jurists on that. But then the predominant view is that Christian and Jewish women are allowed because Islam, Judaism, and Christianity have some similarities. You see, and they are also, I believe, they are the only monotheistic religions in the world. All the other religions have this pagan stuff in there. But then Christianity and Judaism have, believe in one God and stuff like that. So Muslim men are allowed. And we have a lot of similarities between, the three religions. That is why it is allowed.
And now your final words.
My final word, you almost let me forget. With the morality and then the dress code, I say, if stripping naked is civilization, then animals are more civilized than humans.
Those are quite strong words, and we want to thank you, Sheikh Kishk Bashir Yando. He is the founder of Al Islah Center. Thank you very much for coming. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We are going to we air every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and on all of our digital channels. My name is Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday. Be safe.
Over the last 72 hours, the world, which is struggling to recover from a devastating pandemic, has been hit with yet another situation which some analysts argue could be a potential path towards World War III. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has captured global attention to a conflict which is on the tipping point of escalating into a full-blown war. Today on Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV, I bring you a special editorial on the escalating Russia-Ukraine conflict, as well as an interview with some Ghanaian students who have unfortunately been caught up in this unfortunate situation. My name is George Isi. I'll be right back. Welcome back. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George Isi, and we go straight into our special editorial on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We take you back to February 2014. Russia, in the month of February 2014, invaded and annexed Crimean Peninsula from Ukraine. Later in 2014, a group of pro-Russian separatists took control over the cities of Donetsk and Luhansk in the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine. The incident has since led to continuous conflict between militia groups supported, armed and financed by Russia on one hand, and the Ukrainian army and its volunteer militia groups backed by NATO and Europe on the other hand. In the process, thousands of lives have been reported lost in the crossfire between the two sides. Both sides, however, later agreed on a ceasefire deal, which was dubbed the Minsk Agreement. The agreement was to see Russia stay out from Ukraine until over 70 hours ago, when Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, by executive order, recognized the disputed areas as independent states. Putin did not stop there. He ordered an invasion of the area with assaults being launched on various Ukrainian military installations, thereby nullifying the Minsk agreement, which was to see Russia withdraw its forces from eastern Ukraine. With several explosions heard around Ukraine, some deaths and injuries have been recorded, with some people attempting to troop out of the country. Another angle to the entire situation has to do with Ukraine's plans to join the European Union and NATO, with Russian President Vladimir Putin seeing it as an attempt to reduce Russian power and limit its economic fortunes. United States President Joe Biden has been clear to state that America will not be sending troops to Ukraine to fight in the conflict, but will support Ukraine from a distance. This same position has been taken by other world leaders and NATO members who have since condemned the actions of Russia. Among other actions, the United States President has announced a series of sanctions against Russia and its leadership. These same sanctions has also been adopted by Europe and its allies. So now we look at how this whole situation is affecting Ghana. Of course, it is a global situation with global impact, and therefore we would want to narrow it down to Ghana. And for that, I have joining me my colleague Mauli Aholu-Megan. He is on our business desk, and he will be helping me to do that. Mauli, welcome.
Thank you very much, George. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah.
So first of all, what will be your initial comments on this entire Russia-Ukraine?
For now, I think it's quite very serious. It's looking serious. Some of the Russia's airspace have been taken over by Ukraine's airspace have been taken over by Russia, and there's quite a lot of tension here. And but most presidents, especially in the European Union, all of them are on edge as to what's the next line of action to take.
But on the global space, I mean, before we narrow it down to Ghana, on the global space, how is this affecting the world?
It's going to very much impact the world, especially economically. Russia is a very key supplier of oil and gas, and so for superpowers like US and UK begin to issue sanctions to Russia, because before all this happened, those tensions were brewing for some time now. But Joe Biden, the US president, had to have a number of calls with Vladimir Putin, but it looks like those conversations didn't really yield any results. So it was more of a plea to him to sort of, back down, because they had already had the intelligence that this was what was going to happen. And prior to this whole invasion, Vladimir Putin had a whole press conference for almost over an hour explaining why he needed to do what he needed to do. But it looks like he had already planned it already. So for now, prices are going crazy on the market, especially the stock market and also oil. Like I said earlier, Russia is a very, very key supplier of oil and gas. And so for US and most of the European countries begin to sanction Russia, it's going to impact on the pricing as well. Because already, as of yesterday, oil prices hit above $100, which is very, very significant. And so it's going to really, really impact us.
I'm sure this is something that Ghanaians would not be happy hearing, considering the prices of fuel over the last period.
Yes, obviously, it's really not going to bode well, especially in Ghana, because even in the February pricing window for Ghana, fuel prices went up twice, and now fuel is selling around 7 cedis. And there are already projections that should this happen, we know we are entering into another month very soon, which is March. So we're going to have the first pricing window of March. If these tensions begin to continue and stay high like the way it is now, for now we're in the early stages, but I mean, should sanctions begin to roll in on Russia, Russia will now also begin to feel the impact of that. Already globally, some corporations have begun to take off their businesses with Russian companies. So like, for example, Manchester United flies on an Aeroflot, which is a plane that the players sit on, and it's a Russian company. Now they've had to cancel that sponsorship agreement that they've had. The Roman Abramovich, the Chelsea owner as well, the UK Parliament, Boris Johnson, visibly in Parliament saying that let's ban this man from operating in UK, because he has a very big investment in the UK. Sure. So it's really, really going to impact.
And of course, I understand that the Champions League final for this year was scheduled to be hosted in Russia, but then it has been moved out. Yes. So it means Russia is really, really bearing the brunt. Finally, on Ghana, we understand that this is also likely to result in global inflation. Bringing that to the Ghanaian level, how is this also going to impact Ghana?
Yeah, so how that is going to impact is already our inflation numbers are already high, very, very high, because of pricing, as well as the COVID. We're also tending to forget that COVID was already doing a lot of things to our economy. So now we're already suffering prices of goods and services. Now, what this tension is going to do is now going to spike that. So it's going to go higher than you actually, and that will now impact on pricing, because now whoever that has more of the supply will begin to hoard it. It's just like the vaccines. They'll begin to hoard the vaccines, and then availability will become very, very difficult, because now you have to pay more in order for that. And I mean, if you have people not, you know how movement works with economics and all. If people are not moving out there to purchase goods and services, it's obviously going to start to impact. So for us back home, it looks like we have to start expecting to see some full hikes in the next few weeks to come.
Sure.
Yeah.
We pray it actually ends soon.
Yeah, hopefully.
So yes, I had my colleague Maulia Holumega joining me to bring his expertise to bear on what this situation means to Ghana. Of course, Ghana is not isolated from a situation that has a global impact, and so we are hoping that it will be dealt with soon. We'll be right back, and once we get back, we'll have a conversation with some Ghanaians who have rather unfortunately been caught up in this situation in Russia and Ukraine.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome, this is Still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George EC. As indicated earlier, we have joining us today some Ghanaian students in Ukraine and Russia who have unfortunately been caught up in all of this situation. We go to Zoom where we have Kofi Jesse, Abigail, Dia Do, Kwabna Fako, and Ajiman Kwabna. Let me start with Kofi. Kofi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, my brother. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my brother. So, how is the situation like in your location?
Okay, so let me speak to you from where currently I am. I am in Volgograd in Russia, and I can tell you that the situation here is very calm and peaceful. Everything is very calm. The transport system is working. The internet is available, but I'm only able to comment on this particular issue with regards to the position I occupy as the Speaker of the Royal Senate, and then that is where we are able to get to know how the students are faring from all the other states. And the information currently that we have at the Senate is that there has been no issues in Russia. Everybody is very calm, everybody is very safe, and so we are only hoping for the best.
Great. So you are in Russia and not necessarily affected by what is happening, but then you are receiving reports from other places, and you are in the know of what some other Ghanaian students are going through, their current situation, if I'm right.
Yes, that is why I'm saying that we students in Russia here are only looking at what is going on with our brothers in Ukraine. We share their pain, and we know that it is not easy for them. But we in Russia are very calm because there's nothing that is so scary going on here. Everything is calm. It's just that the media reportage, the sensationalism of the media space is also giving us that kind of emotional instability with regard to whatever you are seeing on the screens, that we are scared that probably something is going to happen here. But currently, the atmosphere here is very calm and very peaceful. But we are only worried because of what we think would happen in the future. But with our brothers at the other end, correspondence with them show that it's not so calm with them, and we only share their pain and then we pray for the best.
Okay, so let me speak to Abigail. Abigail, are you also in Russia?
Yeah, I'm in Russia.
Oh, great. And how is the situation? How have you also been receiving the news, and what's your situation?
Okay, so I am in Krasnodar, Not so far from Crimea, which is at the border. Right now, as my friend or the first person already spoke, there's not much going on here. Everything is calm. We are going about our daily activities, actually. So yes, we see troops and armored cars, but there's not much panic around. We're going about our daily activities like how it's supposed to be. So there's not much going on here.
Okay, if that's the case, then we speak to Kwame. Kwame, how about you? Are you also in Russia?
Yes, I'm also in Russia. I'm also in Russia.
Okay,
so yes, right now, as my colleagues have already said, the situation is kind of, I mean, no one is actually panicking about anything, but I mean, the cities which are near to the border, they have, I mean, prevalence of, I mean, they are just having some panic attack because of, I mean, the armor cars, helicopters making noise, I mean, those kind of stuff. So they are actually having some, I mean, some fear. And just, I mean, we are also getting information from, I mean, from friends and colleagues from Ukraine, where they have to actually run for safety. I mean, some are actually going to other countries to be able to get a flight back to Ghana because all flights have been suspended.
Okay, so we are here to see if we have somebody from Ukraine joining us. Kwabena, are you also in Russia?
No, I'm in Ukraine.
Great. So it's good to have somebody from Ukraine now. What is your situation?
I'm in a city called Sumy. For us, we are just some few kilometers from Russian border, and as of yesterday, there were some blasts near us, some few kilometers from our hostel, which we heard it was from the other side. So what they told us that we should keep calm, and then so yesterday we have to go down we have underground bunkers. So we have to go down there and then stay there throughout the night so that at least we have some safety. And then when you go around the city, there's nothing going on actually, because it brought panic, and then ATMs, the queues there, supermarkets, there were a lot of queue. But yesterday we managed to get some few foodstuffs, but the unfortunate thing is the getting money. For us now here, it's like impossible. So because banks have closed, ATMs, some of them now, you go, there's no cash. And then getting out from these cities too is quite difficult because we found ourselves where we have to pass through two cities which are severely affected. That's Kyiv and then Kharkov. So it's like getting out is quite difficult for us for now. But they've told us to keep calm. They are just monitoring what is going on.
Okay, so Kwabena, if that's the case, you spent the night in the bunker. You are back to your hostel now, right?
Yes, please.
Is it that the situation is dying down or what?
Yeah, from what we heard from especially university officials, they said this place is at risk. We could have some hits at any moment. So yesterday when we experienced the first hit just near us, they thought it's advisable for us to get secure, like bunker and then stay there for the night. So that's the situation.
But Kwabena?
Yes, please.
So about the Ghanaian embassy, have you heard anything from the embassy?
Nothing official. According to what our NUC's president told us, that they've contacted the bank. Actually, in Ukraine, we don't have Ghanaian embassy here. It's only Russia and other countries. They said they've heard nothing official from them, but they've sent some information to various embassies, hoping to receive some response, but not yet.
But are you happy with the response? Are you happy with the response of the government of Ghana?
For now, it's like there's no decisive, they've not taken a decisive step for now. But we are hoping that they take something, like they consider the situation, because over here it's really very serious. Maybe they might not have idea how it looks like here, because for us, even now, our worry is even finance, how to get money to travel, to safety is a problem, because we can't receive money. If they even send money, there is no way we are going to take that money out. And feeding will become almost impossible in the next few days to come. So they've heard our grievances and they are considering it, but they should speed up.
You talk of feeding becoming a problem in the next few days. I'll come back to you to speak on all those matters, but then I would want to speak to your other colleagues who are in Russia, where fortunately the situation is a bit calm. Kofi, tell me, are you happy with the response that the government of Ghana is giving to this situation, considering your position?
All right. So over here we have a very calm atmosphere, like I said earlier on. And when this issue started, our president wrote that he's spoken to the embassy in Moscow, and they have assured everybody in the Federation that they are very much on top of their game. They have the capacity to deal with the situation whenever there are uncertainties, so students should not panic. And this officially has been communicated to the entire student populace. And therefore, we also have a lot of confidence in our embassy, because for the past years, dealing with them, they've showcased that they have the interest of students at heart, and they are able to also take the interest of students into recognition. So for us here, we have that solid assurance from the embassy, and then we are not scared at all when any situation comes out. But however, we are not also ruling any case of uncertainties in the future, because nobody knew that this issue was going to escalate to this point. Therefore, as students and as student leaders, we have also gone beyond and started collecting data of individual students and their contacts and emails, and then we also compile that and keep ourselves abreast and set up with time, so that whenever there has to be any issue that students would have to leave the Federation, we also set ourselves ready, and then we will leave. But like I'm saying, with issues regarding the correspondence of Ukrainian students and the embassy, I am unable to comment on that since I am not in the Federation. So that is all that I can say for now with regards to the correspondence between the students and the embassy. Thank you.
Then let me gather Kwame's thoughts on the government's response. Of course, you have shared your view, but then Kwame, what do you make of the government's response to this situation?
Okay, I think I watched some news yesterday, and then I think it was brought up in Parliament, and we are just hoping that everything will be done as fast as possible, because very soon, as Kwabena said, very soon receiving money is going to be very difficult. I personally today, when I closed from the hospital, I went to the bank to withdraw some money using Western Union, and I went to 3 banks, and they said they will not be able to give me money because of the sanctions and all that. So very soon, I'm sure if nothing is being done about it for students to actually secure some food, because right now, very soon, if money is being sent later on, it's going to be useless, because we won't be able to use that money for anything, since nothing can be sold to us, or you get what I'm trying to say. So I think the response must actually come as fast as possible, so that we're able to secure the necessary needs.
Okay. So we are talking about government response. Let me speak to my female guest. About government's response, do you think that government should consider evacuation plans? Of course, Kwame mentioned the fact that the issue was discussed in Parliament yesterday. Abigail, do you think that government should consider evacuation plans, and how soon do you expect that to be implemented?
Okay, so currently there's been an airstrike actually, especially the cities located at the south, even in the capital. So flights are not moving in, flights are not moving out. So evacuation is not actually the way forward right now. So I don't think uh, that can come into the plan. Maybe yes, funding to move people into a much more safety zone, because it's not all, especially in Ukraine. Yes, there are zones that have been affected, especially Kiev and other zones, but they are not all parts of the country is being affected by what's going on. So if people can be moved to a much more safer zone, that would be better. But evacuation to Ghana or wherever by flight, I don't think it's going to be possible.
Okay, so we are about ending this discussion. I would like to get Kwabna to give me some few answers, and then I'll pick your final words. Kwabna, you talk about the fact that you will soon run out of supplies. How soon are we talking about, and how consequential is this going to be?
So let's take it from next week onwards. Basically, I will have, let me talk from my perspective and my colleagues near me. From next week onward, we will have nothing left. So if it continues like this, that means from next week, we'll we'll be left with nothing. And it will be very difficult because here you have nowhere to go. Yes, you have nowhere to go. For us, the situation is already getting out of hands for us because most students have already run out of money. And the fact that even from yesterday, it was impossible for us to receive any money or take money. My bank, when I tried removing money, I used two banks. The first one, I couldn't remove. The second one sent me a message that unfortunately my card is not permitted to do any transaction now. So it's going to be very difficult for us.
You are in a Kwabna, you are in a foreign country. What is the government of Ukraine doing for expatriates in their country, like people like yourself? What is the government of Ukraine doing for you?
Okay, for now, we've not heard anything. The only thing is, he's general. He said everyone should remain calm, but he has not commented anything specific about foreigners or anything of that sort.
So for now, you're on your own?
Yeah, for now, everyone is on his own.
Government plans, calls for evacuation. You are in this situation more than any of our guests. Is this something that you would want government to do, or what is your call to government?
For me, I think it should be considered. Although now airports and then some airports have been destabilized, but it should also be under consideration. Anyhow, because our plan is moving to safer places. For example, Lviv airport is considered the safest now, not Kiev. So it should be considered. It doesn't necessarily mean only flying from Kiev. Lviv is there. So for me, I think it's very necessary for us.
Okay, Kwabna, so we understand your situation. We hope you stay safe. Let me get the final thoughts of your colleagues and then we'll wrap this up. Abigail, what will be your final words?
Okay, so right now we are able to control the situation to a particular point, but as Kwame and Kwabna and everyone else has said, we are not sure of how things are going to escalate. So it will be very glad if the government speeds up their response to us to make things better.
Okay. Kwame, any last words?
Okay, so one thing that came to mind was if it's possible, if not evacuating the people to Ghana, we can evacuate the people around the border to safer cities so that they can be there for now. If it's possible, we can get the embassy to get the students that the students that are studying the cities that are around the border to safer cities, so that just in case of anything, they will be safe. Because recently the first attack from Russia was actually from one city, Belgorod, and that city has a lot of Ghanaian students, scholarship students to be specific. So if it's possible for them to, the embassy to actually get the students from the cities that are near the border to safer cities is going to be very, very fine. I mean, so that they will feel some safety. Because my city currently, no one is talking about the whole thing, just the banks that are, I mean, the banks have been affected since the economy is being crippled. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right. So, Kofi, you are in a position of leadership. You coordinate communication and activities between your colleagues and the government of Ghana. What will be your final words?
All right. So, my brother, in this particular situation, first of all, my heart goes out to our brothers in Ukraine, and I agree that these are tough times, and surely they will prevail. And all that we can all do as individuals is to keep calm and remain safe, and look out for ourselves each time, and then make sure that we defend ourselves. But for me, in this era of civilization, it is very unfortunate that we have to talk about an impending, so to say, war at this particular point in time. But we ask that you all help us in prayers, keep us in your thoughts, and then we wish that moving forward, this issue will not escalate, but rather stay calm, and then at both sides, in Russia and then in Ukraine, not even only Ghanaian students, but people, this is the call for humanity. People in Russia and people in Ukraine will be safe, and no life will be lost as a result of this. We need all prayers and support in these hard times. We remember us in prayers. Thank you very much.
Great. So, guys, we thank you for your time, and we hope you stay safe. And we'll reach out to you in case we need any further update. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
So, viewers, this is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AEC. I did this by speaking to some Ghanaian compatriots in Ukraine and Russia, where there's been some fighting over the last 72 hours. They are praying that the situation is contained in due time to stop the situation from escalating. Of course, this has been Say Loud with me, George AEC, and until we meet for our next episode, it's bye for now.
Hello there, and welcome to the launch of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition. My name is Ismail Akwe, the Editor-in-Chief of Africa Web. It's that time of the year again. Last year, you, the audience of GhanaWeb, nominated several personalities in various sectors for various categories of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. In its second year running, the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards focuses on the youth of Ghana and is going to be run under the theme, The Future is Now. This is your time, this is our time. We have two important personalities who are on standby to help us unveil the categories. Eche Atisu, the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Na Oyokote, the host of Bestech on GhanaWeb TV. The pair was integral in the event last year, and they are here to do it again. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Ismail Akwe. Eche, what's up?
We're back again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. And it seems like a year is already caught up with us already.
That's right.
That seemed like a short time. And last year, I had the honors of hosting the maiden event at the Accra City Hotel in December of 2021. And you did the
unveiling of the nominees.
Wonderful. And this year, we have even something more refreshing for you, our readers and our audience. And this year's theme is for the youth. That is why it's a youth edition. And last year, what we did was that we had 17 personalities who were awarded after you, our readers, nominated over 100 people in various categories. And also we had some special awards that we gave to some other personalities who we thought had an amazing work for this country. Let's give you a gist of how all of that went down last year.
I started GhanaWeb about 23 years ago. On the 1st of January 2022, it will be 23 years. Well, initially it was just me, but thanks to the support of many people patronizing the website, we have grown a lot, really. I think everybody. Now, on this occasion, we do something different. We use our audience to highlight people who have made a difference in Ghana in the past year. So this is what the awards are all about.
GhanaWeb Report is about democratizing journalism. So everyone in Ghana can become a reporter. What Rob has made, because Rob is looking to his screen always every day, that's why he's wearing glasses. He was thinking of some magic so that you get features that everybody with a phone in his hand can make a report on something he experiences. So Father Kemba told me about his beautiful projects for the lepra people, for the street kids. Why don't we make something like GhanaWeb.com/reporter/charity? And we make you owner of that part, of the lepra people, the street kids, and that everybody can donate there, and we can read to your stories and see what you're doing, because it's good that people take care of the community.
In the spirit of transparency, is unveiling the plaques.
So we have some beautiful plaques here that will be going home with our nominees and those who are going to win the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards that we have. And it's time to unveil them so you see how they look like.
The hand claps. So there they are. Father Andrew Campbell for winning Humanitarian Award. Another well-deserved award.
So the Peace and Diplomacy Special Award goes out to Dr. Vladimir Danso.
The winner of this award is Bright Yao Roger.
Congratulations, Bright. Celebrity painter.
Women Empowerment Award.
Come and empower us, Stacy.
With your beautiful dress,
Empower
you should be
us.
longer on the stage than I. Take it here.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Thank you, Mark.
Because it goes to one very special person, Professor Stephen Adai.
Your advocate for good governance is Bishop Samuel Noim Esa.
Now, surprise, shock, and gratitude. These were the emotions expressed by winners to GhanaWeb readers for the recognition when they received their awards. Here is a video of some of them.
Yes, I've been in this job for about 33 years. I've taught thousands of students from all over the world. Yes, I think some of them are waving. Military people all over the world, Canada, Rwanda. I still have from 28 African countries
where I'm teaching, and I think I've contributed enough to peace and diplomacy. And I thank you for recognizing me. It goes to everybody else who loves peace and security in this world. It's very important. We're joking with it, and I believe we've got to realize it.
Let me quote myself on 2 occasions. 1, leadership is cause. Everything else is effect. The second one is that the most powerful leaders who leave legacy combine character, competence, and care for other people like Father Campbell. Thank you.
For me, this goes to all the other women who were in this category, especially Ohineyire Gifty Auntie, who is a big sister to me, who keeps pushing me to be unstoppable. So to every woman here, if we are all able to empower a woman, trust me, we are going to empower the globe.
I will use this opportunity to thank GhanaWeb as a whole and the organizers for this award. They've really done well. And this shows I need to do more. My name is Bright, but officially known as the Celebrity Painter Ghana. Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Just to say thank you very much for honoring me. A blessing, a real blessing, serving Ghana and serving all the needy and poor people. I feel blessed and honored. Thank you.
In the next 2024 and beyond, the next decade will emerge young men and women who will not be 80 years and 90 years to run their country, but young men and women who will turn the clock of Africa around through quality leadership. And that is what we stand for, and that's what we believe in.
So, Influential Man Award and Media Development Award. So to those of you who nominated me, to those of you who voted for me, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. And to the guys at GhanaWeb, well, I'm not always your friend, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Say a big thank you to the organizers, GhanaWeb. I mean, GhanaWeb is one of the strong online portals that when we're all coming up, we'll go there to read stories and all that. So for them to start this maiden edition of their award scheme, and me getting the best influential or the most influential blogger, I think that I'm super humble. God bless them.
I was actually very surprised when I got the message from you guys,
right?
Because my name has always been confused
with the business one, right?
No, but it's good actually, because I think, for a long time, in terms of looking at the creative arts sector and all that, I've always thought that the infrastructure has been very limited.
Right.
So at least as artists, we should take responsibility for somehow shifting the narrative,
right,
which can go a long way to empower a lot more other generations which are yet to come, and also maybe somehow put limelight on the older generation also.
Right.
So I think this also goes a long way to somehow restore faith in the significance of the work that we do.
I have to say that GhanaWeb is a true representation of the youth. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the sky's feather as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, awo iyo kora efasa efitre oman osande ukuma fun ochedi anko to trouble in Kopon. GhanaWeb, you train your staff on about the thick clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism.
Oyo, you know what's happening this year?
No, tell me.
Well, we have 16 categories. We want to honor and celebrate 16 young personalities who are doing amazingly well in their various fields of endeavor.
But to qualify for the awards, you or the person you nominate must be between the ages of 15 and 35. Now let's take a look at the categories for this year's awards.
Alright, so the first category for this year's GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, the Youth Edition, is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture. And in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs engaged in agriculture and agrobusiness.
Next is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Information Technology. Exemplary youth working in the digital space qualify for nominations in this category. Eche?
This is one of those categories that I think a lot of young people should be interested in. And because I know there are a lot of amazing things that young people are doing in IT for that matter. And so I hope to see a lot of nominations coming through.
And I must say, IT is the ish.
Like, it is. I mean, that's where
it's a big thing now.
That's where the cash is. I know you love the sound of cash.
I know, right?
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Sports. Now, in this category, we're looking for talented youth who are excelling in any competitive sports, be it football, athletics, boxing, hockey, and the likes. I think that a lot of these young guys who are, especially for the sporting season we are in, especially for Ghana, football, Black Stars, amazing guys that I think would fit in here. Not the days, they are old now.
I'd also like to add our new coach, Otuado. I think he's bringing some excitement in sports. I mean, sports doesn't necessarily mean football, but I think that's a thing for Ghanaian youth. So I think, we are doing great.
It's up to our readers and our listeners right now.
The next category is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy. Impactful youth promoting women's empowerment and rights. Now, both men and women qualify for nominations in this category. Eche, we have women advocacy.
Yes, one of those. You know, earlier we had a conversation about how there are a lot of men doing women advocacy, men like myself.
Yes, feminists, you know. At first it was weird to have men feminists, but even our boss is a feminist.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Our big boss.
Our big boss is a feminist.
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion. Now, in this category, you can nominate any influential youth excelling in the fashion industry to be awarded.
Next, we have the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Music, Drama, and Dance. Now, in this category, we have talented youth excelling in the music, drama, and dance industry. I really want to nominate myself.
Oh, yes.
I can do some small boogie. Yeah. Let me see. Exactly.
Okay. But there are a lot of names. We're not mentioning names just to lead people on, but I think the likes of Dance God, Afronita, I mean, they're all from the same.
And they're not doing it for themselves. No. They are really bringing in the youth to appreciate dance more.
And a lot of music these days comes with some unique kinds of dancing. So this is it for us. Nominate your favorites. Let's move on to the next one. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media and Communication. Now, in this category, we are looking for people who have been impacting the youth sector in the media and communication industry.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health. Distinguished youth promoting lives in the healthcare industry. Notes that for this category, doctors, nurses, non-professional healthcare workers, or even advocates of health issues can be nominated. So pick your favorites and nominate.
On to the next one is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Education. Now, in this category, we're looking for inspirational youth who are engaged in teaching and education advocacy. And also take notes that just like in the health category, both teaching and non-teaching staff also are eligible for this award.
Now we move on to the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership. Inspirational youth showing commitment to development in society, organization, or any institution can be nominated for this category.
Another one of those categories that I think that a lot of young people are really showing that they truly are deserving of leadership. Many young people are coming out to show what they can do in leading this country and other aspects of life and give us some hope that the future is not bleak as it seems.
The future is now, and the proactiveness as well as boldness is showing everywhere.
That's it. That takes us to the next category, which is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship. Now in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs running a scalable business. Anyone who started a business, something that is innovative, small business on the side that you think is eligible for this category, go ahead and nominate them.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Science and Engineering. Exemplary youth playing an active role in science and engineering qualify for this category. Actually, we have a lot of youth I think would be in or may be in this category.
STEM, which has become a big thing now. Many young people, and I'm particularly happy for the fact that many young women are also taking interest in this area.
It's a proud moment for women.
So go you, go you, go you. Let's go on to the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts. Now in this category, we are looking for talented youth in painting, digital art, design, sculptures, etc. So if you know any such person, this is the time to appreciate them and have them celebrated.
On to the next category, GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Diaspora. This category is for inspirational youth in the diaspora promoting Ghana's culture.
I know you want to go have a take on this one because I know what the interest you have in this.
Exactly. I'm really proud that a lot of indigenous are coming back home, especially the young ones. Like you said earlier, we have a lot of old people. In those days, people didn't really want to come home. But now I think people are more open-minded. They're like, no, look, we have to make our country great. We have to be exemplary for those also here.
And
so
I
they
think
want to start up
we
and
can
then
also
relocate.
give some kudos to the government for the year of return.
Exactly.
Which has brought back a lot of people into the country.
More jobs, like
And
we're
more
crying
money.
for. Yeah.
Let's look at the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy. Now in this category, we are looking for impactful youth who are advocating for peace in Ghana.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Innovation. Successful youth demonstrating innovative ideas, products, or services qualify for nominations in this category. This category is also an interesting one because, of course, like you said, the youth are always striving for change and they are doing something better to make their lives better.
Can you imagine Pinky on wheels? Pinky having wheels.
Even Gobe has posts right now.
Gobe, almighty Gobe. Well, that brings us to the end of the main 16 categories for this year's Excellence Awards. But we have another category which you can call the 17th category, and is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award. Now for this category, there will not be the need for you to nominate anyone. The organizers will take charge of this category where they will present an award to a distinguished youth organization. So once again, no need for nominations for this particular category.
Now, many young people are doing amazing things in their various fields, but they only stand a chance of winning if you nominate them.
Let's find out how you can nominate your favorites for the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition.
Visit www.GhanaWebExcellenceAwards.com and click the nominations bar or click the nomination banner on www.GhanaWeb.com. Provide your personal details by entering your first and last names. Fill in your contact details in essence, phone number, and email address. Select the appropriate category out of 16 options for your preferred nominee. Provide the personal details of your preferred nominee. Provide at least one or more social media handles of your preferred nominee. Tell us why your nominee qualifies for the selected category and then proceed. You receive a pop-up with, "Would you like to make another nomination?" If yes, click yes and go through the same process of nominating another person. If no, Click No and you are done nominating your preferred person. Remember, your nominee must be between the ages of 15 and 35.
So, for the launch and opening of nominations, I welcome Editor-in-Chief of AfricaWeb, Ismail Akwe.
There you have it. You've seen the categories and also the nomination process. I do hereby declare the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition launched. And also, I declare the nomination open. It was a fun ride.
It was.
And I think all of you qualify. And
all
of us.
We do.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering which category Oyo is going to be in.
The dance.
The dance? Are you
I like the
dance. I can put my money on it that you will not win anything.
Trust me, I can also put my money on it and make sure I win.
Okay.
So, money,
you know, the future is now and we are all part of the future.
Of course we are.
The future is now and we are the future.
So that's it from us here from the CJ TV studio in Accra. My name is Eche Atisu. I'm the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV.
And my name is Ismail Akwe. I'm also the host of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV and the Editor-in-Chief of AfricaWeb.
And I am Na Oyokwoti, host of Bistec on GhanaWeb TV.
So that's it. Nominations are open. Best wishes to all the nominees.
Remember, the future is now.
Do you have a man? Who is that someone? Where is he? We want to see a man. Charlie, life happens, and if you don't pray, appreciate that, Charlie. No, God has been good. I really appreciate the person I am. I really appreciate the growth. I really appreciate how far I've come. Oh, when I'm 24, I'm going to get married. I'm going to have kids by 30. I'm done having my kids, and I'm like, God has his own plans for you. I don't think I'm even spicy enough. You should tell me if I'm spicy enough from watching my YouTube videos. Hello everyone, you're back again, Charlie. You're back again, Charlie. I'm so excited. I haven't done a sit-down video in like forever. The last time I did was when I hit 10K, which is a very long time. Thank God, with your love and support, we are currently at 36,000. Wow, 36,000 of you are here. Thank you so much for the love and support. If you are new to this channel, I've gained quite a number of followers over the years, and I want to say thank you so much for the support. If you are watching me for the first time, my name is Stella Kafu-Samki, popularly known as Stella Chanelli here. I document my travels in Ghana and beyond. And so yeah, if you're seeing this pretty face, this pretty smile, join the family by subscribing, liking, and don't forget to turn your post notifications on, so whenever I post, you get a notification. I've received some comments. They say, Stella, we don't see your videos anymore. I don't know what's happening with the algorithm. So please subscribe and show some love by hitting the notification button, so whenever I post, you will be the first to get the notifications. So guys, it's been 3 years on this channel. This is going to be my 4th year. By the end of the year, it's going to be 4 years being on this channel. And the growth of this channel has been because of you, because of your likes, of subscribing, your comments, your encouragement, the love, the support. I really appreciate you. So guys, let me know in the comment section, when did you join the family? Did you join the family when I was in the hundreds, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000? Let me know, and let me know the favorite video that brought you here. So being here and watching this video means a lot to me. I really appreciate you all. So I posted on my Instagram. If you're not following me on my Instagram, please head to Instagram. Is the same name, Stella Chanelli. Go follow me. Usually I post a lot of my stories, so you want to come and see this pretty face there. So I posted on my Instagram saying I'm creating a YouTube video, question and answer tag. Please ask me anything. I wanted this to be very fair. I also posted on my community tab on YouTube asking pretty much the same question, and this is what I said on YouTube. This is what I asked some few days ago. If you missed it, don't worry, I would try and be doing this as often as possible. So now I received some pretty interesting questions. I hope you enjoy watching this video. At the end of the day, I hope those of you who are just joining my channel for the first time would get to know a little bit about myself aside from YouTube. So yeah, I have here water, and I'm representing South Africa since I just got back from South Africa. Cheers. So we are going to start with Instagram. Ingrid says, I can't wait to meet you one day. You're amazing. What's your biggest fear in life and why? So, wow, she's the first person to ask me this. One of my biggest fear is not being able to fulfill all the things I hope and desire to fulfill. And also, one of my greatest fear is losing this smile, losing this person, losing me. Like this, like travel, like YouTube, like that's one of the things that I'm always like scared. Hey, what if something doesn't go right, you know? So I think that has been one of my greatest fears. And Alaji Tuesday says, show us the man. Which man? Which man do you want to see? I'm enough. Enjoy the smile. Derek says, how old are you? I'm currently 29 and I'll be turning 30 soon, which I've always been scared of 30. I don't know why. Like, I feel like 30 is like, hey, 30. And somebody says, how spicy are you? Just because I asked me spicy questions. I don't think I'm even spicy enough. You should tell me if I'm spicy enough from watching my YouTube videos. Okay, the next question is, do you edit your video yourself? If yes, which apps do you use? Okay, yes, I currently edit my video myself. I've had help over the years. I currently edit my videos myself. I've done most of my videos are edited by myself. I currently use Final Cut Pro to edit my YouTube videos, and that's what I've been using since I started editing. Please, when are you organizing a trip for your YouTube and IG family? We want to hang out with you. Wow! I've always wanted to do this. Last year, I thought I was going to do it last year, but it didn't happen. So I feel like this is the right time. This year, I would possibly, yes, organize a trip maybe in Ghana, or if there are any sponsors out there, you want to come support, let's organize. My friends and people who watch my YouTube videos, come and enjoy at your resort. Please hit me up. I'll share my email, it's in my description box, and my phone number is also in my description box. So yeah, it will happen, Oba, it will happen. And me, Ayi says, when is the best time for a lady to be ready for marriage? Wow, I don't think there is like a specific best time. I think that once you are ready, you are ready. And if you also meet the right person, there you go. So I don't think there is a best time for me personally, because I remember growing up, I used to tell myself, oh, when I'm 24, I'm going to get married, I'm going to have kids. By 30, I'm done having my kids, and I'm like, God has his own plans for you. So I don't think there's a best time, as he's asking, when is the best time for a lady? When is the best time for a lady to be ready for marriage? I feel like when you are ready, you are ready. Let's go to the next. I really enjoy these questions. So the next question is, when are you going to organize a tour trip for your polo? Okay, this is the second time, so I already answered that. So okay, are you single? Is baby single, or she has a special someone? So I have realized that this question keeps coming. Do you have a man? Who is that someone? Where is he? We want to see a man. Do you have someone? I already said it in my video before that yes, I have someone, and of course I'm sure it's a very long relationship, yes, but soon I'm sure you're going to see him. Yeah, very soon. I hope that answers your question, because yeah, I have someone. Yeah, I'm not single, but yeah, as to seeing him, so what difference will it make if he comes on the channel? Like, I want to know from you. Please let me know in the comment section. Because I'm here for your entertainment pleasure. What's your greatest fear in your journey as a content creator? Okay, I think I answered that earlier, but this is a little different. My greatest fear is losing this mojo, losing myself, losing this flair, losing this beautiful personality I have. I really appreciate the person I am. I really appreciate the growth. I really appreciate how far I've come. So I feel like losing it all would be something that I would be like, wow, like it's something that I get scared about. I also pray that nothing comes in my way for me to lose my mojo, for me to lose the person I am. So yeah, that's one thing that I hope it never happens. I always pray that I always keep this person that I've always been. So that's one of my greatest fear. Another question, which is talks about relationship. Look at this. Is it, do you have a boyfriend? I know a lot of people will be asking this. If yes, how do you combine all? So I mean, you make time for everything. And I remember seeing this comment in my YouTube video some time ago. He said, the guy says, "Oh Stella, I pity your boyfriend. You don't have time for him. You're always going here and there." The day I saw the comment, I actually sent it to him. He laughed. He was like, they don't know what goes on behind scenes, so it's obviously easy to say. How I combine all is I make time for him when it's due, when it's time to be with him. So the next question is, which secondary school did you and university did you attend, and what course did you read respectively? SHS now, it used to be SSS, Senior Secondary School those times. I attended Our Lady of Mercy Senior High School in Tema, and university I attended Ghana Telecom University, Ghana Technology University, if only the name hasn't changed now. And that's where I did my degree. I read human resource for my degree. Geography, I read economics, I did elective maths. Me, that I don't like elective maths, I read elective maths, I did elective maths. Can you imagine? I still wonder how I was able to pass elective maths because, no, I don't like maths. So yeah, that's what I did in secondary school and in university respectively. The craziest thing we've ever done on a trip. I don't think I've done anything crazy, but then maybe just being spontaneous is crazy enough. Like spontaneous, something you don't have planned and you just do. Like when I was in Bali, I went snorkeling. I think it's spontaneous and I think it's crazy because not everybody are as spontaneous as me. What else? If it's anything wild, I'm not so much of a wild person. Yes, I'm wild. I'm wild in a way. I'm wild, yeah, I'm wild in a way. So we are going to move to YouTube questions. Lucy says, so far I'm enjoying the essay vlogs. The last one was about the lions. Amazing, despite the fact that you were not feeling well. You got fabulous clips for us. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Okay, this is a compliment. So yeah, when I was in essay, it got to a time I was feeling sick. I don't know what happened. I started feeling sick all of a sudden, but thank God I got better the next day. I think maybe it's just a change in weather, maybe the food, maybe the environment, which happens sometimes. So yeah, I also encourage everyone that if you're on a trip, please take medications. If you're on medication, take medication. I'm not on medication, but a painkiller made me feel better. So yeah, one tip I think I would encourage everyone when traveling. Another question, thank you Stella for all you do. I'm not only entertained, but open your eyes. Okay, so let's go to the question. It says, my question is, are you available to meet any of your fans, perhaps dinner, lunch, just to have an in-person chat? I'm based in the United States and would be delighted to meet you in person. Thank you. Oh, hi Belinda. Yes, I do that. I've met a lot of amazing people from YouTube. I've met a lot of people. I've met a lot of people. So send me a WhatsApp message. Number it's on in my description box, or send me a DM on Instagram. Let's get talking. I am very open to meeting new people. Are you always motivated to create content? What has been your biggest challenge so far? I feel like I'm not always motivated to create content. Like since I came back from essay and even shooting this video now, it has taken a long time. I was just tired. My brain, I was like, my brain. I just needed to rest. And then when I also came back, my drone was, I crashed my drone in essay, so it had made me, it was not giving me the motivation because I'm kind of used to flying drone when I go to places. So I feel like, oh, creating content without flying a drone is going to be bored, it's not going to be nice, that sort of thing. So I lost motivation a little bit, but it was just for a short time. Now everything is sorted, I'm back, I'm about to create more content, I'm about to explore. You know, one thing about creating content in Ghana is you feel like you've done a lot, but no, even though I've visited all 16 regions, I feel like there's a lot of places to cover in Ghana, which I'm about to start. So if you've not subscribed, please, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? Join the family. I'm going to be giving you amazing content from Ghana until I decide to also take an international trip. I am gradually putting together visiting a lot of countries. My hope is to visit as many countries as possible before at least I die. You know, I have to experience different cultures, have different foods, different experiences. Would go fast, sister. Oh, thank you so much. This is a compliment. I really appreciate you. God will bless you. So another question is, hello Stella, I love you from Nigeria. My Nigerian family. I love you too. I have two questions. Are you in a relationship? Yes, I already answered that. Yes, I'm currently in a relationship. He said, if yes, do you mind telling us the country he is from? Yeah, he's from Ghana. He's a Ghanaian. He's Ghanaian. Yeah. So you all are really interested in relationship. I can't really wait to start speaking more about relationship, because I've realized most of the relationship videos do well on YouTube. Okay, I see. So for the question, how do you manage your job, personal life, and content creation, knowing that especially travel content needs some attention for preparation? Good energy always. Okay. So talking about that, if you know or you may not know, I have a 9-to-5 job, and I also create YouTube videos part-time. So YouTube is part-time, but lately YouTube is not part-time, YouTube is full-time. So let's say I have 2 full-time jobs now, YouTube and my 9-to-5. So how do I do that? I mean, if it's work time is work time. I usually edit my videos when I'm free at work or at home. When I get home, then I try to put together them. But most of my travels are on weekends, and I make use of my leave days. So when I have an international, I only take leave days for an international trip. I take that. Then on weekends, I make use of my weekend. So if I'm, let's say, in another region, let's say the Western region, I try to create as many content as possible so that it can take me for some few days. So you are happy, so the next question is, you are happy, so no drama, no wara. Yes, or me, no drama. I always try to stay away from drama, especially content creation drama, YouTube drama. I try as much as possible not to be part of that drama family. Please, media, I'm in my lane, I'm in my corner, minding my business. Minding my business, because I feel like drama on the internet, the internet never forgets. If you put yourself in a situation where in some few years you will not want to see yourself that way, why put yourself in that situation? So, yeah, I agree with you. Happy soul, no wara. That's what he said. Hi Stella, what did you always want to be? And would you say you are living your dream? So, I don't know if I've said that before. I've always wanted to serve in a plane, be an air hostess. I've always admired ladies that serve in the aeroplane, the hostess, and all. I'm like, wow, I've always wanted to be an air hostess. And so growing up, I don't know what happened, things changed. So one thing is, I like travel, right? I like travel, and I've always fantasized the air hostess sitting in planes, visiting beautiful destinations every day whilst working. I really admire that. And so it's something that I really wanted to do growing up. But things have changed. I'm still living the dream. I'm still traveling. Even though I'm not working in the plane, I'm still traveling. So I would say yes, even though I wanted to be an air hostess. I think things have changed. Life is better. Yeah, life is better on the other side. So yeah, I'm still living the dream. So it says, who inspired you to start vlogging? And the next question is, who inspired you to start vlogging? Was it like making your first vlog? What was it like making your first vlog? So who inspired me? I used to watch Patricia Bright some years back. So I think the vlogging and the whole, she used to do more of sit-down videos. Then I started watching Lydia Jinga. So the vlogs and all that, like, okay. So I started watching her. So I'm saying, I think those two people motivated me. Then along the line, I also found Wodemaya's channel. And I'm like, oh, he's a Ghanaian. Oh, okay. I can also be a Ghanaian vlogging. So I think those people motivated my vlogging style or the YouTube thing. And what was it like making my first vlog? My first vlog was actually a first trip to Afikiko. And it was just like a random girl trip. And I'm like, oh, let me document it. So at the time I was using the 7 Plus, an iPhone 7 Plus. I used that to record my first YouTube video and I was super excited. The video was over 30 minutes or so. it was really interesting. I really enjoyed my first vlog. My first vlog really taught me a lot. I got a lot of negative comments, a lot of positive comments, a lot of encouragement, a lot of love. And I think that is where we have come. That is where God has brought us. That is where we are now. And we started from 0. Now we are currently 10 to 6,000 subscribers. And I want to say thank you. I always say, because you guys are the best. You guys. It says, I enjoyed your essay vlogs. It was an experience, plus your sunshine, smile and personality was a star in the screen. Has your boyfriend found you to make the significant companion this year? So do you guys remember when I posted in my vision board that it would have been nice to go on a vacation with your partner and all that? I think maybe this is where this is coming from. But yeah, I found my significant companion. Yay! This is like the 6th time I'm answering this companionship question. Then another question says, you are such a sweet pie. Tell us about your childhood. What did you want to be when you grew up? Did you think you would be a journalist or a content creator? Wow. I grew up in a home living with my siblings. I'm the last one. I'm the last of 6. And yeah, I grew up in a typical Ghanaian home living with everyone. We're living with cousins, families. So we lived in a home of like 12 to 15 people. The time it was quite yeah, I mean it's very common to live with your family here in Ghana. I don't know about your country. Let me know in your comment section how your childhood was like. The best part of my childhood is the fact that my dad really taught us a lot. My mom taught us a lot. She taught us. My mom is very religious, so I grew up in a Christian home, but I'm still a Christian, and so I feel like being a Christian is what has shaped me to who I am now. And for the fact that my dad was not even a Christian, but he became a Christian because life happens, and if you don't pray, prayer is like my mom will always say, you always have to pray. Even if you forget to pray, at least thank you Jesus, thank you God, I'm grateful for being alive, I'm grateful for like a new day, being like, appreciate that God has been good. So in all, I would say I actually enjoyed my childhood and I enjoyed every bit of it. Shout out to my mom, you are doing amazing. My dad is no more, and my dad died in 2015. So yeah, my mom has been my dad and my mom, both being a dad and being a mom. So I really appreciate you. Mommy, Mama P, my mom is a Reverend Mama P, I love you so much. This is to you. I love you. So the next question is, actually have been glued to your essay video, hope to visit soon. Anyway, my question is, what's one question would you never answer? I don't know, because almost all the questions here, I've answered them. Let's go to the question, where are you from and what made you embark on this journey you are currently on? So when you say where am I from, I'm from Volta region, I'm a Voltarian, I'm Ewe. And what made me embark, I like nature, I love nature, I love trying new cultures, I love food. If you watch me a lot, especially on Instagram and on YouTube, I really enjoy food. And I grew up liking to try new things. So I'm actually very open to learning new things, and I think that's how I started. And I found this new, I didn't know I would even be on camera. I didn't know I was going to do YouTube. I didn't know I was going to be smiling all over the internet. But yeah, I think I just tried it once and it worked, and I'm like, why not continue? So not that I knew that I was going to be on camera. It's also, I feel good being here, like you're my family, so it has come to stay. I think is the last question. He says, beautiful, in capital letters. Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to be answering the last bit, and yeah, end this question and answer time. Say, so far so good. I've been enjoying every moment, and I like your smile. You are always the reason I watch Wodembaya videos. Oh, thank you so much. This is a compliment. I love you so much. Thank you so much for the love and support. Do you still work, or YouTube is full time now? How has the transition been for you? I think I already said that earlier on, but I still work and I still do YouTube. Soon things will change, but until then, this is what I do, this is how I live, and so yeah. It says pleasant and cool content. Thank you so much. Long time no see, beautiful black woman. So when people say long time no see, it means they don't see my YouTube video. This is why I encourage everyone to subscribe and then turn your post notification on so you don't miss any videos. The YouTube algorithm doesn't favor some of us. I don't know why. He said, I'm waiting to see your pretty smiles in the video. Apparently, no question for me. Ah, thank you. Let me keep smiling for you. So if you are chancing on my channel for the first time, just know that I always smile. Smiling is mine. Smiling is me. So yeah, this brings us to the end of all the questions. I want to say thank you all so much for asking me all these questions. If you didn't get the opportunity to ask, don't worry, I will have a next session probably when I hit 50,000. I'm hoping to reach 100K by the end of the year. I'm still hopeful. Without your love and support, it won't happen. So please subscribe, share my videos to your friend or a friend, and let me know in the comment section what kind of content you also are expecting me from Ghana and beyond. Let me know, and I'll definitely create content for you. Until then, I want to say thank you all so much for the love and support. The love has been surreal. I want to say you are amazing, and you made this smile blossom. You make me happy. You make me you know. And I want to say I'm really glad you're part of the family. I'm really glad. I want to say I appreciate you all, and God richly bless you. Until next time, on my next video, I post twice a week, Wednesdays and Sundays, but then if I have more travel content any day in the course of the week, I'll drop a video. But at least Wednesday day, expect my video. Sunday, yeah, expect my video. And I'm hoping to also go live more so we can interact more. So I want to say I love you all. Kisses. I love you.
Mr. Speaker, I have his permission to ask the question with your leave. I rise to ask the Minister for Transport why the Ghana Meteorological Agency, GMET, still does not receive its share of aviation levy from the Ghana Airports Company Limited. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Airport Tax Act 1963 Act 209, as amended, imposed airport passenger service charge on departing passengers. The receivable from the APSC is historically being the main source of revenue for the management of the airport operations. Under special arrangement, the Ghana Airport Company Limited have been paying some amount to GMAT to cover their services at the airport. Mr. Speaker, following the passage of the Ghana Civil Aviation 2019 Act 985, the Ghana Meteorological Agency Amendment Act 2019 Act 1002, and the Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigation and Prevention Bureau Act 2020, Act 1028, 7.5% and 1.5% of the APSC were allocated to these respective agencies. Mr. Speaker, the management of Ghana Airport Company Limited and GMAT have had series of engagement resulting in GACL making payment to the tune of about 5.2 million to GMAT between the period of 2017 to date. Mr. Speaker, the parties are in further discussion for a workable payment plan for the outstanding amount. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer in paragraph 3, he states that 5.2 million of the amount has been paid since 2017. How much is the total money owed GMET by GACL? How much is that amount?
Honourable Member, may you were taking coaching from coach. What's the question?
Yes.
Honourable St. George, you just came in and you want to announce your presence. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I was here a long time. You were just watching me. That's why.
Mr. Speaker, my question is, the minister states that 5.2 million Ghana cedis of the amount owed GMET has been paid from 2017 up to date.
How much is outstanding?
I want to find out how much is outstanding.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to be a very legitimate question. And because this is a house of record, I always want to be careful. And I know they own them and substantial, but I will not be able to particularly state the amount which is left. So I'll plead with the honourable member. It is not difficult for me to find out. But this is a house of record and I need to be careful. Thank you very much.
Very well. Very well. The last question.
Speaker, I'm hoping you will give the same directive that you gave to the earlier questions about timeline for that the submission. But, Mr. Speaker, the minister states that it is an act that mandates the Ghana Airport Company Limited. He states in his answer that the GMET Act 2019, Act 1002, stipulates that 5% of resources from the amount realized from the APSC should be given to GMET. I want to find out, is the minister aware that this non-release is jeopardizing the lives of aviation travelers because the money has not been released and it's affecting the operations?
Leader is giving you a cue. Very well. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Maybe a non-release to the agency may be a problem, but whether the GMAT is not performing function to jeopardize the users of aviation services, I will be able to say no, because yes, we do recognize that there's some obligation that we need to offer to GMAT, and there's no compromise about it. But the GMAT, they are performing their services creditably. They know that we will make good our promise or our indebtedness to them. So they are working. So thank you.
Let me give to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the presentation of the minister, let me commend him for making.
I believe your leader has warned you that there should be no problem.
For making an attempt to dent the huge arrears that Ghana Airports Company Limited owes GMET. Mr. Speaker, on the authority of being the ranking member on the Committee on Communications, we have sat on this matter on a number of occasions, and this has been a very burdensome issue as far as the operations of GMET is concerned. And Mr. Speaker, it's not just about the ordinary operations of GMET. It has to do with lives. It has to do with the ranking and the status of Ghana, the Kotaka
Honorable ranking. So ask the question.
Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, Mr. Speaker, you must have heard before you chew corn. I just want to build a premise with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there is a law, as we all speak, which the minister alluded to, and the law provides a framework of payment within which period, when those monies are deducted, they are supposed to be paid to the GMET. Mr. Speaker, you agree with me?
So what's the question?
that if a lion is found of patronizing the market, they will treat it like a puppy. If we are persistently violating the law, we will make useless of the law. And I just want to, why not placing the blame squarely at the doors of the minister? But just to ensure that as the one who has oversight, will he not put in place steps to ensure that as soon as these deductions are made, it is timeously paid to GMET so that they can improve upon their operations, so that they can protect. Mr. Speaker, if they don't give a weather report, flights cannot take off. And if they take off with that one, Ghana's status as a first-class international airport will be downgraded. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to give an assurance that from here you will go there and make sure that even though directly it doesn't take part in the day-to-day administration of the district, he will ensure that whoever has that responsibility takes steps to ensure that that is done. And I commend him for the dent that they have made in the arrears. But I'm sure that we need to go further. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you are burying a corpse, you don't bury him and leave the legs. You bury him totally. So you don't bury the this and leave some of this. I'm sure that you should take steps to deal with it. Thank you.
Yes, let him hear Sam George so that you. Because,
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I want to ask the minister. There is an act of parliament that an agency he oversees transfers monies that are deducted to another agency. That act of parliament was passed based on the challenges that were existing. What steps is he taking as minister to ensure that the agency under his watch, the Ghana Airport Company Limited, complies with the act of parliament to transfer 5% of the APSC to the Ghana Meteorological Authority on time after deductions? Thank you.
Yes. Honorable, let's hear.
Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the enormity of the whole situation. Mr. Speaker, it's a thorny issue that as a minister I'm working towards resolving the issue. Mr. Speaker, before the act was passed, there had already been a challenge with the APSC in terms of commitment to other institutions. So, though the law is there, the Ghana Airport Company themselves, they are not deliberately staffing or refusing to abide by the directive of Parliament. It is because of the challenge that is confronting them before the law was passed. I do not want to play down the situation that maybe when the law was being, when they were looking at the bill, then the problem was there and they did not have to look at it. Whatever being the case, it is now an act and we must make sure that we certify it. So, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Airport Company is engaging GMET, and I'm sure, and I can tell you on authority, now, though they may not be in a position to regularly fulfill their commitment, but they are doing their best within the circumstances. And we will try to resolve both matters. That will enable or free them, give them some space to be able to go by the directive of Parliament. So I think that is a challenge, but I will make sure. And for now, we are having a good relationship with GMAT. They themselves recognize the problem that is confronting the Ghana Airport Company. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So let me give the last floor to Minority Leader.
Speaker, let me thank the Minister for Transport the question and for assuring this House. Mr. Speaker, the matter we are discussing, I will plead with you to indulge me, is a serious matter. And therefore, the assurance by the Minister to this August House is important. Only on 7th March of this year, the Emirates flight from Dubai could not land in Accra at a very tragic level. That's how much the unavailability of good and reliable weather forecast meant for an airline on 7th of March. I'm sure your record will tell you. They had to divert the flight to Abidjan, La Côte d'Ivoire. This happened. So the flight had to be diverted just at the point of landing. So GMET is inadequately resourced to provide adequate weather for the aviation industry. Is the minister happy supervising a breach of law by the Ghana Airport Company not releasing money to GMET as required by law? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To avert an air accident in Ghana.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will thank the Honorable Minority Leader for his position on this matter. And but he knows that directing planes at the time of landing to other places may not only be attributable to weather, even if it's weather at the instant. I've been in a plane whereby you have been asked to divert the landing from London to Paris. I'm sure that they have proper weather system to monitor them. But circumstances may detect that you cannot land at that particular time. But Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you that I do not want any of my agencies to break the law. And he knows that I will be the first person who will not give them the chance. Once a policy directive. But Mr. Speaker, if there's also a problem there, you must also diagnose that particular problem and see why is it that you are not able to religiously give that 5% to them. And that is a particular problem that I am trying to solve. And I can assure this House that it will not be long. That issue will be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we turn to question 1099. Question 1099. Honorable Member for Northton, Honorable Okudjota Brokwa.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport steps the ministry is taking to address purported instances of regulatory breaches by McDan Aviation as contained in official communication from the Ghana Airports Company Limited. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Airport Company Limited has held a series of meetings with McDan Aviation Handling Services Limited, the instances of regulatory breaches. The parties considered and agreed on the following. Why, Mr. Speaker? Safety and security issues. A. McDan Aviation to present safety management manual and airport security program to GACL. B. GACL to retrain McDan Aviation staff under the directive of Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. The status of implementation, Mr. Speaker, McDan Aviation has submitted its safety management manual and airport security program to GACL. 2. GACL has organized training for McDan Aviation staff. 2. Financial issues. GACL to reconcile McDan Aviation outstanding debt and provide feedback. Status of implementation, Mr. Speaker, reconciliation completed and payment plan reached by both parties. Mr. Speaker, these are the summary of the issues and actions taken to address these regulatory breaches. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Okudjota.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first question, if the Honorable Minister will kindly pay attention. I listened to the Minister carefully and I've read his response. And there is no indication that McDan was sanctioned for all the breaches, the litany of breaches. I have the various communications here from Ghana Airports Company, January 28, proceeding without the construction operation approval. I have another one, January 31st, failure to comply with a directive from KIA not to proceed with the operations. Another one, January 24th, on their financial obligations that they are not meeting. So many infractions and breaches. But it doesn't appear that any sanctions have been taken against Magdan Aviation. Can we know why is that? And is it the case that the removal of Mr. Yakwaka, the managing director, serves as some indication that he is rather being held responsible by government for this communication and the various letters pointing to infractions that I referred to?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I will answer the latter part of this question. Mr. Speaker, in my communique to relieve Mr. Yakwaka of his position, it was clearly stated the reason why it had gone at it, and I think that the Honorable Member knows that none of this thing is attributable to his dismissal or his removal. So I don't know why he's trying to attribute his removal to anything relating to Magdan. But Mr. Speaker, I don't know why he's talking about sanction. Maybe the specific infraction does not necessarily demand that the person should be sanctioned. It may be a correction process that he needs to go through. And once they can sit down with him and correct those breaches, I don't see the essence of sanction, unless the law specifically says that if you do not do this, we will sanction you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable. Your last question.
Well, as a question, my last question is from item number 2A of the Honorable Minister's response relating to financial issues. The Honorable Minister indicates to us that GSEL and Magdan Aviation have reconciled the outstanding financial obligations to GSEL. Is the Honorable Minister able to tell us the amount involved? This is a house of record. The amount involved and specifics on the payment plan, so we can monitor as a house to know if GSEL, which belongs to all of us, is being treated fairly.
Yes, Honorable Minister, before you respond, Honorable members, please, the time is 2 o'clock, so kindly indulge me to extend sitting beyond the normal hours. So, Minister, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is true that civil aviation or Ghana Airport Company or even the aviation industry belong to all of us. But they also have their own business transactions they do with their clients. And at times, it's also difficult for you to put out certain information if you don't have permission from your client. But I can confidently say that there has been an agreement reached between both parties. And like the Honorable Member is saying, this is a house of record. I should be sure about the sort of amount that he owns. But they've indicated to me, and I know that an arrangement has been made for those debts to be paid. And that one, you can be comfortably be assured that the full agreement with them. Period, which is satisfactory to both parties, because at the same time, too, you must make sure that you don't put too much obligation on your client. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader, last question.
Mr. Speaker, does Magdan owe Ghana Airport Company, and how much of it have been paid, and how much of it is outstanding, Honorable Minister?
Mr. Speaker, Magdan has a contractual obligation with Ghana Airport Company Limited. Within the contractual obligation, there's a limited time with which some of these debts are to be paid. And like I said, an agreement has been reached that those debts will be paid within the time agreed between the both parties. But specifically, I know that the honorable member is interested how much it owns. How much? Mr. Speaker, I said I can say 2 cedis, I can say 5 cedis. I don't have I will have the particular amount and finish this out. It is not a problem. It is not a problem. But Mr. Speaker, honorable member wants to, yes, I need to be candid with you. I need to be very candid with you. You know that he owns the party said they've reached an agreement with the debt, they've put in an arrangement for him to be paid. That particular amount has not been stated, but I can easily find out and tell you. I do not want to contact you. I do not want to tell you something that tomorrow you say that your good friend has not been truthful to you. So if you can give me time, it is not a rocket science. I can easily find out from them and finish this out. So the amount that he owns, Ghana Airport Company. Thank you.
Leader.
I hear the coach helping the minister, one man, one machete, away in a tomato farm. The Speaker, the Honorable Ablakwa served notice to the minister. Magdan Aviation owes Ghana Airport Company. The minister is talking about an agreement for settlement. Mr. Speaker, yourself a respected lawyer. How can they have an agreement for settlement when the amount is not known? We want to know how much Magdan owes Ghana Airport Company. Is it $4 million or $24 million?
Yes.
I'll be happy to read the question to the minority leader so that this thing will be settled once and for all. Mr. Speaker, the question the honorable member asked to ask the Minister for Transport steps taken to address purported instance of regulatory breaches by Magdan Aviation as contained official communication from Ghana Airport Company. He did not ask how much Magdan owns Ghana Airport Company.
Very well. So, honorable members, he has answered the question. So, we move to question 1272. 1272. Honorable Member for Akan. Honorable Yao Gumado. Honorable, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport what measures the ministry is taking for graduates of the Regional Maritime University to undergo cadetship.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as has been the practice, the Regional Maritime University collaborates with shipping lines to provide cadetship training for its graduates. Currently, Banaschuta, a German shipping management company, takes cadets from RMU on board its vessel every year and has a permanent office complex at the university. Also, discussions are ongoing with Greek Shipping Management Company Limited in the same respect. Mr. Speaker, we are also pursuing an aggressive program to modernize Regional Maritime University with support from Korean Exim Bank under the Economic Development Cooperation Framework Agreement between the governments of Ghana and the good people of South Korea. Mr. Speaker, as part of the project, a training vessel will be provided to the university for on-board practical training. This will ensure that cadets will go through a cadetship program at sea for a minimum number of months required for practice after they graduate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Gomado, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to seize this opportunity to commend Captain Joshua of Benashus for their good work they're doing in companies. Referring to paragraph 1 of the Minister's answer, he stated, also discussions are ongoing with Greek Ship Management Company, also known as Danao Shipping Company Limited, in the same respect. When do we expect this?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to find out from the Minister with his answer. Discussions are ongoing with Greek Ship Management Company known as Danao Shipping Company Limited in the respect of training purposes. When do we expect this to come to effect?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. They were here in May. Even last month, they came back. We have had a preliminary discussion following to another management decision. They are supposed to get back to us by the end of September. And I'm hoping that by the end of September, we should get good response from them. Thank you very much.
Your last supplementary question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, he has also come out in paragraph 2 that as part of the project, a training vessel will be provided for the university for onboard training, onboard practical training. This will ensure that cadets will go through the cadetship program at sea for the minimum number of months required for practice after they graduate. May we know the timeline, please?
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance put in this year's budget this particular facility. The kick-off meeting has started. Korea Asian Bank was here last week. They came, we had a meeting, they met the Minister for Finance, the Minister of Finance for further discussion. We are hoping that the consultant will be hired. Today, the first loan facility agreement is in this house. Now that they go and they bring the final report, we will bring the loan agreement. I do not envisage that this thing will go beyond middle of next year. Looking at the space with which we are working, buying all time, all things being equal, I'm hoping that by the middle of next year, we should be able to access this facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Kwachi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to differ from the Minister's answer that it has been a practice that Regional Maritime University collaborate with shipping lines.
Honorable Member, what did you say?
I said I beg to differ from your answer from the first.
You were to give ask
so
the Minister question.
Yes, and because from my own experience, we had a shipping line or a special vessel for training. That's MV Nakwa, where I was trained as a cadet on that vessel. So I would like to know if the Minister is thinking of having similar capacity for the cadets.
May you speak up? Speak to the microphone.
Okay, I said I want to differ from the Minister's answer that the cadets are being trained, as has been the practice, that you collaborate with other shipping lines. And I'm saying that no, that is not the situation, because I was trained in the Maritime University where we had a shipping line. We had MV Nakwa where I was trained. So I would like to know if you are planning of something like that, rather than collaborating with other shipping lines. You are not listening to me. It's not my fault that you don't.
Honorable Member, please ask your question. instead of...
But he is saying that he is making gestures, that he is not hearing.
The preface to your question is a bit problematic.
It is not, Mr. Speaker.
Why is it not?
Mr. Speaker, and my question is going to follow up. That has he got any plans to go the way? Because he's saying that that has been the practice. I'm saying that no, that is not a practice. The practice is that I was trained on MV Nakwa River, which belongs to the Black Star Line. So are you thinking of something like that to help our students? And secondly, the aim of the students at the Maritime University, the aim of the student university is not to repay. Mr. Minister, can you please listen, please?
Honorable member, please. This is a supplementary question.
He is not paying attention. He's disturbing.
Who is disturbing?
The minister. He's making gestures. Yes. Can you please let him keep quiet for me to ask the question, please?
Hold on. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I believe members should be guided on how to ask questions. We will get up. You ask a question. The minister professes an answer. If you have a supplementary question, bring the supplementary question. You don't argue with the minister that I beg to differ, and then you go on your own frolic. That is not how questions are asked in this house. So please, ask the supplementary question and see from the original the answer given by the minister. That's how questions are asked.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm quoting the answer the minister gave. Yes.
So honorable member, please. Yes. You want just to elucidate information from the answer that the minister...
If the answer is wrong, if the answer is not, I do not agree with the answer. Because he said that the answer is that they collaborate, that is the normal. I said, no, that is not the normal. Because I was trained in school.
The answer is wrong?
Yes. He said it is the normal practice. And I said that no.
No, honorable member, the mere fact you've gone through the walls of that school doesn't mean that you know everything. He is the minister. He has come with an information.
My question
is
that...
if you don't agree with it, just ask your question, please.
So I do not have the opportunity to correct that answer. Is that what you're telling me?
Honorable Party.
Yes, please.
You are not prepared to answer your question. So let me give the opportunity.
Okay, the question is that, has he got any plans to go to the actual training session that we have that shipping line, that MV Nakwa River, which is the normal practice which we had? Has he got any plans for that? And secondly.
No, we don't have a second question. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to know that the honorable member was trained under the blaster line system. Unfortunately for the honorable member and myself, we don't have a blaster line today. And we cannot because we don't have a blaster line, let our cadet not to be trained. So only available option to us is to partner with shipping lines to take our cadets on board. But let me assure the honorable member that as part of the CD Korea Asian Bank facility, there's a training vessel at the blaster line that you are looking for. So once this parliament passes that, agree or approve that particular law, blaster line will come back. Thank you very much.
He exhausted the opportunity. Let him give the opportunity to another Tema man. Honorable, is it Tema West? Tema West, let's hear you.
Speaker, thank you very much. So I come under Order 62 and request your guidance in respect to the fact that the minister has been standing on his feet more than 1.5 hours. And I think that under the normal rules of engagement, by this time the minister should be discharged, unless you want us to continue asking these questions. Because he's been asking questions close to 2 hours, and I don't see why Order 62 should not discharge him from this responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I'll be guided with your direction in this matter. Thank you.
Anyway, I'm fully aware of the time, and I know what I'm doing. The minister is left with one question. I just want to allow him to go through, so that, because he should have been here the previous, I think, couple of weeks, and members were not happy that he was not able to come to the chamber. So let's allow the process to go on. He will finish with, I think he's left one question. Honorable member for Tema East. The last question for this particular question.
Mr. Speaker, as a follow-up to the minister's response, where he assured that cadets would, through the cadetship program, be trained. Mr. Speaker, we know that the institution, which is Ghana Maritime Authority, serves the West African coastline with maritime, academic and research items. Currently, the Ghanaian principal or head of the institution is on interdiction for more than a year and a half. And I think that could impede the programs of the ministry. How is the minister ensuring that the leadership of the institution will be in place so that the programs he is enumerating would be implemented? Thank you.
Minister, do you have information?
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
I know what I'm doing, please.
Mr. Speaker.
It's not part of the...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, though it may not be part of the question, but I can tell him that IMU has a board. The school is being governed by the board, and the board is taking steps to make sure that the university gets a substantive, or whatever action that they go to, is in the interest of the university. So you should be rest assured that everything will be fine.
Very well. Honorable Gumado, let's take your last substantive question. The last substantive question. 1273.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Transport the state of the draft bill on cabotage.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cabotage regulation was presented to this August House for consideration and approval. It was subsequently approved and gazetted on 16th of December 2021. The regulation is now referred to as the Ghana Shipping Cabotage Regulation 2021 LI 2438. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think my question is not well answered. I'm asking of a bill, a draft bill, and the answer here is on regulations. I want clarification in this regard. Is it into law or it's in the regulation?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I presented to this House was Ghana Cabotage Regulation, but not Ghana Cabotage Bill, which regulation has been passed. Thank you.
Yes,
Honorable, your last. I would like to know when these regulations will be implemented.
Mr. Speaker, once it expires, we are taking steps because we need to go through some administrative processes to start the implementation of the regulation. Thank you very much.
Kwachi, I will never come to you. You've spoken too much today. So, honorable members, minority leader, are you asking a question? Very well.
Mr. Speaker, so this is my area.
Honorable members.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, please, I'm a marine chief engineer, so please allow me to contribute. It will help us.
Honorable members, I would like to thank the minister for attending upon the House to answer. Is it 9 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 questions? Honorable Minister, we thank you very much. You are hereby discharged. Honorable Leader, we have so many statements.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I want to plead with you to vary the order of business to enable me, to enable the Minister responsible for Finance present a paper to the House that has to do with item listed as 8A. 8A. We can deal with the presentation of papers.
Yes, honourable members, shall we turn to page 4? Page 4, at the commencement of public business. Item listed 8, presentation of papers. We will begin with 8A by the Minister for Finance.
Speaker, the Minister is at the moment at Cabinet, and if you may permit me, I'll present the paper on behalf of the Minister for Finance.
Honourable members, please, we can't hear anything. Let's have some silence. Honourable members, the annual statement has been duly presented. It will refer to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report. Are we taking 8B by the chairman?
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I was only making the application, and the table officers would need, once you agree, the table officers once you agree, I'll bow, and the table officers will read the title before the referral is made. Your application is to stand in place of the Minister of Finance to present the paper listed as item 8A. And if you indulge me, then I will do that.
So which one specifically?
8A, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, 8A.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Lottery Authority for the year 2021.
Honourable members, the annual statement has been duly presented. It will refer to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there are others listed under 8.
8B, IV.
8B, the committee chair is there.
The chairman.
Mr. Speaker, it's 8A, 8B, IV.
IV.
Reports of the Finance Committee on the loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea, Government Agency for the Economic Development Corporation Fund, for an amount in Korean won, not exceeding the equivalent of 147,100,000 United States dollars, to finance the implementation of the improvement of the Volta Lake Transport System project.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for the distribution to honourable members. Yes, member for Who Central.
Please, I want to find out from the chairman whether the report is ready.
We just make this money and you are laying the paper. Which type of laying is that?
Kangaroo.
I don't remember. It's important that if you don't have information, you ask for it. Right. So I'm saying that the report is ready. If you want a copy, you see a copy. Have you spoken with Ranking? Have you spoken with Ranking? So in the end, we are not taking it today. We're just laying it. And therefore, what is it? If we don't lay it, we cannot distribute it. I'm saying I'm only laying. But I have it. Why this item?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chairman of the committee should just admit that he is doing a kangaroo laying. Because you met this morning, and if the report is ready, bring us a copy.
That's legitimate. But I don't know the strain. What's kangaroo laying?
You know it.
I don't know it. I don't. What's kangaroo laying?
They met this morning. Even the draft report has not been done for him to look at. He's laying the report. The order says as soon as copies of the report are ready. So we want copies of the report now. We want to see it. Because we need to read it before we make the contribution. Don't do this kangaroo laying.
Anyway, Chairman, I think it's belated now. We've already. So, are you following the rest?
Mr. Speaker, the understanding I got from leader is that he probably will be attending cabinet, and given the state of affairs, his wish as he communicated to me was for us to look at the hydraulic authority bill at consideration, but he was going to rely on the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo and the chairman. Regrettably, Ahiafo is not here, so he got indication that we can do a statement and adjourn. Understanding I got from the leader. So, if the statement from Honorable Kwame Enyimadu on parliamentarianism, or probably there is a statement on FQ from the Honorable Member for Kintampo. Any of them, we can take one or the two, and then we adjourn. That is the understanding. But Mr. Speaker, since admissibility of statement is yours, you may decide which of them you want to take. And then after the statement, just one comment, then we can adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Leader. So, honorable members, may I bring you back to statement time? So, item 7 on today's paper statement, and we will begin with statement from Honorable Member for Asante Achem Central, who is the chairman of Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, on International Day of Parliamentarism. International Day on Parliamentarism.
Mr. Speaker.
So this is a statement on we the parliament, parliamentarians. So I understand Honorable Member for Sunyani East is reading that statement on his behalf. So we will give him our attention. So Honorable Member for Sunyani East, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me to read this statement on behalf of our colleague, Mr. Kwame Enyimadu MP, the Member of Parliament for Asante Achem Central. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a statement to mark this year's celebration of International Day of Parliamentarism. The International Day of Parliamentarism is observed on June 30 to honor the parliaments the world over. A United Nations General Assembly resolution promulgated it in 2018. The day recognizes the unique and enduring system of parliamentary democracy as being the standard for political representation. It also honors the founding values of upholding parliaments and the promise of political representation to citizens in democratic states. The day further recognizes how parliaments can conduct self-evaluations to take stock of progress, identify challenges, and formulate ways to address them. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, International Day of Parliamentarism serves as a reminder for us to strive for equitable representation for all citizens, since parliaments are the cornerstone of functioning democracies. Mr. Speaker, the word parliament was derived from the French word parler, which means to speak. Therefore, the people's representatives in Parliament are with the burden to give voice to the voiceless. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, the Inter-Parliamentary Union, IPU, and the member parliaments marked the day with a number of events focusing on youth empowerment. For this year's celebration, the IPU and the member parliaments are marking the day under the theme of public engagement, following the recent launch of the Global Parliamentary Report on Public Engagement in the Work of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, there is a need to use this opportunity to reflect on the strides this fourth Republican dispensation has made. Mr. Speaker, from the inception of the 1992 Constitution up to date, Ghana has held 8 successful multi-party parliamentary and presidential elections. The peaceful transfer of power from one government to the other for the past 2 decades clearly demonstrates how far Ghana has traveled along the path of democratic consolidation. Even when one party or the other felt dissatisfied, due processes were followed for a redress. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the annals of our parliamentary history in Ghana, the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic on Thursday, 16th July 2020, adopted a motion for the enactment of private members' bill. Prior to this, non-minister members of Parliament could not initiate legislation from the House. The significance of this feat is the availability of this legislative tool for use by members of Parliament to bridge some of the gaps that exist in the laws for the benefit of the citizen. Mr. Speaker, another area worthy of mentioning is the representation of women in our Parliament. Our Parliament has seen consistent growth in the number of women in the Parliament since the beginning of the 4th Republic in 1992, except in 2008, when the percentage dropped from 11 to 9%. Even though women's representation in Parliament continues to be very low, records show that there has been marginal increases over the past decade and a half. For instance, the 275 members of this 8th Parliament has 40 female members of Parliament, 20 from each side of the House. This represents 14.5% of the total population of the members of Parliament, as our male colleagues continue to be in the convincing majority. The Speaker, apart from the above-mentioned strides, permit me to bring to the fore public perception about the primary mandate of the Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, a report on the publication on public perception of members of Parliament conducted between November and December 2015 by the Institute of Economic Affairs, IEA, revealed, among others, that Ghanaians have misconstrued the primary role of members of Parliament. This is because 70% of the respondents were of the view that the MP's role is either to undertake developmental projects or assist their constituents. Contrary to these views or perceptions, the role of MPs are lawmaking, representation and oversight. Mr. Speaker, one other issue of concern is the high attrition rate. The high attrition rate that has characterized the Fourth Republican Parliament is a matter that should be of concern to all political parties and political actors. Indeed, the attrition rate is proving to be very detrimental to parliamentary work, as it deprives the House of the institutional memory and the requisite experience critical for effective and efficient delivery of the mandate of Parliament, including lawmaking and financial scrutiny. Building the capacity of members of Parliament takes considerable time, as competence usually comes with practice and experience. Mr. Speaker, the public, through the work of civil society organizations, get involved in deep research and policy proposals on a wide range of themes, from governance to human rights, gender, disability, peace and security, agriculture and trade, among others. Many parliaments the world over, especially those who are resource constrained, have often considered civil society as alternative resource or research hubs for information to enrich the decisions and the work of Parliament. To this end, Mr. Speaker, I will encourage that our Parliament seeks avenues of engaging more with the public through civil society organizations, so that we can benefit from the knowledge reservoirs and think tanks available from the domain. As we continue to engage them in their respective thematic areas, Our committees will be enriched and empowered through the knowledge exchanges and information sharing. This, for me, is an angle of public engagement we should look at. Mr. Speaker, I am told that this House will be commemorating the occasion by holding a knowledge exchange forum on 5th July 2022. The Knowledge Exchange Forum, I am informed, will provide the platform for civil society organizations, academia, and corporate Ghana to share their vast research work in numerous thematic areas with committees of parliament to enhance their oversight, representational, and legislative work. This is surely a mark of public engagement. Mr. Speaker, more avenues of public engagement may, however, be interrogated in the course of our work as a House. By way of conclusion, Mr. Speaker, may I humbly take this opportunity to congratulate honorable members on the occasion of the celebration of the Day of Parliamentarism. Long live freedom and justice, long live democracy, long live parliaments the world over, and long live the Parliament of Ghana. I'm grateful for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let's keep our contribution, comment. So, Honorable Northton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement which has been very eloquently delivered on behalf of the Honorable Kwame Enyumedu Enchi. The statement commemorates the International Day of Parliamentarianism, which is observed on June 30 every year. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the day is now so important and crucial on the UN calendar of commemorative events since 2018, and by UN Resolution ARES 72278, the United Nations unanimously adopted this day to be commemorated to celebrate parliaments across the world. Mr. Speaker, the International Parliamentary Union must be celebrated on this day for centuries of advocacy that led to this very important United Nations commemoration. As we all know, the IPU has been in existence since 1889, and it now has 179 members. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement has brilliantly shared his thoughts on Ghana's parliament and what we can do to improve, particularly our anemic gender credentials. We are nowhere near the international benchmark, which is at least 30%. We really must commit as a country to do more to encourage more female participation in our parliamentary democracy. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, the 8th Parliament has also presented a very historic opportunity for our country. For the first time, we have a hung parliament, and for the first time, we have a speaker who is not from the president's party. Many people have been quite hesitant and sometimes even scared about what that means for our democracy and nurturing our democracy and strengthening our democracy. But I see it more as a positive, and I think we should embrace it boldly. It has so far served us well, and we can, in these uncharted waters, agree to work together to be more conciliatory and to focus on the matters that are of national interest, that are not, of extreme partisanship. There are so many things that bind us together than what divides us. At the end of the day, we have a common destiny. We are the same people who will love to live in a prosperous society that has eliminated or defeated poverty, disease, and ignorance. So, Mr. Speaker, we can really pool resources and work together with the very historic parliament that we now have. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, I note that the maker of the statement is also focusing on the theme for this year's celebration, which is on civic engagements, ensuring that parliaments are brought to the doorstep of the people. The Speaker, that's really the essence of Parliament. Parliament is a house of the people, and we must always be in touch with the people and carry the hopes and aspirations of the people. We must not distance ourselves from the people. And that is why this year's commemoration will be very well appreciated by the people who elect us and the people we serve. We know, Mr. Speaker, that in the Constitution Review Commission's report, the matter relating to Article 78(1) of the Constitution, majority of ministers being appointed from Parliament, has come up. And it has been discussed as one of the issues that makes the Ghanaian Parliament a bit, weak and beholden to the executive. I think the time has come for us to revisit that Constitution Review report and see if we can implement the recommendations. I recall that they made very far-reaching recommendations about freeing the hand of the president to appoint as many people as he wants to appoint from wherever, not necessarily from Parliament, and so that we will build career parliamentarians. People should come to Parliament because they want to be parliamentarians and because they want to carry out parliamentary oversight, not because they want to catch the eye of the president, not because they see Parliament as a stepping stone. When that happens, when their party is in power, particularly, and they do not get appointed, they get demoralized, and you notice that they do not give of their best, and the work of Parliament then suffers. So I take the view that we really should take a second look at Article 78(1). I am on all fours with the Constitution Review Commission that we should really remove that provision, amend it, allow presidents to appoint however they want to, whether a few from Parliament or even exclusively from outside, and let us strengthen Parliament. Let's resource Parliament. If you look at the rankings, we don't do very well in terms of support for Parliament, in terms of even offices, salaries, remuneration, staffing, constituency offices, and all of that. The Kenyans are way ahead of us. The Rwandans are way ahead of us. So I know it's a sensitive matter, but if we situate it within how to make sure that Parliament serves the people well and serves them very responsibly, I'm sure that the Ghanaian people will come along with us. Ultimately, it's about they having a presence, they getting close to us, and with all the employment opportunities, it will go to the people. So I think that we should really look at strengthening Parliament and building career parliamentarians. Elsewhere, you have parliamentarians who have served for 30 years, 40 years, even going into 50 years. And nobody calls them Mugabes. Nobody is in a hurry, to get rid of them. The experience that you gather over the years is also helpful. You bring it to bear, and it helps the institution. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I commend the maker of the statement, and I hope that we will all rededicate ourselves to serving the people and promoting the principles of parliamentarianism, which is central to democracy. Anytime there's a coup, it's Parliament that is the first institution that is dissolved by the coup makers. So we have suffered so many interruptions. And so we should cherish this longest sustained democratic dispensation in our history and make sure that our democracy and our representation inures to the benefit of the people. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Honourable Member for Buakwa South. Please, let's keep our comments very, very brief. You want to contribute? You also want to contribute? I see. Anyway, let me.
Yes. Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute the statement on the floor. And it seems to me that the commemorative statement to mark international
right there.
Losing someone dear to you can be very traumatizing. It's an experience a lot of people have never recovered from. The pain, anger, sadness, shock, and fear comes to play all at once. A lot more die in grief and depression. But while there is no rule on how to mourn a partner, can a society worsen the situation? When is the right time to bounce back and find love again? On this episode of Moans and Cuddles, we take a look at losing a partner and finding love again. I am Paula Amabroni. My guests are ready. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back to Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. So today's topic, I've got interest in it because at the age of 12, my father died and it was a big blow to me. I watched my mom go through the grieving process and then it wasn't easy. A lot more people have suffered same, but the thing has got to do with moving on after the death of the partner, because they say until death do us part. So a lot of people feel like, okay, you're moving on, it was too quick, you find love, sometimes it's hard to forget your partner. A whole lot of unanswered question when it comes to the death of a partner and moving on. So today my guest and I are going to discuss how to go through the grieving process, how best society can help, and you as the victim, if I should say, when is the right time to know that of course I've healed, and when moving on to the next relationship, I'm not going to affect the innocent person who is just coming in to love me and be with me and support with me, or support me throughout the journey. So to me, seated on my couch today to do the discussion, I must say I'm honored to have counselor and life coach, Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Paulina.
You look like my father. There's a whole lot to Weybridge I don't really want to talk about. The reason more I like you and connect with you, you look like my father.
Then God is sending me to you. Or you have seen the quasar father of yours.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah.
So pick a lot.
Thank you, Daddy, Uncle.
Right, whichever way.
Yeah. And I have here with me also Abba Sechiwa. Abba is the host of Urban Cross on Home Base TV. Abba is my classmate way back in GIJ. I love her. She's one hard-working woman and doing a lot for herself. Abba, good to have you on my couch.
I'm super excited to be here.
You're glowing.
Oh God, by the mercies of God.
God has been good. All right. So today, as topic, as we discussed, I told you earlier, we're just looking at the ways how best you can move on after the death of a partner, because it's a whole lot. The pain, the grief, the anger. Sometimes you are just angry. It's been 15 years. I lost my dad. I could just imagine if he was a partner. And sometimes I get angry, like really. Father's Day, I cannot even stand it. It's a whole lot. A lot of people don't know how to handle grief and then the loss of a loved one or family. So Uncle Dumata, I want to find you out. Can someone ever fully recover from the death of a spouse?
Thank you so much, and greetings to your viewers. But prior to the details of your question, I want to make this analogy. If all of us know what we are in marrying, we will be able to understand what we are in. Because we don't know what we are marrying, that is why we are marrying. So anybody who gets into the marriage terrain is prepared to embrace all the unseens. And when the unseen become unseen, that is marriage. So the loss of a partner, nobody sort of will think and dream about it, but it will happen. If it does happen, Mom, you ought to move through to 3 stages. The first stage is availing yourself to accept it. That it has happened. There is nothing you can do. He or she is no more. Accept it. And it will take you a while. Accepting it is the hallmark of your renewal. If you deny it, you pretend and you fake your whole demeanor for the entire marriage or after the marriage. Then, when you accept it, you come to where you are now going to face the real you. So as you were talking, you never accepted the fact that that is gone. But it is when you have settled to the point, then the real you will come. I call it the you in you. You should always seek for the you in you. That is where you hit yourself and say, hey, this is who I am. If you don't get to that level, you'll still be living in denial. Then from there, you can now move in developing the tomorrow of you. So it's a whole process. But when it comes with a shock. It comes with, I least expected this. It comes with, what next? It comes with, what is really going to happen? How am I going to even live my life? So you live in some kind of a wishy-washy sort of situation of your life. But you see, that is what makes you a human being. But again, when this thing happens and the God factor is not in you, you can become somebody else. So the God factor, as God being the center of you, knowing that it is for a reason that daddy or mommy or whoever had left. You can fight it. You are asking this question because people are fighting with it. Why me? Why not them? Now that I'm about to enjoy my marriage, and then what is happening? When you start doing that, you'll be living in serious denial. It's a shock. Nobody sort of dreamed to have that. But it has happened. And I will say this, and I'll say it also here, that there is nothing that happens that there is no reason. There is always a reason for something to happen. Now, we being human beings, our role is to search for that reason. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you new. If it has not happened, you will see the ingenuity in you. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you innovative. You start. If Abba was here, I would have done it. Now Abba is not here. What do I do? You start. Become innovative and become creative. And you tend to come to a point and realize that, hey, hey, after all, it's good. Oh, now I've understood. When you get to that stage, that is where you are living your life. But as to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice. Don't let anybody push you. You were saying earlier that, oh, somebody was just in there and almost 2-3 weeks, he has gone for another one. It might be that it was hanging. And so he was just waiting for
the right
a lead word and a bump.
Yeah, some people, to some partners, at their point of death, they're like, they make you promise that, see, no matter what, you're going to move on because they know they are gone. Some people will tell you that, those who have the time, maybe it's as of sickness and all that. But about someone who say, I lost a husband, I lost a wife, it hasn't been a year, maybe it's been years, but we all say it's easier said than done. When you are faced with it, you know your God, you're a Christian, you know that there's life after death, but you've been hit with this reality. How would you go through the process? Counselor had said that, but from your point of view as a woman, how would you go through the process?
Okay. So first and foremost, I might say that I'm really excited to be here with Counselor.
Yeah.
You know, when I was in the reception and I saw him walking, I'm like, God, you have a way you do your things and you show off. And that's just what I was saying when I was sitting there, and I just took my eyes off. I'm like, I'm just praising God right where he is. So the truth is that the Bible says that all things work for the good of them that love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. So sometimes, like you were saying, I lost my biological dad 10 years ago. And after, I lost my stepdad. Now, after, you know, once you lose your dad, there's this dad that traditionally from the family, it'd be like, this is your father, so this person will take care of you. So after my dad died, a year after he died, so I had to ask a lot of questions. I'm like, God, why? Because growing up, I didn't get the opportunity to stay with my biological dad. So all this while, I'm like, okay, when I'm getting married one day, I'll let my stepdad know that I'm really appreciative of what he did for me. And now, bam, he's gone. What am I going to do? But it was the knowledge of God in me that saved me. And so if you watch my post on Instagram, on Facebook, every time I keep mentioning Jesus, because I got to a point in my life where I realized that at that point in time, there was nothing anybody could say to me.
You could heal.
It's at a point, it's like I'm speaking to you and you are trying to say things to calm me, but it is not working. I have been through too much for this thing to happen to me. So at that point, that is when as a Christian, you learn to rest on God. You learn to rest that, like Uncle said, God has a reason why everything happens. Sometimes you don't know it immediately, but after some years, you sit and you're like, okay, so this happened. Not to say that you losing a partner or a relative is good. It has its own, you know, backlashes and all that. But it teaches you. I once told my friend that what experience will teach you, there is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone. And so if you watch even people who are divorcees, when they tell you something like, why are you saying this with so much passion? The person has gone through it. You understand? And so first and foremost, how to deal with it, have a good cry. Scripture says that, and Jesus wept. And there's a difference between weeping and crying. There's a difference. Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine. You can have a whole lot of things going on with you. Have a good cry. Cry till you know that, oh, I think now it's okay, and you know, you understand, because at that point there's nothing anybody can tell you. And as to you going for another partner there and then, Uncle said he leaves it to you, but I'm saying
really, we'll delve more into that. But recently, was last year in August, my childhood friend, she lost her father, and I called her. I told her, I know a lot of people have told you, you'll be fine, it takes time. But take it from me, you know, I also lost my father, and I just put in 1 or 2 words, and I told her time will heal. For now, she should just mourn and let herself go and all that. Usually when someone is in that state, when you lose your husband or wife, it seems like everybody has got to say. And then when you mourn them in your own way, maybe at a time you don't even want to eat, you don't want to hear anything, just want to be alone. Everybody thinks that they've got a say, that okay, this is how best you can do it. But you are not me, I am not you. How best can family, friends, and even the society at large help someone who is going through that difficult time?
Paulina, I would say, when it happens like that, almost everybody wants to show how close they are to you. Everybody wants to feel a certain vacuum that you cannot have. And so they are not more or less imposters, but they are trying to say that we are still with you, quote unquote. But that is why there is a hearing and listening. So who do you hear? Who do you listen? So you will hear all of them, but you should have those you will listen to.
Okay.
This is where you need to draw your line. And this one calls for real maturity and wisdom from God. Because if you are going to listen to everything, you get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them. You raise your voice. You do those things. But choose who you listen to and choose who you hear. The hearing, everybody will say it to soothing you. But which one do you listen? And that is where you pick your choices from.
All right.
If you don't do that, you will always become like, look at what she's doing. Look at what he's doing. We are empathizing with you, sympathizing with you. Look at the way you are behaving. They will ward you off.
So, Uncle, at that time, when someone is just don't know how to control their emotions, should you step back a bit? And how understanding can you be? Because some people don't understand, like, okay, you cannot do this alone. You want to help.
Contain. That's why you're doing the listening. All right? Sorry, the hearing. But contain it. You see, when it happens like that, you start warding people off. They get hurt.
Yeah.
Because they want to get closer to you to lift you up a bit. But you're giving a different interpretation to it.
All right.
And that is why they'll say, are you too? All right? So they will also stay back. Then at the end of the day, you become a loner. The only person left. And that your grief compound itself. So contain. And make sure that, oh, they are doing this because they want me to feel they are there, they are around me.
All right.
So you need to be able to condition yourself. You will not hear too many good things. But as I said, sieve through the listening to the hearing proper. That will help you. But that the people around you will always show that we sort of empathize with you. Don't embrace those who sympathizes with you. When you are in grief, be careful.
Right.
Don't always receive sympathy, because much more sympathy deepens your grief. I'm telling you. But then when you empathize with them, it lifts you up. So you told your friend that you also lost your father. Oh, really? So is that high? And you have been able to then I can also. So you are trying to empathize yourself. Don't receive sympathy. When you do that, you break down.
All right. Well noted. Now, in the case where a woman loses her husband to sickness, maybe sometimes they just don't die. Maybe you go through a lot. You have to be with them, stick by. It's a whole lot. Now, from where I come from, as Sanakan, when your husband dies, you're supposed to mourn him, and you have to wear the black cloth for a whole long year. Yes. Now, people have come out to say, see, we are going through a lot. Adding the black clothes wearing every day, it doesn't help with situation. So Abba, are you in for the whole thing? Should we continue with the one whole year, or please we can grieve in our own way? I can wear my colorful clothes, go to work, because imagine me coming to work as a journalist all the time, and maybe God forbid it will happen, but let's say I lost my partner.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. And coming to work in black, it doesn't help. It doesn't even uplift me. Imagine me sitting on this set all the time wearing black. It's like you caging the person. Do you think that it's about time we cut short the whole duration of mourning your husband for a year, and then the black cloth things that come with it?
Okay. So formally, I'll say yes. But I came to understand that it has to do with the individual. Because when I lost my dad, my stepdad, my mom was wearing this whole black stuff. In fact, when she got like 8 months, we were like, Ma, now there's been changes. 6 months is fine. And she's like, Debbie, Abba, oh, Papa, no, yeah, they don't met so. So it has to do with that particular person, the individual. Or maybe how you wear with the person will decipher as to whether you wear it for a long time or not. And also, if the person is young, or let's say I'm in a working environment and I'm always coming in black, it sort of raises an eyebrow. People who don't even know would want to know why. And so sometimes they'll be like, oh, I don't want to wear black and blah, blah, blah. But with the individual, probably I want to mourn my husband. People have, you know, diverse ways they do their things. And so they'll say, I want to mourn my husband. I want my husband to know. I don't know if by then, if you are dead, you would know or not. You know, we Africans, we have ways of doing things that are sometimes interesting. So my mom says, oh, I'm going to wear this black because your dad was good to me, blah, 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 blah. But I think after 6 months it's fine. Because at a point, after my mom wore the black stuff for, I think, a year, all the stuff you wore during that period, you have to dash it out. Because I think it has a way of telling you, you are done with the person, you've parted ways with the person, blah, blah, blah. And if you ask me, I'll say, I really don't get the link. Like, what's the link between wearing black and showing the person you really love the person? But my mom would say there's someone, I also know of one other young lady who wore it for like 6 months, not because she didn't like her husband, but at a point, like you were saying, she would have to go to work and change her clothes, and sometimes she was tired of it. And so she went to church and then she performed all the necessary rites.
Well, by the way, when my dad too passed, my sister mourned him by wearing black clothes for a whole year. That's for her dad, not her husband. Yeah.
That's your sister.
So a lot happened. As you said, it depends on how you relate with the person. Right. The conversation is getting very interesting, but as we said, we are looking at ways we can help people who are going through the grieving process and how that society, friends and family can help such a person. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Kados continues. Welcome back. This is Mons and Kados on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. Now,
Paula, I don't want to cut you. I just want to add something to what you asked.
Yeah,
before we
went on the break.
You see, it's about honoring, and it depends on the relationship you were having before the death.
Okay.
If it was a deep, connected, cleaving sort of moment that the two of you cannot separate yourself, you speak the same language, it's a bit difficult. Because the person still hangs around. The spirit of person hangs around. And it takes a while. Because when it's still hanging to see, have I left properly for you? Is everything all right? Still watching. That is why you do that black thing, for the person to realize that I am in mourning. So as to the duration, as he said, it depends on the person in question. But the issue here is that it is honoring and making sure that you are no more with me. That's why you do it for that period. But again, if today technology is coming in and you guys are working and all of that, yes, you still need to do.
Imagine a husband or a wife who was very abusive and who didn't treat you well, absolutely nothing. And then that
is what I'm coming there. You see, when the relationship is so solid, that's fine. But where it was, you know, that question mark thing,
that's exactly what they say. I think scripture, Genesis chapter 38, there was a man in there who was with the woman, his wife. And he didn't, for want of a better word, meet with, in the scripture they use the word meet with his wife properly. And so anytime they meet, he doesn't put the right liquid in the right. So at a point, the Bible says that, and God killed him. If you are in a relationship with your wife, or you both are married, and then, mind you, Bible says that once you marry, you guys become one. And so if you marry and then you decide, oh, I'm married but I'm still single, I'm going to do things that pleases only me, remember there's a third person in there. It's not just, for we Christians, it's not just two people that marry. It has to do with the third person up there. He really decides what goes in there. So if you are doing something and then it happens that, oh, you've been doing this and then God kills you, what?
Yes, it's true. You see, even at that sort of situation, the relationship being sour, everybody will see.
Yeah.
Everybody will see that you are pretending you are being hypocritical. You are hiding. Everybody will see.
Yeah.
Because your real relationship was not real. So you are even rejoicing internally to yourself. So instead of you to go through the 8 months or 6 months, we'll open 3 months.
3 months.
All these things count. And people watch. And let me tell you, when you are grieving or you are mourning, the eyes that look or watches you have a lot of meaning. So don't think nobody's watching. Even the small boy, the small girl. Mommy, you're not crying. Mommy, you are eating.
Yeah.
Why are they asking those questions?
My mom didn't take meat for I think months.
Maria.
But then some people too, in their grieving process, they just want to eat. Like they want to eat. So it's
But you hide it, not in the eyes of the public. Not in the eyes of the public.
Of course,
right.
Of course. But then earlier I said that
yes.
my friend lost a father in August, and I was telling her that Amma, time will heal.
Yes.
For the moment.
Yes.
But the big question is, does time really heal?
It does.
It does.
It does, and it takes you. It does. It takes you. And it was just a profound thing you said to your friend. You didn't even know the meaning of what you're saying, but that was the best sort of advice anybody could give to her.
It's because you've been there.
Fantastic. You spoke from your inner core. Time. What is time? That thing that tickles, or when there is a new day, it is the period you have. So ask yourself. You can end up your time just right now if you decide. So the time will heal is the decision and the choices you make from now that the thing had happened. That is what it means.
All right.
So if you want to live longer, it's actually about your decision. So the time you set is not the one that tickles every second, every minute. No, but it is about how you hold on to make sure that, if he couldn't do this, then I will complete it. So you need to make that decision to prolong the time. So it does.
Abba,
profound statement.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So with the whole having to encourage friends and loved ones who are going through the grieving process, with me, it wasn't my father's instance, but then I lost someone very dear to me, and I was crying, and I just didn't know how to go about it. And then someone was telling me that, and it's encouragement.
That's an encouragement.
But then, how the person put it, it was just of course, maybe someone lost a child and you are trying to tell her that, you can talk about the life after death whole thing. But when is the right time to say what? Because you might be giving me encouragement that, as we say, God give it and he take it. But then at the time that you are saying that, maybe that is not what I want to hear right now. I know God gives and God takes. How can you be measured?
Okay, so the truth of the matter is that sometimes you hear someone speaking, you're like, this person speaks so well, like uncle. I as a Christian, I will interpret it as it is the spirit of wisdom.
That's right.
There is nothing that you do that, for me, once I accepted Jesus, I know that the power of the highest came and stayed in me, and so I am lives in me. So if I'm about to speak to you regarding a certain issue, I trust the spirit of God in me to say the right thing.
Exactly.
Do you understand? I can't just go and then I start saying certain things, and then at the end of the day I even spoil the whole thing, because I trust that the God in me. That's how come the truth is there is nothing I can say that will make you feel well, unless of course it is given
a message to deliver to that person.
You understand? And sometimes it's like you winning a soul. You will try and talk to the person, and the person will not accept Jesus. But the day you were not prepared, you even said one or two things, the person starts to cry, want to accept you. I'm like, wait, what did I say to you?
It's not you.
It is the spirit that convicts a man. So if you have somebody who is going through a lot and you really genuinely want to help the person, I think sometimes you just stay somewhere. If it's even for 5 minutes, you say, God, tell me what to tell this person. You might not say everything, but you might say something that might touch the person's heart. You, for one, what you told your friend that time heals. Do you know, maybe it will help her for a while. But after some years, I always say that time is a silent prophet. After some years, it's like, this thing that Paula told me, that was what made me hold on. That was what kept me. So it is not about how prepared I can go and read books and say, okay, I'll read. No. But it is the spirit in the man that speaks to a man.
Again, let me add this to it. You see, the state in which you find yourself with losing your partner, you need to determine the state. Almost everybody will throw words at you. But how do you stop fighting people? But you should be able to see it the way you want to see it, hear it the way you want to hear it. But if you want to critique what is coming, you fight. So it is you.
As you're saying, you have to like listening and then. Oh, how did the
you listen. There's a hearing and then the listening aspect of it. So you need to weigh the two. But I always say you are the pivot.
Right.
Don't let them throw things at you and receive them. Block them.
Find strength in you.
Fantastic. And then see how well you can give a good interpretation to yourself.
So I've seen a man mourn his wife and then it's terrible. He doesn't know what to do. It's like he's totally broken. The kids, how is he going to figure things out? And then there comes the bemensu. Pick yourself and all of that. In our part of the world, people they just take things for granted. Like, you don't know how he's going to. Forget about his gender, whether he's a man or you see the person as a strong woman. So I want to ask, at that moment, do you request or would you suggest that the person sees a psychiatrist or a psychologist? Or because it's when you hit depression and all that, sometimes it's not all about the words or people who are going to stay with you and all that. So for someone who's watching us and he or she has done everything in their mind, pray about it, take time to grieve, mourn, you just name it, and it's still not working, should you see a psychologist, should you see a counselor, or get help?
Okay, all these are good. But I tell you for a fact that if you should identify who you are, it's a different ball game altogether. You might be mourning, you might be going through a lot of stuff, but there comes a time you pause for a minute and then ask yourself, who am I? What is my purpose? What can I do? How can I overcome this? Because all the people you've mentioned, like Uncle Dumata will always say, fantastic, they are great people. You know, they will help you one way or the other. But it takes two to tango. If Uncle Dumata, he's a coach, and he's like, today we have him here, and he's talking to us. It's the onus lies on you as to whether you accept it or not. It is still you. If you should go to a president, go to a man of God, it is still you. Just sit for a moment and then assess yourself. What do I have in me? Like, really, how can I go about this thing? What can I do about this thing? That's for me is the first step. Really. You have to really know who you are. What can you do? Sometimes, like Uncle Edumata rightly said, you have to know the you in you.
Exactly.
You have to know you. And everybody has you.
Exactly.
Like, you have something in you that nobody knows.
Exactly.
You know, growing up, myself and my brothers, I have 9 brothers. I'm the only lady.
Wow.
And and all my brothers, you ask them, this person wants to be a doctor. This person wants to... My mama asked me, as young as I was, I said, Mommy, I want to talk.
Wow.
She's like that. No, but that's what be a casa. And growing up, I realized that everyone will talk, but when I talk, I realize I have spoken. And it comes from you. And all these things, I can't share some sensitive things here, but there are things that hits you so hard that makes you know who you are. And that's how come sometimes when you are broken-hearted, you realize I do a lot of things within that time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have gone through that cycle before. You do a lot of things during that time. So in your brokenness stage, sit back and find out who you are.
Great question. Let me add this to it.
All right.
You see, never let shock usurp you. Don't get drunk when the unexpected hit you. No! I take you to the Bible, 2 Kings. The woman caught in the Shunammite lady, looking for a baby. All these while met Prophet Elisha, and indeed he was able to have conceived and had a baby. Years later, the baby dies. Now you meet the same prophet and he's asking you, how are you, husband boy? Look at the statement. It is well. Don't let the shock surmount you. Don't let the shock end you, but build what I call the toughness in you. Now you are building the toughness in you because it has happened, but then you still have tomorrow to live.
Right.
Tomorrow will come. What has happened today was at yesterday.
Right.
All right? Yesterday was that day, but tomorrow always comes. So if tomorrow is going to come, then what do? I pause, I analyze, I assimilate, get my groundswell, then I pivot. I use the guy who is the high jumper. The high jumper cannot split if where they step last to move is not solid. So it's always about how well can you fly. It depends on where you're going to stand and pivot yourself.
Right.
So don't let these shocks eat you. It is when it eats you and you cannot actually handle it. That's why you want to see psychologists, and then you realize that even the you in you is dead. So that is where it starts from. You not engineering the real pain of yours.
But Councillor, you advise that when you've tried everything possible and it's not helping, or you should get help by speaking
get
to
help, but the help should come from somebody who is godly sent. It's not anybody. Because people use your vulnerability to usurp you and mess you up and put you into something else.
Exactly.
Before you
realize.
So you need to have a God-sent person to speak to you. And you should also prepare your mind that you will listen to what the person says.
All right. So based on the submissions you made, it all boils down to you, the individual, the person who's going through the grief. Now, we're all looking at ways where we could not forget them, but when we are hit with that reality, how to, go through that process. Now, someone will say, in the house, the things that he used, the pictures, everywhere, wherever I pass, I see it. It's always there in my face. At that moment when you are trying to heal and, put yourself or bring yourself, bounce back, that is the word, bounce back, should you do away with the little things that reminds you, like maybe that picture that is hanging there, they say, maybe should you do away with it for some time, and then later on when you think that you're back or you're on your foot? Because with me, when I lost a friend very close to me, I found myself going back to read our chats, and then that was like, I was really broken with that. But then I always felt like, okay, I want to keep him up in my mind, but that didn't help. Listen to the song that we used to listen to and all that, it didn't help. So the advice to someone who is going through, should you do away with all the thing, or you might say you are being insensitive because they once lived, why are you trying to clear them?
Once again, it has to do with you. Because for me, I have my dad's pictures everywhere, because seeing that picture reminds me of something I overcame, and so I will keep it. It's different from you going back to the chats. It's like you going back to certain things that will make you feel some way emotionally. But for me, if I'm to see that, that is like, hey, you can do it one more time.
That is after you've gone through, the time has healed though. Now I look at it and I laugh like, yeah. But then, okay.
Yeah, because I still keep them. Because you see, there was a time I went through something that was some way. Now I looked at that paper during that same time, that picture, and I'm like, if my dad is a lion, if my dad is an elephant, then a baby elephant doesn't need a prophecy to tell me I'll be big. That is him there. So it has to do with you. And if you say, I'm going to a whole lot of stuff right now, like Uncle said, and so you are pushing everything away, pushing everybody, pushing his pictures, throwing them away. So after you've healed, will you still go back for them? Like, if really will you go back for them? Because I remember we couldn't sleep in my dad and my mom's room because we were like, no, and my grandma was like, no, you have to be there. If not, a dynamo be drew. So it's either you face it, like it's not. Anything you don't face, you go back and you still have to face it. So you have to face it now, or you face it again.
The conversation is getting interesting, but I have to face my breaks. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Monsen Carlos continues. Welcome back. This is Monsen Kados on GhanaWeb TV. So we are discussing healing or moving on after the death of a partner, and I've been doing this with counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata and Abba Sichua. So Uncle, you said you were going to ask something.
Yes,
too.
you asked a question whether you should do away with all the images and all that. Yes, you can. You can decide not to. But what is of important is look for the good in that person. That's when I say it in Tree. Don't always record the bad deeds, but the picture should record you of the good deeds. Just like you said, the elephant. If my father is an elephant, then the elephant baby should be able to. So look for the positives. So the pictures can be there, but look for what was good in that person.
Great.
That with all this goodness you couldn't achieve that, I will continue for you. So it challenges you. It shouldn't let you break down. Yeah.
So among Monsen Kados, we always look for ways to help, because people who are watching, they've got life issues that they think that they've tried all their best, but sometimes it's good to hear advice from experts and people who have gone through the process. So now we've spoken about how to heal, how best friends and family can help. We've said when all is said and done. Now, when is the right time to find love again? Because the Bible said, until death do us pass, I fulfilled a part of my vow. You are gone and all that. When is the right time to heal and find love again?
Settle. And I take you to the Bible. Ruth. Naomi's sons went to war and they died. 2 ladies came to the house to marry, Orpah and Ruth. Orpah left because Naomi said, the bare man you want to marry is no more here. She left. One tears. But Ruth said, no, you can't dare me. I am staying. Now watch. It is when you get to the point of healing, when you have gone through all the 3 stages I made mention of, accepting the fact, getting to know that this thing is really happening to you, and you having decided to move on, that is when you can decide. It got to a point, Ruth married Boaz, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly. So when it comes, as you just said, time will tell. When it comes, get yourself ready. And don't replay the previous. Play forward and the future.
All right.
It should be about yourself. Are you ready? Don't let people push you. Don't let anybody walk you through. No, you yourself. Sure.
To that man or woman who's found love again 4 months after the death of their partner, everybody's thinking, hey, now say how you when you're for free. What would your advice be to people who always have a thing to say in people's life? Or do you think that is so fast, you moved on too quick?
2 things. You see, people have a lot to say about people's lives. I have problems with them. And also, I have a problem with the one who moved on after 4 months. Because at the end of the day, it is you. The one you are moving on with. At the end of the day, you will get to a point where that person, or probably you start to compare that person with, and the point is you have not healed. You really have not healed to move on. Until you heal, you really should not move on. And the fact that you're a man doesn't exempt you from, pain and all that. I always say that men are way more emotional than women, and people are like, it's not true. It is so true. Until you find that person who makes you really know that, this thing is really true. Guys are really emotional. You see, the thing about guys is they keep it. They don't tell you about it until they have a certain relationship with you. They really don't tell. But it's we ladies that we are very vocal about things. And but a guy is not going to tell you anything. He's just going to make you feel he's got it. So I'm moving on. I'm setting the pace so that every other one that comes after me will know that you have to. No, but in life there are steps. You have to take it slow. You have to relax. You have to make sure you as a person has healed before you join with the other. If not, you are going to worry someone else.
Does the healing take years or months? If years, how many years do you think is healing?
It has to do with you.
Because someone who lost a wife told me he's remarried, right? And he's telling me that it never goes. Once in a while, their thought comes in, and then you don't know how to go about it. It will never go.
It never goes true. but you get to a point where you can handle it.
You can love someone else, find love in someone else.
You really get to a point where, at a point, like Uncle Dumata said, you have actually matured over that situation, and so you can move on. Until that, you are worrying yourself and you are wasting a lot of time. Now, with regards to people who have a lot to say about people's lives, I think Uncle Dumata has to say something if I say that, because I think I need to take a drink. Because that thing, I don't get it. Yeah. Because you don't know why the person is doing what the person is doing. You don't know why the person is going through what he or she is going through. And then you just conclude, how? Why would you do that? Because assuming I have lost a partner and I have a lot of things. Well, let me tell you one funny thing. My mom, after losing my dad, my mom has a pub. She has a bar. And she, after losing my dad, I think 6 months or 4 months, she played, after the whole funeral, she played live band at her bar. And then the next morning, I heard my mom crying. So I went to her room and asked her, Mama, then I was to go say. And she's like, people are saying after her husband died, she's doing this, she's doing that. But at that time, my younger brother had to go to school. He was now going to, I think, one had completed SHS, going to the uni, and one was going to SS. What was she supposed to do? That is the work she was doing. So how was she supposed to take it all? She had to just pause, and then that year, nothing should go on. You see, some of the things people say to people, you really have no idea what it does to them. So do not say it. Just don't say things about, especially if you don't know anything about it. Unless, of course, you are a relative and you really, like Uncle Dumata said, you want to empathize with the person, want to, speak to the person or advise to the person. Don't say things you do not know. I leave it there.
Pauline, emotions kills. It swallows you. It distorts you. It's call for darkness in your life, emotions. But reality is the light. So when all these things are happening, don't play emotional card in here. Because the moment you play the emotional card, you feel, no, you're not ready yet. No, I want to. No. Face reality. I told you earlier that it happened for a reason, it happened for a purpose, it happened for a cause. You are the one to choose these three causes. If you're not able to pick them right, you'll be wrong forever. Nobody wished for the one I love to leave me. But it has happened, right? What were we talking about prior the going? We'll build mansion, we'll do the... Can you still do it when one is not there? That is your challenge.
Go to school like you planned.
Fantastic.
And all
that is the reality. But when you sit with emotion clouding you, you'll be late. You'll be back and nobody will be there to sort of be with you. You are late because you have allowed emotions to cloud you. Face reality. Obi adia to ni anu nim sisi yinifa na de na to woni no besa ma de to ni bi, it's up to you. That is the wisdom in there. It has happened. I've seen it. I am making it. Next time I know what to do. So don't let emotions cloud you when these things happens to you, but face reality.
So most instance, because when my dad died, I was young then, but as young as 12 years, I didn't like the idea of my mother even having to I don't want to look at my mom or even have to
jealous
call someone my stepdad. Now I'm much older. I've been open to certain things, so I think I'm not going to be a hindrance to my mother's happiness. But a lot of kids hate the whole stepmother stepfather idea, and even when their parents remarry, they find a way to frustrate that new person. Now, what are some of the reasons that cause people to remarry? Because someone will say, the kids are so young. A man will say the kids are so young, friends will come, family will come, but I need someone, a woman in my life to take care of my kids. A woman too will say, see, I need that manly figure. I can't be all alone. I'm too young and all that. What are some of the reasons why people do?
Let me say this before Abba comes.
Okay.
We are all growing, right?
Yeah.
But I will speak from a grown-up, what a grown-up told me. He says, Kweku, but we hear Obia Wunjao. That's the word the man told me, and I cried. All right, this is a great man, but 70 60, 70, 80, you need a companion. It is not when we marry that we need a companion. It is in our old age.
Come to think of it.
It is, look, we have to now, you see, we are all growing. But let me tell you, even when you are alone sleeping and there's nobody in the room, you see how you feel? And you are growing, you need somebody to say, it is saying, oh, yes,
the kids will go, they'll marry and
fantastic. So that aspect will call for you looking for a companion. You need it. Sure. And for the children around, yes, they will be jealous. We used to have daddy, we used to have mommy, where from this woman, where from this man. It's normal. But when they're also growing to a point, they will ask you, Mama, what you? Daddy, what about? You see, so you don't push them by way of you saying that this is what I want, so you should listen to me. But let them rather throw in the towel and embrace that option appropriately. But I always say, real marriage is when you are old. That is why our is dead. And yet, it's not what we're doing now. So don't tell me when you marry today, you have found a companion. So I don't believe that. Grow me in it, and then let's see.
I think
yes. Yes, you need that. And let me tell you, every great man that is old about to die needs a woman. So it goes with a woman. Needs a man.
Right. Now, I always wondered, for someone who's lost a partner, maybe you are young, maybe you are mid-40s or 50s, you lost your husband or wife. Now, the issue of sex, no. How are you going to get it? Because, see, sometimes people are young. A woman who loses her husband, she's young and all that. Is that some of the reason why we'll push you to, you know, at least fine? But some people are Christian, they don't want to use the back door. So they're legally bounded. They say you're allowed to do it. Okay. With that, because maybe I always feel like, hey, so all the while, no, your partner died. How are you living? How is that? We are grieving and that's you.
Outside thought. This is outside thought.
I'm not married, but I like to speak to people who are much older than me, and so I get a lot of counsel from them. Now, wasn't my grandmom? No, wasn't my biological grandmom, but one of my grandmothers, like I said something to my younger brother. My younger brother was misbehaving with a certain lady, and he said, "Sisia de na uni worry. Now maybe as you married, you were not good to your wife. Now wow kokra brim. Now you see own fewer. When I better with him, and we laughed about it. But it is really a serious statement, because after all, like I don't want to go with the sex thing, but actually, how many minutes? Hey, Abba. No, I haven't. You don't know how. You see, please. For you to be maybe enjoying. No, maybe you are enjoying See, let's not. Some people feel like maybe when you need to be the sex they can't find home. But wait, do you know the reason I'm saying that? There are a whole lot of people who have married people and they looked at the physique, and then they get married, get the physique, and they get tired of the physique. It is really not about the physique. Really, it is not about the physique. It is even not about. You see, at a point in time, there's something called companionship. Like, you need someone to talk to, someone to share ideas with. And sometimes it even goes like a very simple decision. If you have a trusted person, someone you are with who is really trusted, that is when you know the essence of some of these things. Unless you get someone who is really trusted and someone who is really matured in that regard, you think, oh, after all, what is this thing? And I get that you are 40 and you really want to do this thing. Oh, Charlie. It might be somebody's reason. No, listen, it is not bad. It might be somebody's reason.
Because when you lose your husband or wife when you are very young, they're like, see, it'll be too much. Because if you're not, you start living recklessly. You need to have somebody. You need somebody.
Can I say
when you come back home, where are mystery boys? Let's take a breather.
You see, sex is a mind. Sex is a decision. Sex is not act. It's not the act. It's the act you want. But what is the decision? It must start from somewhere. So if my mind is not there, if I'm not ready, if I'm not in the right frame of mind and the state, it won't happen.
Oh yeah, come to think of it.
It won't happen. And so I am young and then my man is gone, my lady is gone. Mistake in the same. Emma. Who couldn't pay who for? All right. So we should always draw a line between the act. The act there, that's sound, not fun. But if it's a decision you yearn for.
All right. All right, Councillor. But show the moment you play mystery boss, you banana, you be a better one. So it's just various questions. We'll pick it back.
Let's closer to your face.
Hey, sorry. Okay, so
what's it?
Okay, so this goes like this. What would you do if your wife or partner cheats, like finding out that your partner has broken the vow?
I'll be silent.
You'll be silent?
I won't talk.
Hey, silent treatment. No, so
I won't talk. I'll be silent. But if he or she realizes that I have sinned, then let me see how remorseful you are. Come back to me.
Silent treatment.
And then I will ask you 3 questions. Why you weren't doing that? Who did you do it? Comparing that person with me, who is of importance? And why do you want to come back to me?
That's 4. It makes 4.
4. If you can give me this, then I'll see how remorseful you are. I'll take it back. My silence. You don't fight it. And you see, how can you go back for it? You don't need to. Prove to me. If you want me back, let me see. Silent is one of the tools in marriage. You win the day as if nothing has happened. No, it won't even come. That's my answer.
I've added that to my list.
And that's a practical thing I'm talking about.
All right.
Yedi.
And then they go watch your boy. Yedi.
Now get it. I've text message. Now they are to social media. What? See?
Yeah. Okay.
You don't have any reverence.
Oh, great.
You've lost your importance. Your image is gone.
Abba, how dear me ubenya. But so dear. Fana shady honest answers. Thank you very much. About dear new. How good. So when you pick an empty sheet, you get to ask me any question.
You know what? I have been a Jesus girl all my life. Everywhere I go, Jesus keeps helping me.
It has to be just.
So there's nothing there.
Yeah. They just said she need Mudia. That's the.
No, she should pick a new.
Oh no, that's the rule.
Today I'm changing the rule.
See,
pick another.
All those who come here, Obia and Fawe, let me say,
really?
If you got any question, yeah.
Then you are genuine.
Let's hear your question for me.
Oh wow. Okay. I didn't know this was going to be tough as well. Okay. I was about to ask that same question, but the thing is, the answer should be different from Uncle Matters one.
Yeah.
So what would you do if it were to be?
If my partner cheats on me.
And you saw it.
And you saw it. Hey, that's a different thing.
If it was
different and you seeing it.
Until a few minutes ago, no. Now come in, you're silent. But you're too me funty. Me copy so dear. Hey, me now I'm sir. Oh, sir. I
doubt you even have the guts to talk.
Debbie.
The shock.
I mean, Kasa.
Be a pronoun. Oh, so sorry.
You just make sure they saw you.
And don't leave the home. Be at the sitting room.
Hey,
get yourself please.
But you know, you the guy or you the lady who cheated, you'll be really scared. If this is the person cooking for you daily, and the person will not say anything, the person has caught you.
Jeez. That is why you have to zero yourself from the hero to zero. Calm down.
Okay.
And let's talk.
Say dear, until you know, but maybe I'll tell you that I will not overreact. I'll try my best not to overreact. And then, because me, I'm very forgiving. That's one thing I've told myself. Going to marriage, see, anything can happen, but then I have to, you know, learn how to be forgiving. But before we end today's conversation, I just want to pick advice from you. People who sometimes go through relapse, you are healed and all that, but from time to time, even when you've moved on and all that, I don't know how best the new partner will respect that. Fine, that person who was once gone, you love that person dearly, so they will give you that space to mourn and all that. Finally, advice to people who have gone through that and those who have also found love, how best you can handle the new relationship.
Well, what I'll say is that don't overdo to the detriment of the other party. All right, you have lost it. I'm now in your life. Give me the leverage. We all have past. Stop upholding your past. Let's talk about what we hold now and where we are heading towards. That leverage will give us a sense of purpose and we will live well. And if you have found yourself a new one with the passing one, please make sure the ills you did with the passing one, you don't repeat it in the present one. It's a real check. And again, remember, the one who had come now, what is the reason? What is the purpose? If you can't find tomorrow in it, then I'm sorry you've lost it. You should be able to see the tomorrow aspect of it. It's a bit sad though, but inyesi. Talk on him.
Thank you very much, Uncle Dumata. How about final
So these
words?
are my final words as well. I must say this discussion has been a learning curve for me. I have learnt a lot from everybody, especially Uncle Dumata.
Oh, thank you so much.
I bless the heavens.
It is the Lord. It is the Lord. It is the Lord. You're Jesus' daughter.
So I would say that, like Uncle Dumata said, if you found somebody and probably you didn't try to get healed and then you moved in a rush, that's fine. The fact that you've accepted that one, I didn't heal before going in there, is a beginning of a solution. And so now that you've realized that, work on yourself. And also do not work on yourself alone, because now you're not alone. Sure. You are with the person. So engage the other person. Let the person know that this is where my difficulties are. This and this is the reason why I can't do this. So I need you to do this together with me. And at the end of the day, you guys come to, a beautiful conclusion. But if you do it alone, at the end of the day, it means you are still sidelining the other person. Don't forget, there's another person in the picture. So you'd have to do it with the person so that it will all go smooth sailing. That's it for me. And also engage God. Engage God.
Why?
Patriotic.
I feel now why?
Patch wine.
Why? Then audience, I'm telling you, I've not concluded the show. These two ladies have something you need. Go look for it.
Thank you. Thank you. And coming from you, oh my God, my status. Just my status, guys. Like, I'm coming for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. And I want you to put out your social media handles so we can reach you out for someone who's listening to you or anything.
Okay. So on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, I'm Sechiwa Answer everywhere. Sechiwa Answer.
Well, Facebook, Uncle Kwekwe matter, just all that. I am not too glued to that, but I'm starting picking. Small. Yeah.
Thank you very much to Abba Sechiwa. She's the host of Urban Course on Home-Based TV, and counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, dear.
Amanda, you've got no ideas.
That's
Everybody gets stunned when
coach.
they meet someone they always look up to. I've seen him on shows and all that, and for me to have him on my show, I made it.
Tell me about
it. It is God's doing.
It is God's doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm honored to have sat or moderated this discussion, and I always say that we're always looking for ways to help us, whether in your relationship and when that person is no longer there. But one thing I always say, don't be too hard on yourself. When you are going through the grieving process, see, hope and believe that the time will come when you laugh. Because sorrow may last. It will last. It is a part of us. One day you will all equally die, and your family and your friends will miss you and all that. But don't be too hard on yourself. That's what I say. And just keep up the faith. Be prayerful. Do things that make you happy. And find love in the eyes of your children and the family and people who are truly there to help you through that process. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back with the next episode of Monts and Cuddles. Thanks for watching.